Okay, guys, today we're gonna be playing games and then going to sleep. Yeah, we're going to sleep after we play some games. So let's get to this. Alright. Oh my god, let's see. I'm looking for a game to play. Oh my god, let's see if this works. Well, that's stuff on my keyboard. Give me a second. Come on. Alright, let's see. Hold up. I'm trying to put down my volume on my TV. Okay. Hold up. Alright, guys. Okay. Alright. Let's continue. I'm gonna be mad quiet, alright guys? It's like 12 o'clock in the morning. Give me a minute. I'm trying to find clothes. We gotta be quiet. No screaming today. We're gonna try to get a B rank on one of these levels. No, we're gonna go to my favorite level first. We're gonna get B rank on this one more time. Alright guys, let's do this. I can't wake any of my parents up. We are not gonna be screaming today in that video. No screaming video. Alright, no screaming, no screaming. Come on. Let's do this. I'm gonna go fast. Come on, go fast. We gotta go fast. Ooh, I'm going as fast as I can right now. Boost all the way. Boost all the way. Let's go. Come on. Come on, we can make it. Got him. Get it back. Boom. Come on. So close. Go as fast as I can. Can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. Ooh. Yo, when I go to sleep, I hope this time my TV doesn't turn off. Cause last time it went dark and quiet And last live stream, I turned on my auto clicker for my computer to turn on. And when I woke up, like it was a disaster trying to turn off the auto clicker and end the live stream. So let's come on. Come on, run as fast as I can. Oh, I just saw someone. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go as fast as we can. Can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. Come on. 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 Okay, come on. Run as fast as we can. You already lost, bro. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, you gotta be kidding with me. That was my fault that time. But I better not fail, bro. Come on. Oh my god, come on. I'm done. One more try at least. One more try. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, come on. 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 Oh, we got past that part. Come on. Oh my god, I am so screwed. Unless I made it. Let's go. Oh my god, come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Quickly. Quickly, come on. Quickly, 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 quickly. Go quickly, quickly, quickly. Please, we're probably almost there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get it. I'm about to kill somebody in the freaking face. I was so close, but then it messed me up. Come on, 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 come on. Come on. Okay, get in. Yes. An S rank. So we did that. Now we're gonna have to do Gun Judder. Come on. I think my stepdad's downstairs, bro. I think I smell him making food. I smell food. I'm not about to lie, bro. My stepdad loves to get snacks in the middle of the night, bro. I'm not about to lie. I hear him coming down the stairs, like, getting freaking snacks. Come on. Okay, let's do this. Come on. We're doing jump cutter. Come on. Come on. Oh, I think he already has that freaking sugar rush. Everybody's being this character. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm trying to run as fast as I can. Come on. Yes. Okay, we're doing this. Okay, A rank. We're almost there. Come on, let's do this. Come on, we're almost there. Gotta make it through this level. Go as fast as we can. too. I'm about to P-rank this thing, bro. Running. Come on, get up. I did it! P-rank. Let's go. P-rank. Come on, let's do this. Pretzel versus Pepperman.
Veo que me pasaste por mi puerta, ahora pasarás del
What?
primer piso, viejo italiano y regórtete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones. Y
What
está bien,
the
con
frick
la
is this?
piña desgraciado y toma mi codo con tu cara. Oh, Pepino, si supiera lo que te espera, te hubieras quedado.
I ain't no Pepino. I'm the noise. We were supposed to P-rank this.
Por mi puerta, ahora pasarás del primer piso, viejo italiano y regórtete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones y eso también. Veo que me pasaste por mi puerta, ahora pasarás del primer piso, viejo italiano y regórtete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones y eso también. Pon la piña desgraciado y toma mi codo con tu cara. Oh, Pepino, si supiera lo que te espera.
It's all in Spanish for some reason.
Con hermosa sonrisa, soy una pelota, ahora verme girar, golpearte como un bolo, para que no vuelvas a levantarte.
Come on.
Lo que rojo tiene verde.
Let's hit him.
Daré, estás en el suelo a punto de pasar, mírate, pares poco gracioso. Es hora de hacer mi obra maestra. Eres fuerte, debo admitirlo. Tal vez sea mejor si renuncio. ¡No! Mi derrota no lo admitiré. Solo acepta que no tienes agallas. No soy un tomate ni un hombre manzana. Soy un morrón y tú morirás por mi mano. Yo soy un rey, este mi dominio no puedes detener ni el dolor. La música va a un ritmo muy rápido, así que voy a hablar así para compensar. Con eso quiero decir, esa velocidad puedo tomar. Soy muy veloz para ti, así que no.
I was almost there, bro.
Ahora pasarás del primer piso.
I don't remember Pepperman being this hard, bro.
Primer piso, viejo italiano y regórtete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una.
I quit. I said nope. Come on. It's Nick. Come on. so slow. Missing texture. We're gonna try to period this one more time. Not John Gutter. C rank? Excuse me? I don't think that's right. Okay, that's weird. Oh, now I'm falling super slowly. There we go, P rank. One more try. Can I just try one more time, please, bruh? Come on. Come on, bro. Come on. So close, so close, so close. for it to blow up and hit him. Come on. 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 We'll come up to the part where I failed at. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Why not? Through the rocket. I'm going to freaking throw my computer outside the window. I was so close, but that part is just so annoying. Oh my god, I swear to god I'm gonna rage if I mess up one more time, bro. Drag my nose across the floor, bro. Sniff the floor. Be the floor. Wee. Hold up. Give me a second. Water. Stuff busting. If you didn't know. Oh my god, come on. That was close. That was so close. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, I'm gonna try this. Oh, my fingers. Just cracked my
Veo
fingers
que
so
me
hard.
pasaste por mi puerta, ahora pasarás del primer piso, viejo italiano y regordete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones y queso también. Pon la piña, desgraciado, y toma mi codo con tu cara. Oh, Pepino, si supiera lo que te espera. Veo que me pasaste
I'm
por
done.
mi puerta, ahora. Veo que me pasaste por mi puerta, ahora pasarás del primer piso, viejo italiano y regordete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones y queso también. Veo que
Really?
pasaste por mi puerta, ahora pasarás del primer piso. Viejo italiano y regórdete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones y queso también. Pon la piña desgraciado y toma mi codo con tu cara. ¡Oh, Pepino! Si supiera lo que te espera, te hubieras quedado en esa pizzería de porquería. Un gurú con hermosa sonrisa, sobre la
Got him.
pelota, ahora verme girar, golpearte como un bolo, para que no vuelvas a levantarte. Lo que es rojo tiene verde, soy un artista y te pintaré.
Someone else joined the
Estás en el
fight.
suelo a punto de pasar,
This is a weird
mira
fight,
que
bro.
pares poco gracioso.
There we go.
Es hora de hacer mi obra maestra. Eres fuerte, te lo admitiré.
Come on, hit him.
Sea mejor si renuncio. ¡No! Mi derrota no lo admitiré. Solo acepta que no tienes agallas. No soy
Got him.
un
Hit him.
tomate ni un hombre manzana.
Bro, he takes forever to turn. Like, I literally jumped down. It took me 2 seconds to get down to the floor. And he's still running, bro.
Por mi puerta, ahora pasarás del primer piso. Viejo italiano y regórdete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones y queso
It's like hits the
también.
wall and
Pon
then
la
jump down.
piña desgraciado y toma mi codo.
Bro, I'm gonna get hit by that green apple. I'm gonna get hit by this guy. Like, bro, what am I supposed to do?
Italiano y regórdete contra el morrón. Perfecto, me gustaría pedir una pizza porfa con morrones y queso también. Pon la piña desgraciado y toma mi codo con tu cara.
Come on.
Oh, Pepino, si supiera lo que te espera, te hubieras quedado en esa pizzería de porquería.
Punch him.
Un gurú con hermosa sonrisa, sobre una pelota,
Punch.
ahora verme girar, golpearte como un bolo, para que no vuelvas a levantarte. Lo que es rojo tiene verde.
Did my
soy
man
un
just die
artista y te
on the
pintaré.
easiest boss in the game? That's crazy.
Mírate, pares
I should stop talking before I actually get hit.
Es hora de hacer.
I don't know how I just did that, bro.
Obra maestra. Eres fuerte, debo admitirlo. Tal vez sea mejor si renuncio. ¡No! Mi derrota no lo admitiré. Solo acepta que no tienes agallas. No soy un tomate ni un hombre manzana. Soy un morrón y tú morirás por mi mano. Yo soy un rey, este mi dominio no puedes detener ni el dolor. La música va a un ritmo muy rápido, así que voy a hablar así para compensar. Con eso quiero decir, esa velocidad puedo tomar. Soy muy veloz para ti, así que no te equivoques. Muy bien, basta de hablar, ahora el boceto está hecho. Es hora de terminar con... ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡No puedes haberme ganado! Ahora me hiciste bien chiquito. Esto no lo quería de verdad. Pero una vez que suba tu respeto, estaré así.
Let's go. Let's go. Here. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna end it here. Well, not end it. Go to sleep, exactly. Alright, time to head to sleep, guys. We're just gonna put that there. Because it's by the end of this, I'm gonna be... Okay, let's do this. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's do this. I'm going to sleep. go to sleep, guys. All this stuff on my bed, bro. Okay, I'm watching SML right now. I'm watching SML now. I'm gonna change it. Let's see what's on. Oh, I can watch my own recording again. Watching my own recording. That's crazy. Or I'm gonna head to sleep, bro. I'm not about to lie. I forgot to turn on my AC. Hold up, I forgot to turn on my AC. Boom. Alright. Come on. Ooh. Put my phone to charge for tomorrow. Alright, hold up. I'll make sure that's on. Alright. Okay. Let's go to sleep, guys. Alright. Oh my god. I'm trying to find a video I can watch to go to sleep. Mm. I'm watching Baldi's Basics right now. When I was checking the recording of the last sleep stream, I heard myself snore like a Peppa Pig. Man, I'm tired. And hot a little bit. Hold up. It's hot in my room. I'll take this blanket, the short one. Okay. Okay, I'm checking my computer. Hold up. Make sure the live stream stays on. I need to keep my microphone to my mouth. There we go, guys. Can you hear me? I think I'm pretty close. Maybe too close. Right. I'm so bored. Mm. 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 Okay. Okay. I'm not sleeping yet. Really thought I was sleeping? I'm not about to go to sleep this fast. Oh my god. My god. My God. That's funny. I'm gonna watch this guy. Oh my God, there we go.
left on this. You're a fake serverless. Serverless. In invade. Unstoppable. The main character right here looking great. 80. Fighting to slow the invasion. I die for my people. Samurai, thousands of them. Ready to stand up and die. Defend our home. Honor. Tradition. Courage. Honor. What I say? Warriors of Tsushima. Yes, sir. Samurai. Stand up.
No.
Without you. Who free their spirits. They talk about us. This video was made for this community. I mean, this game. They're talking about you. Look how many it is. Holy dead, big.
Outsiders! Send your finest warrior to face me!
Kindida. Who was about to be? Oh, it's always a big old freaking.
I am Harunobu Adachi, descendant of the legendary Yoshinobu Adachi.
Are you legendary though? Whoa! Are you serious? Samurai! Do you? Surrender! Deserve no mercy. Oh yes! We going in! Let's go! Okay, right. Straight ahead. Oh my gosh! Oh, he did. Let's go. I'm fine. I'm not gonna lie. Get up. It's time to throw down. Oh my word. Get back. Goodbye. Where you at, man? You with me? Jet. Her name is Jet. Oh, so many. You have to keep pushing your own Sakai.
You must hunt down the Mongol leader! Everyone, with me!
The Japanese vibes are strong. Can I get a good vibe check? Good vibe check. Let's go. Samurai. For the dots. They're locked around. I need some assistance. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't think there's. They're locked on. Come over here. Hey, what's your hand like that? Goodbye. Oh, yep. Yep. Oh. I shoot him. Did he die? Come here. Where the freak are you at? Oh, what? You got a shield? That shield ain't gonna help you. An empty clear. I'll fight beside you to the end. Bro, this camera is crazy right now. Alright, we gotta find a leader. Dang! They up there scrapping. Bro, it's
I'll ask you once again, Samurai. Do you surrender?
Spit in his face. Spit in his eye. Spit! Oh. You know who else Uncle got killed though? Spider-Man's. So basically, I'm about to be Spider-Man. Wait. Is he about... He really died? And he's about to come back to life? Oh, no, he ain't dead. Yeah, baby. I'm back. Who saved us? Why did everybody swear? Oh. Your whole village like to get turned extra crispy. What's this?
Someone worked hard to keep me alive.
What the freaks? Well, this isn't good.
Someone saved me. Get me back here. Maybe they have my sword.
Can I crouch? Are these bad guys? Ooh, hold up. Somebody about to get assassinated. Yep, you first, buddy. Assassinate. Bro, grab him. This nigga must be so alive. Somebody about to get assassinated. Yep, you first, buddy. Assassinate. Bro, grab him. This nigga must be so alive. Okay, let's not do that again. Who's up in here? Oh my gosh. Save them.
Someone was sharpening their blade.
Bro, this ain't the time. Yes. Give me that. Oh! Oh! Oh my.
How are your wounds? Can you run?
Yeah.
Where's my sword?
Not here.
Yeah, here.
I'll take care of this. Please, hide.
What? What you want to do?
Oh, don't hurt me.
She's an assassin.
She's my dominating. Christ!
She's an assassin.
Onion. You want your sword? Follow me.
Let's go. Give me my sword.
Mommy.
Alright. Yeah. Follow you, unit. Bro, there's so many enemies. Oh my. Oh!
There's nothing we can do for her.
Let's save the others. Lord Shimura was with me on the battlefield.
Jito, forget him.
Yeah, wait. Lord Shimura is my uncle.
You're Jin Sakai. The Jito's nephew.
I have to know. Did he survive?
Hey,
I think so. Almost took him prisoner.
Where did they take him?
East. Along the coast.
Castle Canada.
Oh!
Has been holding him inside.
I thought he was the dude that got samurai sliced.
I could take them by surprise.
He'll be killed.
Or I'll rescue Lord Shimura. Then help him drive the Mongols into the sea. He can contact the Shogunate. Call for reinforcements.
I didn't nurse you back to health to watch you throw your life away.
Why did you save me?
I couldn't leave you to die.
So,
Me too.
you like me, or?
Lord Shimura can help our whole island. He is the only family I have left. That's my friend.
Why wouldn't she help a fellow Japanese? Because we're all getting invaded together? Oh! Fuck! Right! Oh! Bro, they are ruthless! I didn't mean to do it to your crotch, you know. Sorry about that.
Look out.
Leaders, arms for battle.
Heading right across the island. Making slaves. Through here.
No one's fighting back.
Through here.
Crazy. None of these people are warriors. All the samurai got killed. Wait till I get my sword. It's going to be a rap and a half.
Come on.
I'm right here. Keep going, girl. Oh, y'all got some whack visibility.
Take the rooftops.
Oh, yeah. We on the roof.
Scavenge battlefields. You're a thief.
When I need something, I take it.
Like my katana.
I traded it with the wood and medicine.
You what?
Huh?
I'm right. Get your stuff back.
Oh, so you just gonna... You are a piece of work. You know that?
On the long run, please. Take whatever supplies you can carry.
This is someone's house.
I got 6 supplies.
Coming back.
Alright. You need 8 supplies. Yes.
The man I traded your sword to is just up ahead.
Okay. Does he not see what's going on?
Bastards found him.
Alright. Let me get my sword back here. You shouldn't have bought the sword that wasn't yours. Hers. Frame rate?
Jin Sakai, nephew to the great Lord Shimura.
Look, 30 and 12. I am no coward! Skills weak.
Your enemy is no match for you. But you still lack control. I was practicing with your father's weapon,
What happened to his dad?
the sword of Tan Sakai. It saved lives and ended wars. Who did this to you?
No one. I fell.
Teach you to fight yourself.
I know how to fight. You got to cry for it.
Must take away. You must first control your emotions.
You let me win. But you still serving me.
Change tried to block my attacks.
Yeah, I know what they'll do. Talk about IU. Fine, the mark. Yeah, I know.
Good form.
Get that out of here. Nope, sorry, Uncle. Nope. I'm sorry. Can we take a break?
We're not finished yet.
You wait.
Fight for the pain.
Oh, I can heal.
Good.
Yeah.
Time you learn to parry. Wait for me to make the first move.
I got
Once I strike, block a
Very.
must parry before I strike.
Okay.
Don't block too early.
Get that out of here. Oh, we about to be in Harry this week. We're about to be Harry in a freaking.
Good form, Jim. You're improving.
You need to catch your breath.
It'll take more than a child to do enough.
What happened to my dad?
Let's use the spear. Dodge my spear, then follow up with a counterattack. Rings like this. You see, there is no weapon, no warrior you cannot overcome.
Thank you for these lessons, Uncle.
We are not finished yet. James, will you honor me with spot revenge?
I wouldn't want to hurt you.
Feel that confident? Let's make this interesting. My strikes get to choose team.
I hope you like octopus.
One gun.
James! Bro, get back! Yep. Uh-huh. See, that's how we're gonna do this. We just gonna poke him. Oh. Get away! Go! Three up, baby, three up. What you trying to do, Uncle? Ooh, that's four. I'm about to win. Oh, no, you very deep. Get back, get back. Okay, we gotta win this first match. Ooh, I'm gonna the play. No! 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 No!
Before we eat, I have one last question. For generations, our families have lived by a code. Tell me the virtues that guide us.
Loyalty to our Lord. Oh. Control of our emotions. And
This.
honor. Disappointment. And uphold the legacy of Clan Sakai.
Those are your father's words. What does honor mean to you?
I guess. Protecting people. The ones who can't fight for themselves.
You have a good heart. But first, we must show everyone that we serve our Lord with courage, integrity, and self-control.
You say that like it's easy. It is easy, boy.
It's never easy, Jim. I struggle with it every day. But we must set an example for our people by remaining true to our code.
Talk to him, Uncle. Talk to him.
That is a new rule of honor.
Fire.
I'm not their samurai.
Y'all hear it. Y'all know the vibe. Me with it. And it would suck if I died. Alright, come on. Watch for the red light. Nope. Try again. Try again. My uncle told me about spear people.
Where can I find a horse?
Stables on file. This way.
Alright. What supplies we got over here, though? Get the graphics in it. Alright.
Alex,
Where are the stables?
behind that building farmhouse. Follow me.
Alright, I'm following. Well, let me get a that bolo. I'll probably do some damage. that we can. Dang, he just walks out. Dang, he a savage. Point L to target enemies. Target the opposing enemy in attack. Okay.
It's close.
We can't save everyone.
I'm done running. I can finally help.
Damn it.
Help whoever is in trouble. Who's in trouble? I'm coming!
More guards.
Don't let anyone escape.
Come here. Ooh, get out. Nope, not yet. Okay, I'm gonna need.
Thank you, my lord.
You are.
They said all the samurai were dead.
Look at me. Do I look dead?
We have somewhere to hide.
I heard Golden Temple might be safe.
Go. Stay off the roads. And guard your son with your life.
And shave it all off. It's gone.
You risked your life for them.
They couldn't defend themselves. I can't let more of our people die.
I like this dude
We're not
already.
the only ones who need you.
You need me too?
My brother. The Mongols took him.
You're
That's why
my
you're safe.
Taka is my only family.
Those Shimura is mine.
Please. I just want my brother back.
How far down the road is it?
I'll help you fight him after I save my uncle.
Hey.
I promise.
I'm coming with you.
Okay.
Just up ahead.
Got a little partner? No, hold up. Let me check for supplies. Wait, who the freak? Y'all just told me about to jump my girl? No. Get off. Oh, you fuck. Oh!
Let's get to the horses.
Did you see the step, right? Oh my.
Samurai horses. Few we didn't take into battle.
Lucky for them. And us. Which horse do you want?
Which horse do I want? Bruh, you already know what time it is. Why does that one got like an icon over it? Digital Deluxe horse? That's the Digital Deluxe? I have to pick that basic horse. Give me Blackie over here. Oh, what? Is the Digital Deluxe horse faster? Man, I gotta see if it's like faster or something. No stat differences? Yeah, give me the white one actually. Let's go.
He suits you.
He needs a name.
No, Sora. Kage. Sora.
Sora, like from the heavens.
Okay. Alright, calm down. Got our war Sora. Like I'm getting.
A lot of surface reviews. Let's swap the cards off.
Yeah! Now this is what I'm talking about. Time to find me some iron, baby.
It's your boy Soldier Boy. We found that camel behind you. Don't catch me there. Turn up. Is that Soldier Boy? I got no shoes. Oh, man.
He got out of. Bunker! Bunker! Bunker!
Yes. Doing on this nice warm evening day. Yeah.
Yeah! My name is Corey Kitchen and I'm freaking here to play.
Hey. Listen, girl. You trying to hear me cool? Baby, I'm here for you. Girl, you get a clue. Hold on. Let me tie your shoe. Too smooth. conclude with it. Look at the farm growing from here. All right, guys, we got a lot of work. Oh, where are my managers? Substitutes going on court, get you near wow. Back to Minecraft. I see y'all hit the 400K like. I told y'all to like goals for every episode, 400K. Then that new episode is guaranteed. Go ahead and mine on that like button. As you can see, I'm still a beginner. Still getting better every episode. Now, you guys told me about this guy here. He is a merchant, and he likes emeralds. Emeralds are very rare. I mean, clearly, we don't have any. So we're gonna have to. This is the episode where we are leaving the nest. See, not with them noises, sweetheart. We are leaving the nest. But before that, I gotta read y'all tips from last episode. And of course, y'all out here writing paragraphs. I love you, like paragraphs. I'm gonna be real with you. So LPS Sweetums TV said the poisonous spiders are called cave spiders. They have a blue shade to them. Y'all remember when I got bodied last episode? Go! Get different seeds, emerald from villages. That's what's on the agenda this episode. We gotta find a village. Milk buckets are used to drink when you have poison. This is the kind of tips that I need, fam. But all of this crap, actually, don't eat rotten flesh. Why do I be carrying this stuff? Nobody be telling me before you do that. Y'all let me make 18 fence sticks last episode. Alright, what I want to do, I want to make a fence for the backyard, right? And I made more fence, guys. There's a gate right here. This is so comforting. My fence right here. Hey! Alright, now, you're gonna follow me. Follow me, Cal. Safe in the backyard. Whoa! Can I keep going? Yeah. You want this? Look at this. Oh, okay. Now, I want to give the farm some protection. I mean, do other animals and like enemies raid your dungeon? We already got raided last episode. Look at it, I'm like a freaking lawnmower. The seed I got. Allow me to spread my seed. Let's build a wall around it. But I want some glass so I can see from the house when it's time to harvest. So, can I do that? Yeah, kind of like that. Hold up, we about to make a little greenhouse. I'm glad. Y'all are stone. I need stone, no action. A freaking llama! Chicken. Just gotta lower it back. Alright, what y'all want? Hey, chick! Hey, like weed? I got weed. Weed? You don't like that? Alright, then. You don't like my wheat? You don't like my wheat? I eat you.
I love you. No, you love the flavor of this thin, crispy stuff.
Starting just $25 when you burn your phones. It's your Verizon. Eat. So, what do y'all think? This took me about 40 minutes. Look! Right now, all we need is y'all told me, or just keep the bad guys away. Guys, y'all don't know how proud of this I am. I'm so proud of this. Now my goal, I'm about to round up a whole bunch of animals. Look at all these guys! Oh my goodness, we got a ways to get back to the farm though. Alright. Hey! Yeah, y'all like this? Y'all like this? Come on. Come to pop. I'm Farmer Jack over here. Yep. Let me herd these animals real quick. We got a long way to go. Yep. Uh-oh, it's getting dark. Y'all. We gotta come on. like John Marston. He turned his life around. I'm on my farm tip, baby. I'm on my farm tip. Reach a new home. Welcome on. Wait. Yep. Come on in. Come on in. See, they know. They like, I don't know if we should step inside that fence. Well, I'm trying to get this last house so bad. Yes! We got it. Close the door. Alright, I'm going in the house. I'm going to sleep. Taking my little farm. Go back! First hour. I mean, I'm probably only like 3 or so minutes into the video. I've been recording for about an hour. And look at the progress. Look! Right. First, because y'all already told me. I already know what time it is. Look at this. Oh my God. Let me eat my bread real quick. Baked by yours truly, I might add. Eat some of this weed. Eat up, guys. Time to eat up. All you. One for you. Advance it. Look at my little cow farm. Oh my. Look at this. I want y'all to grow up big and strong, alright? Big and strong. I'm so proud of y'all. Look at it. Little baby cow legs. Oh, I'm gonna be so sad when I have to start making hamburgers on all of them. Okay, so Tino Will said chickens like seeds. Guys, I think it might be time for us to set off. Guys, it's time for us to begin our adventure. Now, I learned my lesson. Do not leave the house without food, on these torches. Ready? I am ready. Goodbye, my animals. Alright, now we begin the adventure. We need to find iron, and I mean a lot. Guys, we need so much. Trying to try me right now? You better stay in that shade, buddy. Look at you. They got smacked by the sun. Look how far away my house is. Man, this is gonna take forever getting all of it. Give me these chickens. Stuffing these eggs up. Why keep stuffing them up? Yeah. Hey, we got them. Can I feed y'all seeds? Yeah. Go ahead. Do what you do. Oh my gosh. They done already got busy. Alright, now we can begin. Now all we need is some pigs, dude. All I need to do now is focus on iron. This game is all about getting resources. I know. I freaking know, guys. Look at this. What? This is crazy. Is iron just out here like this? I mean, not iron. Coal. What is that? Trying to get. Why do this peaceful music always want to turn on when it's time to get busy? What you trying to do, buddy? I see you got that crossbow laying down my neck. I hope you throw it back on it. Come here. Bump. It's just evil people out there. Minecraft teaching us lessons young. It's an evil world we live in. Look at this area, guys. Oh. It's like a march. Guys, we'll always be able to find our way home. We just gotta go north. Look for a cave. me. I'm raiding your cave. It's my cave now. Come here. Settle down. Dad, you gotta get on my face or take your room. Alright. This is it, guys. I saw some iron back there. This cave is insane. I'm still going. Alright. So, how much is mine iron now? And that's exactly what I did. I mined, and then I mined some more. Seconds turned into minutes. Days. I didn't even know how long I was down there. I ate when I got hungry, and I continued to mine until... Bro, get on the other side of it. Where did they come from? Where? Oh, I'm about to make y'all pay for that. Freaking scum, I'll take your rotten flesh in peace. Just standing around is giving me anxiety. And there's iron. Just here for the iron. Just here for the iron. That scared the freak out of me. What the freak is that? Oh! Wow! What's that? Huh? What the fuck is that? Man, this is Tommy. He has some different meat on it. Whoa! What's going on here? Oh my. Ah! Get that! They are fucking with me down here, and I'm not playing okay. Shout out hard stop. Is he holding a shovel? Oh, look how many zombies it is. Whoa, what's that? What's that? That's new. That is new. It's getting to the point where I'm starting to get uncomfortable with how much we have. I really want to go home. Is that cold? I think I need iron. Yes, sir. Yeah, there's some in there. There's some in there. Now, I pick that. We gotta get out of here. Iron pickaxe. Got it. Got gold, baby. Gold. Look at that. Look at all this fire. Now it's time to get out of the cave. So you guys told me 8 horses on the right, so I know the right way out of here. I remember when I didn't fall down. That was like one of the first things that happened. We are finally! Where's the sun? The sun is setting. West. West is left. North is east. I got too much to lose right now. Too much. Oh, I'm home now. I am home. What y'all been doing over here? Look at all these eggs. Check it out. Y'all didn't move. Where are the babies at? Oh, I can't even pick none of this up. Alright, hold up. Hey! What you doing out of there? Alright. My iron. Give me my iron, you know what? Oh. Rick. I'm Rick. But y'all already told me. Gold armor. It's like not all of that. We got 82 iron.
Oh my god.
Dang it. So before we deal with that, because we about to make whatever the freak we want. I'm about to get all of this meat. I'm gonna feed all my cows. I'm gonna freaking double their numbers. Come here, cows. Come here. Get up. Make more. Make me more.
To catch up on growth, simply try Pediasure, nutrition for growth and immune support. Pediasure.
I don't know why y'all heard around me. Feed the little baby. Whatever the freak you want. We got 82 iron. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what to make. One thing we're about to do is upgrade all of our equipment. I don't want none of this stone crap anymore. Just because I can. Just because I can. Where do I take that? About 3 buckets. I want some milk for y'all. It's time to start putting out, dang it. The amount of progress right now is exponential. I can make it cake. Woo! I made a cake. I don't know what that's good for, but we made it. Guys, I've been playing Minecraft for like 2.5 hours, maybe 3. The last thing that I want to do is I want to find a village. So I'm gonna need some food. So which one of y'all? Which one of y'all gonna be the sacrifice? You got a lot of chickens. the songs every freaking half an hour. I don't know if y'all know. There's a village. Hey! Depot! Hey! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's a village! Look at this house! Oh my gosh, I want to slow. I want to talk to these people first though. Dude, I should just build my house here. Next to civilization with these nice houses. They're moving on my house. Hey! Whose house is it? Hey man! I don't mean to just bust in the house like this. Where's my manners? Hey! Yeah. Oh, y'all got like a trader? I just realized. A kid! Who the freak is that? Dad? Are you the village guardian? Gosh, is that racist? Oh my goodness. Look. Easy. Armors. No, I got armor. What you sell? Rock for emeralds? Whoa. I ate so. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble. We are about to see it. I am so sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. We're about to see it. When the village become hostile, they know. See that? I feel bad. Oh no. We're thieves. Thieves. We're thieves. Are you mad? Are you mad? Yeah, you want to. Yeah. So I built some. Did I build like some rapport with him? Look at that little level up right there. I gotta take all of this. I'm sorry. I'm taking all of that. It sounds like it's a. All these enemies. It must be a cave right under here. So I'm about to. What if I just unleash? Guys, I don't want to alarm you, but what y'all about to do? Oh, the kid's running. The kids is running. Help! Villagers! Where's the village chief? There is zombies in your village right now. Does anybody care about this? Oh my gosh, I feel bad. Hey, Nate! Ring the bell! Ring the bell! Oh my... None of y'all are fighters? Oh my gosh, it's more than nighttime. Yo, let me come in your house. Let me come in your house. I need a house with a bed. Y'all all running! Yo, you sleep in that bed. Hey, oh! Yup, it's my house. I'm just playing. It's time to save this village. Let's go. Let's go. I'm the hero y'all never knew y'all needed. Yeah, I might be the one who set the zombies free in the first place. But I'm a hero, and I need to be rewarded. Uh-oh. Do they not like me anymore?
Guess my name is Curry Kimchi.
You win. Perfect.
Hey, Crab! Minecraft!
I see you there looking at me, so you say it with me.
Minecraft!
Grab your pickaxe, or whatever you may need.
Cause it's time. We back, boys.
I'm back.
We back. I'm in my peaceful zone. Yes, Minecraft. Talk to me. It's been so long, baby. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Yes. The music, baby. The music. Something's going on, and welcome back to Minecraft. Guys, look at your boy. We still looking clean with it, and I don't mean to alarm you, but your boy made some improvements. We'll get to that in a minute. I know you're excited. Minecraft is back. I am as well. I got one announcement. Up, down, the merch. Today is the last day to get it. Go on the store, toykitchen.com, not T-Chip, not Motif, not Amazon. I think today is the very last day to get your merch if you haven't gotten it already. Go cop if you can. If you can't, don't worry about it. I'm sure more in the future. But this up, down right here, it's never coming back. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. So I don't remember what the frick I was doing, but I made this tower so we can always find the house. Oh, they playing Sweden? Oh my gosh, it is a real Minecraft moment. Guys, welcome to the new house. Listen, hey, baby, Minecraft is back. Look at my phone. It is beautiful. Here are my cows. Hear the sheep. Hear them weep. Onto the chickens. Here they cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Moving on to the pigs right now. Oinky, oinky. Got a random horse. Close that gate, but no saddle. No saddle. I haven't played Minecraft in 2 months. 2 months. But we're back, baby. We are back. Like a heart attack. 400K likes. 4 parsecs. As you wish. I know some of y'all like to sing it. Some of y'all like shut up and play the game. What the freak? I'm not gonna be able to play until the music goes off. Look at the tower. So much power. Very much power. What's that smell? I need a shower. Guys, it's been 2 months since I played Minecraft. I had one big problem as I was progressing through the first 4 parts of the series, and that was that my house was garbaggio. It was too small. I couldn't get anything done in there. Off camera, I did this, and then I was gonna make a big reveal, like, guys, check out my house. But then I didn't play Minecraft for 2 months. So now I'm barely remembering like what I was doing, but that was the justification. That being said, we last left off, we found this village. I unleashed zombies on everybody, and nobody liked me anymore. So then they kind of kicked me out of their village. I came back home, and that's when I started building this. And so my goal of today, find diamond. For that, I got some comments that have been sitting on my phone for 2 months. Let me go up to my next floor. These loud animals. See, y'all like this? I don't know what I'm doing right up here, but I got a glass floor. That freaking Okay, so we got Nene here. Diamond ore only appears between layers 1 through 16, but it's most abundant on layer 12. Check what layer you're on, look at the Y value on your map, press F3. Okay, F3. Oh my god! Guys, where the freak am I supposed to be looking? Oh, okay, right there. So, layer 12. Oh my gosh. Rich gaming gear, diamond ore requires an iron pickaxe. I think those are the only 2 tips that are prevalent. Leave me tips in the comments so that I can get better. We're gonna have to stock up on food, torches, wood. It's gonna be a long journey. Give me these potatoes. No, I don't want potatoes. Give me chicken. Give me another sword. We got plenty of torches. I don't want any torch problems when we get out there. Oh yeah, I also want to load up on milk just in case we get poisoned. And we're gonna need water buckets to jump down those crevices or whatever. What are those things? I think we're ready. I think we are ready to proceed. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm kind of scared. Oh man. Okay. Matter of fact, why are we leaving at nighttime? Let me go ahead, take my butt to bed real quick. We're gonna try this cave first. And I do recall being in this cave, but is this where those poison spiders were at and I got killed in that one episode? This is. I'm not scared anymore. I'm a little scared. Like I said, something about this being a spawner. Can I break spider webs? Oh!
Summer.
Who is this man?
One of history's greatest heroes returns. By sea,
What's that? She looks like snakes.
by air,
What are you doing here?
and by land.
Turn left! Can you listen to me? No,
I ain't no change here.
Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Rated PG-13.
Being a spawner, can I break spider webs? Oh! That's it! That's it! No! Alright, I'm good. Look at my health. Coming back. Wait, drink. Don't eat the dirt. There we go, baby. We nothing like the way that we used to be. Oh, you can destroy the web. Bro, what the freak is this? Bro, look, the spider's about to come out. Not today. Garbage. Look at all that lava. Another spawner. It's a creeper. Oh my. Oh! Well, I did watch some YouTube videos. You make like a little water, like, I don't even understand it. Basically, you take a bucket of water, and you pour it, right? Just pour it. You just pour it. No, why did it pour from there? Oh, I got it. Okay, so let's pour it from here. Yeah. So you pour the water, right? And somehow, this just stays pouring out of here. And then we can travel down. Hold on. Whoa! Oh! Hold on. Get your head out of there. You're drowned. Bro, quick torches. Alright. Oh my gosh. It's dark. It's dark and I'm scared. Alright. Torch. Oh. That's crazy, bro. I traded emeralds for these things. Give me this. What is this? What the freak is that? Oh, music coming on, baby. Go ahead, turn me up, Minecraft. Turn me up. Turn it off. What is this? Oh, there's nothing over there. I'm finding a bunch of those red ones. I'm not finding like any diamonds. How far does this go, bro? Alright, crouch. Boy, if I didn't learn that crouch trick right now, I'll be real nervous about doing something like this. This shows y'all that I've progressed. Episode 1, Corey? You think you would try something like this? Heck no. Oh! Is that it? Dude, that was so simple. Hold on. Hold on. We just got here, bro. That's gotta be it. Huh? Make sure this junk don't fall in the lava. Torches up. Iron pickaxe. Make sure it doesn't break. Let's go! Diamond. And it only took me till episode 5. I gotta be the fastest diamond getter on YouTube. Only 2 pieces? Bro, I'm not leaving unless we have like a good amount. Look at all this iron too. Bro, we here for diamonds today. That iron stuff can wait. Even the freaking critters and the zombies are scared of this. Notice we're not hearing any of them bats or spiders, or we're not hearing any of that anymore. They know better. What happens if you put dirt down here? Alright, I do want the red stuff because for some reason I can never find that stuff anywhere else. So give me some of that. Give me this. All of this is exotic. Come up then. I ain't scared. Whoa! What the frick was that? Besides compasses, I don't know what this stuff is for. Somebody's over here laughing. More diamond! More diamond, I see it! Buddy, is that 3 pieces? I'm a little nervous about this. I'm a little nervous. Wait, diamond! Guys, this is going more smooth than I could have ever hoped. Come on, spider! Oh, what the freak are you doing here? Nope, can't. I won't. Not today, buddy. Hey now. Hey! You're coming out of the woodwork! Oh! Ow. Get your freak back, buddy. Yeah. Go. Showtime. Come on. Got my shield? Ah! Ah! Block. Kills on this. Stand up. Just turn around. Look at your aim. Gosh. Walk out on yourself, animal. Oh no. Put the shield up. Alright, there we go. Move. Oh my gosh. Eat. Right. Look out! He ran! Get a lava! Animal! See, that's a shield trick. I think y'all taught me that in episode 3. Creepers, you can put your shield up and it will block. We had to use that quick thinking right there. On part 3, Corey wouldn't have known what to do right there. So this is level 12.
The crime genre has never been hotter. Thousands of crime freaks just like me all over one room. Serial killer who went time. A serial killer has fallen. Killers, we own this story. This guy's just out there. Wouldn't you?
What do you know about the West Side River?
We're in the big leagues now. Are you in danger? Oh God.
Beginner's luck, guys. Beginner's luck. And I'm here to catch it. Oh, wow. Okay. That is hazardous material. Put that away. It is very tedious, I'm not gonna lie, because you never know. The diamond could be right behind any of these. It could be just right behind there. So you Everybody's fine. Everybody's alive and everybody's fine. Look how they just be sneaking! The thing that I love about this game is no matter how far lost you get in the game, all we gotta do is go straight up and we'll eventually break ground. Hey! Alright guys, found some more gold. Yeah, baby, we thrive. Hey, 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 yeah, baby, we thrive. Yeah, baby, we thrive. Guys, I think I've been down here for about an hour. I will never forget this game. Let us assume. Yes. Oh my gosh, that's so freaking good. We did it! Ah! Ah! Hello! Hello! And the music got on. I dedicate this to the samurai. 13 diamonds in the pocket. Thank you for your tips.
Thank you.
Thank you. Arigatou gozaimashita. Hey, get the diamonds in the pocket. Hey, diamonds in the pocket. Diamonds in the pocket. Gonna do it. The diamonds in here. Go ahead, smelt that gold up real quick. We even brought lava back just because we can. Guys, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what the freak to do right now. We can make diamond. It's freaking lit. Bro, we still got 10 pieces? Bro, alright, diamond pickaxe. Diamond sword? What else, guys? We can make pants. To be honest with you, I want that chest plate. Give me that chest plate. Oh, cover me with diamonds. Put it on. That's only one piece. Oh my goodness, the progress is astounding. I am formidable! I don't even know what to do. I guess we could look for some more diamonds. To be 100%, I would call it an episode. But I want some more diamonds. I'm like a diamond junkie. I need more. I'm a fiend. Y'all got some diamonds out here. I got some cheeseburgers. I need some. Y'all told me too. Now that we got a diamond pickaxe, why was I about to say rune pickaxe? That was the rune shape coming out of me. That's that 06. Y'all wasn't even born yet. Now that we got that, can't we mine? This is obsidian, right? Is it mining? Oh, it is. How fast is it to mine other stuff? Dang! That was fast. That's a nice load right there. Thank you, thank you. Where's my diamond at? Yup. Oh, babe. I'm telling y'all, I found a hack, man. Just look by the lava. Enchanting table. Oh, snap. Alright, let's make an enchanting table. To do that, though, to make an enchanting table, we're gonna have to get some more obsidian, right? I'll see y'all in like 30 minutes. I could go home, but all this diamond armor, I just feel like Who's actually a threat out here? They better be scared of me. Ain't that right? Let me ride you real quick. Hey, let me get on you. What the? Oh my gosh. Oh. Whoa! Oh my God! Alright guys, I got 28 obsidian. That was like 30 minutes. Baby, it's a small world. That's what it's for. Oh, we can make new one? We can do it, guys. Enchanting table. Woo! There we go. Finally. Okay. Enchanting table. What the freak? Enchant my sword. Lapis. Oh, that's the blue stuff. We got that. Put the sword. Put this here. Oh! Vein of arthropods. Just made it super sharp. Oh! Look at the sword! I don't understand this. Why is this protection 1 and then projectile? I just do it a level 3 thing. Like, is that not the best one to do? Protection 1. I don't know what enchantments I just put on my stuff, but we're gonna end this episode here. Look at your boy. Oh my! Put a 40. Y'all ready for the next 400K likes? I don't even know what we do. Go look for some more diamond. We can get the whole diamond bit. Actually, I might start the next episode with that. But then what? Let me know down in the comments. Give me the tips. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed it. If you're Samurai, slice that like button. Subscribe to the Enjoy the Samurai. Until next time. Diamond!
Guess my name is Curry Kimchi.
You win. Perfect. Summer.
Oh.
Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Rated PG. It's on sale now.
Guess less and sell more with the #1 email marketing and automation platform, Intuit MailChimp.
Herobrine. Minecraft's Bigfoot. Herobrine is widely looked at as being a myth, but just like Bigfoot, there are tens of thousands of people that have claimed to have seen him. There are people that go out and try and find him, and there are many people that claim to have been haunted by him, or that have just claimed in general that he's real. So why is that? This video is going to look into the unsolved mystery of Herobrine. Who is he? Does he exist? Where did he come from? And everything else involving Herobrine. Also, only a small percentage of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed, so if you end up liking this video, consider subscribing. It's free, you can always unsubscribe. Herobrine is a rumored hostile creature or player in Minecraft that does a lot of creepy things to your world. Or to you. The backstory to Herobrine has a lot of differing opinions, but it's commonly thought to be Notch, the creator of Minecraft's dead brother, or some sort of ghost. The original reports of Herobrine were players reporting that there were random 2x2 tunnels in their world, pyramids in the middle of oceans, and trees with no leaves. And the earliest known mention of Herobrine is a post on August 30th, 2010, almost 10 years ago. They mentioned that Herobrine had appeared in their single-player game, littering the map with various pyramids and tunnels, and just things that they didn't do. And there was also an image on the post where you could barely see something that looked like a player in the bottom left, but it wasn't a player. It was a single-player world, and the creature had white, empty eyes. And this post is where the rumor of Herobrine started. The post was meant to be more of a joke, a creepy horror story. It was as simple as that. But many people seem to have experienced some of the stuff that was mentioned in the post, even though they had never seen Herobrine. This post wasn't that popular, and nobody was really talking about it after a short period of time. But then, a Minecraft streamer named Copeland brought Herobrine to an entirely new level. During a normal Minecraft livestream, playing in his survival world, randomly, after having been playing the game for a long time, Copeland stumbled into a house where he saw Herobrine standing inside. This was live on stream. This was the first live encounter of Herobrine, and this got a lot of attention. There were hundreds of posts about it on the Minecraft forums, and everyone wanted to know what it was. At the time, no one knew. Now, almost all Minecraft experts who have watched the video agree that the Herobrine that was in the live stream was fake. Most people think that the streamer retextured a painting to look like Herobrine and then faked his reaction of freaking out and yelling when he saw Herobrine. However, the streamer never admitted this. Even years after the event, he still claims that it was real and that he didn't set it up. There was a lot of posts calling Herobrine him and saying that you're not supposed to say his name, just like Voldemort, or you should not be named it. And there was so many different stories being spread about the origin of Herobrine. With that, there was a lot of fake information being spread as well. And a lot of big YouTubers made clickbait videos claiming that they saw him while showing fake footage using a mod or a texture pack. Other people made up stories about how to summon Herobrine using gold or mossy cobblestone or a mixture. But most of that stuff was just completely made up. But there were certain YouTubers and players that claimed that Herobrine was real, and that they had experienced the things that people had said Herobrine does. And there's one thing that seemed consistent throughout everybody's stories. That one thing was that Herobrine made weird things happen to their world, like holes, things missing, weird structures, tunnels, things that just don't happen in a Minecraft world. There were even some confirmed worlds that had huge holes or tunnels that weren't put there by a player. So where did they come from? The players that had stuff like this happen in their world were saying that it was Herobrine. Even if they didn't see Herobrine, they would see the fact that their world had changed and that they didn't do it. A single player world where only they should be able to do things. They would see that there was missing items, missing chunks, new biomes, random structures in wrong places, and sometimes these worlds would even be downloadable and verified as untouched by an actual player. And that is why the story of Herobrine was able to spread so easily. At the time, it was incredibly interesting. How did these things happen? And for a game where mostly kids play, nobody really knew. So I decided to get 3 Minecraft veterans who have played Minecraft for a very long time and interview them and ask them what they remember about Herobrine, just to see what the different answers would be. And here's those interviews. Alright, Bad Boy Halo, when did you join Minecraft?
I don't know, 2010, 2011.
Do you remember Herobrine?
Herobrine, yeah. Like he's like this ghoul that comes and messes with your builds. Like he'll come and like have stuff taken from your chest, or like stuff is missing, and Herobrine will get, oh, your house moved, or like a random cave or something just appears nearby. Like it's him. And like you'll never see him straight on. You'll just see him like something in the corner of your eye, and you turn and you're like, what? And you're like, what was that? And it's like, oh, that's Herobrine.
So is Herobrine real or fake?
I know he's not real, but he's like a legend. He's a Minecraft.
So it's like the Loch Ness monster, or like Bigfoot,
Yeah.
or like
Bigfoot.
Minecraft.
Perfect analogy. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, why do you think someone?
That helps you turn curiosity into customers who are interested in what your business has to offer. Now you can reach people based on what they're curious about. Google Ads. Turn curiosity into customers. Visit ads.google.com to learn more.
Whoa.
But why do you think so many people actually think that he's real, or used to think that he's real?
I don't know. I think it's one of those things where it's kind of fun, you know? It's like, it's fun because, like, to think that there's some, like, sneaky being, like, interfering with the game, like, it's kind of cool.
Well, what about people who actually will say, like, that 100% Herobrine is real? Like, they haven't logged into their world in months. They log in and then their house is moved, or there's a hole. Like, it's confirmed. They've confirmed that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure people have had stuff happen, and you know, maybe, I mean, it's a possibility. Nobody's seen, you know, Minecraft codes. I guess people might think that, oh, I come on and something happened, and maybe it is some, you know, thing in the game. It's fun, and I think it's, you know, the unexplainable. There are things that happen in Minecraft you can't explain.
If you logged in and you just saw this tree like this.
This would be, honestly, so bizarre. I would, like, this.
Imagine a whole forest. You just have a
whole forest like that. That's definitely Herobrine. That's definitely that's the exact unexplained phenomenon. If I saw that, I'd be a believer. I'd be like, all right, something's going on. You know what? I'll tell you. The one thing that like happened to me that really freaked me out was, so like I didn't play a lot of survival, right? But I remember started a survival world, built like a little house in the middle of a forest. Nothing was there. I stopped playing for like a year. Came back after like a fresh update. Wanted to see. I'm like, oh, I'll open up my old survival world, and there was a village just around it that I don't remember being there. Like my house was nestled in the middle of it. I'm like, wait a minute. It was so weird. It was very weird.
Do you remember anything about Herobrine? What do you know about Herobrine?
Herobrine's like a mythical Minecraft ghost thing person that goes around like haunting, you know, people's worlds and stuff. He's most known for like being like scary, like messing with people's worlds, like leaving things, taking stuff that shouldn't be there, like leaving like little hints and stuff, and just being like spooky and stuff.
What do you mean by like hints?
He'll like take something, or you know, he'll leave like a door that like a player knows was closed, and there's like no way that any mob could have opened it, and like it'd be open, or he might like take something from the chest and stuff like that.
Why do you think Herobrine became such a big thing?
Because like I think it's like a combination of like, you know, Minecraft's not like a scary game, and then like it's like this spooky thing is in there, and constantly in like the patch updates you'd always see Herobrine removed, Herobrine removed, Herobrine removed. So I guess like for a lot of kids that was something that like really fascinated them. It was really like kind of spooky. I thought Herobrine was real because of my friends. My friends were like, dude, he's for real. He's real. And I'd be like, I don't know. So like, my friends told me he's real. He was real. I remember I would set up like Herobrine shrines in my world. Like I wanted to see. I would Herobrine hunt. And I think there's a lot of like YouTube videos that
you would compare it to like Bigfoot.
Yeah, like literally just like Bigfoot. And, you know, you see like YouTube videos like Herobrine sightings and all that stuff, and it really like it was like a really big thing in the Minecraft.
What did they tell you?
Yeah. My friends would tell like these crazy stories, like how like they'd be in their house and all of a sudden they'd be like in a different biome, or chunks around their house would be missing, like tons of like crazy stuff that couldn't be explained, I guess, that like led them to believe it, and then I guess made me believe it as well.
I want to ask you about Herobrine. What do you know about Herobrine? What do you think about Herobrine? I guess when you think of Herobrine, what do you think of?
Herobrine is that mob that was always removed every update. So I remember.
Do you remember?
Every update notice was like, remove Herobrine. He's just like I don't know. I always thought he was like a ghost type character thing. You know, he's like around the world and he's like doing weird stuff to the place and causing shenanigans.
Causing shenanigans. What type of shenanigans?
I don't know. Like you steal stuff. You know, stuff will be missing. You look around and then Herobrine has yoinked your stuff.
And do you remember ever thinking Herobrine was real or no?
I don't think I ever thought Herobrine was real, to be honest. I think maybe he was really known because, I mean, as in every update notes had removed Herobrine, so everyone that read the update notes saw that, and then stuff online, everyone would be talking about him. Stuff about Herobrine that would just keep pushing Herobrine, even though maybe Herobrine never even existed.
So you would say Herobrine doesn't exist, right? Or never has, or anything like that?
I mean, he could have existed at one point. I don't know.
You think maybe Mojang pulled a prank or something, or would have, like, you know, they've done like the April Fool's updates and stuff, so maybe they would have done something like that with Herobrine at some point.
I mean, they could. I don't remember if that actually happened, but they totally could have done. Didn't they do something? Yeah, like they did like an April Fool's thing where there was like a chest or something. They did this thing. It was like a chest that randomly spawned in the world that you could buy stuff from. It was like microtransactions or something.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that thing?
Yeah. So maybe you think they could have done something like that with Herobrine. I guess they could.
Possibly. I don't know.
So I guess
did they?
I don't know. That's kind of the question. Now, Notch, the creator of Minecraft, has come out multiple times and said that Herobrine wasn't a thing, but there's one thing that he also said that is pretty interesting. In one tweet, he said that Herobrine might be a thing in the future. It was a long time ago, and now he doesn't work on Minecraft anymore, but he did say it. So, how was Herobrine able to fool so many people if Herobrine wasn't ever a thing? As you heard, even Sapnap, a long-time player, and he's not an idiot, thought that Herobrine existed at one point when he was a kid. And it wasn't just because of clickbait YouTube videos. It was because of friends that had...
This was it? We shouldn't have ignored that musty smell and been breathing this for so long.
I understand. Lots of people don't realize that mold feeds off moisture in their crawl space.
Moisture did all this. Well, let's cut off the cause of this mold.
The effects of water can be surprising, but at Baker's Waterproofing, we'll do a complete home inspection for free, so you can put water back in its place. Schedule a free home inspection today.
If Herobrine actually never existed, why did so many people think that he did? And that is where my theory comes in. My theory is that Herobrine is just Minecraft glitches. Because glitches in worlds do happen, especially after updates. And back in 2013, when Minecraft was first becoming popular, most people didn't have much knowledge on Minecraft glitches and bugs. Herobrine took off in popularity in 2013, reaching his peak in Google searches. And that was right around when Minecraft started pushing updates that had major changes to world generation. Updates can have different ways to generate worlds, and if you try and play an old world on a new update, you might see some really weird things, even if you have not touched your world in a very long time. You might see chunks missing. You might even see broken or misplaced structures. You might see biomes mixing together. You might even see tunnels, random holes, or other things that can be attributed to world corruption, like maybe missing items. Sounds familiar, right? That sounds like exactly what people described as Herobrine doing. And that would explain why some of these stories are completely true, even though Herobrine didn't exist. But does Herobrine exist now? And that is where it gets really, really interesting. But I'll get back to that. There are so many videos nowadays on crazy Minecraft glitches, and back in the day, players might have called these Herobrine. There are videos and pictures now about glitches from older versions of Minecraft from around the same time Herobrine was popular, and a lot of them match the stories that Herobrine comes with. Tunnels randomly, pyramids in the middle of the ocean, missing chunks, weird fog, loading issues, and just much more. But Mojang did go along with it. They created pictures with Herobrine in it, they removed Herobrine from the updates, they tweeted jokes about Herobrine, and much more. And obviously it's a fun thing to talk about. Like I said, it's like Bigfoot. But that gets us to the interesting part of the video. Whenever Minecraft is updated, there's something called the changelog, where you can see a list of all the changes that were made in the Minecraft update. And every single update since 2012, which is 8 years ago, has included a small line of text at the bottom that says, "Remove Herobrine." Except the last Minecraft update, Minecraft 1.16, the Nether update. The first update since Minecraft 1.3 to not say that they removed Herobrine. A month from now will be Herobrine's 10-year anniversary. Minecraft broke a huge streak, by not including removed Herobrine in the changelog. Why did they do that? Why did they break this huge streak on the 10-year anniversary of Herobrine? Every single update since 2012. 2012, Minecraft 1.3, they didn't include removed Herobrine in this update. Every update, how they've added the little removed Herobrine thing, well, they didn't do that for the most recent update. And that's the only one they haven't done it for in the last 8 years.
Which update?
1.16.
Seriously?
Yeah, they didn't add that, but they've done it every update since 2012.
What?
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? And the kind of cooler thing is that Herobrine's 10-year anniversary is in a month.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh my gosh. That makes me think that, like, they purposely added it. And so they couldn't say remove him. That is so weird. Why did they do that? They have to have a reason for it. Like, that's got me thinking now. It makes me wonder if they actually added, like, Herobrine to the game.
You mentioned how they add removed Herobrine to every changelog, right?
Yeah.
They've been doing that since 2012, so that's 8 years. What if I told you that for the first time in 8 years, they didn't put removed Herobrine on the 1.16 changelog on that update?
Why?
Exactly. I don't know why. Nobody. They didn't say anything about it. They didn't say why.
That's really interesting.
What do you think about that? Do you have any theories or any thoughts?
It makes you think, like, what if they, like, actually, like, they add Herobrine?
right on his 10-year anniversary. Adventure thing, isn't it? I would love that, Herobrine. That'd be really cool.
Every single update since 2012, since 1.3, they have added in the changelog removed Herobrine. Except 1.16. 1.16 is the first update since 2012 to not have removed Herobrine in the changelog.
Wait a second. Where is he?
Where is he? Go be running somewhere.
Interesting. He could be right around the corner somewhere.
Good.
Wait, why is there so much sand over there, Drew?
Well, we placed this.
What if Herobrine got too powerful and they couldn't remove him? And he's just lost in the nether somewhere.
It's in
So
the
we have to
nether.
go find him.
Exactly. It's in the nether for people to find.
Yeah,
It's just interesting, I guess.
he'd be wandering the wastelands of the nether, waiting for someone to find him.
So that is the real question. Why did Minecraft decide not to say that they removed Herobrine? On Herobrine's 10-year anniversary, why wasn't he removed? Was Herobrine added to Minecraft now? And that is the unsolved mystery of Herobrine.
Throughout the 13 years Minecraft has been around, there have been a variety of mysteries, myths, and straight-up legends. Paranormal beings of which millions around the world swear by seeing, with certain extraordinary videos racking up tens of millions of views. It's no surprise that Minecraft has a long history of mysteries, yet most of the world only knows of one, Herobrine. But even before Herobrine came to be, in the game's earliest days, there were a variety of equally as known mysteries and myths that scared and captivated the game's early community, of which have all been forgotten, lost to time. Today, we uncover Minecraft's oldest mysteries, the forgotten stories and myths, in this Halloween special video. So, let's begin. In the early days of Minecraft, when the grass was a bright neon green and the game's eerie lack of smooth lighting made the beautiful alpha landscape straight out of a horror game at night, a player by the name of SS Lithuania would upload a video. The video, now with over 750,000 views, simply titled Minecraft Spotted UFO, showcased SS Lithuania casually breaking some dirt blocks on a small cliff at night when suddenly out of nowhere, just within his field of view, what looked like an unidentified flying object quickly passes by. SS Lithuania replays the video, helping us see the abnormality, even zooming in on the rather convincing flying object. Now, going through the comments, you can see that there are many players from 10 plus years ago who were actually discussing the occurrence as if it had the potential to be true. Even those who had come back on nostalgia trips to view the video once more mentioned believing that a UFO was actually present all those years ago. I'm going to show you another 2 instances of UFO sightings. This one is from early 2013 with only 14,000 views. The uploader claimed to have found this video in their old video files and was unable to follow the UFO as it supposedly sped away. Here's another from early 2015 with 36,000 views. The uploader even goes as far as to show their mods proving the sighting's legitimacy, although this one is clearly just an end crystal. Now, sorry to break the illusion here if any of you seriously believe any of these sightings were real, but they can all be easily explained. The first sighting by SS Lithuania, also the most convincing, is quickly dispelled by the fact that he is an animator or has experience animating, as you can see from his channel. The second sighting utilized a mod known as Black Magic Zeppelin mod, which he unfortunately gives away right here at the beginning of the video. And the third sighting is just some crystal texture above a bat. But here's what's interesting. As the game gets more and more modern, the sightings get less and less realistic. And that's the thing. Back in Minecraft Alpha especially, the game was unknown. It wasn't as popular, players weren't as experienced, and it felt really vast and mysterious. Coupled with the fact that around the time of the first sighting, Notch had regularly done a series of secret Friday updates whereby he would add new features to the game without telling players exactly what was added, these UFO sightings were all the more believable. Minecraft Alpha is renowned for its lack of smooth lighting and brightness slider, making it perfect for dark, low-quality UFO sightings at night. Players genuinely couldn't tell if this sighting was faked, and as such, UFO sightings and rumors were common around the time. Once the game gained more popularity and the secret updates ended, the mystique of such UFO sightings was all but lost. Just like in the real world today, where UFO sightings and culture are not nearly as popular as they once were, the mystery of UFO sightings are ultimately gone from Minecraft today. SS Lithuania's UFO sighting wasn't the only video he would contribute to Minecraft's historical mythology. On September the 24th, 2010, he would upload a video called Minecraft New Monster. The video, currently with almost 5 million views, would become famous to players at the time. As stated in the video's description, yesterday I was playing the new Minecraft version, and suddenly I came across a strange robot-type creature. We call it Minebot. Scroll down far enough in the comments and you can see that some people weren't sure as to whether this was some unique mod or actually in the game. As mentioned prior, SS Lithuania was a skilled animator, and taking advantage of the mystique surrounding the game at the time, was able to fool a lot of earlier players into believing this monster was real. And to be fair, considering that some early 2009 Minecraft versions had mobs and textures in the game, which also looked just as out of place as Minebot, it didn't seem too far from believable. These days, Minebot and many of SS Lithuania's high-quality animations are simply relics of the past. Never again will such animations and features be believable. On October the 31st, 2010, a user by the name of Dead Skin Mask would upload their paranormal Minecraft experience. Very strange house in Minecraft that I did not build was the video's title, now sitting at 6.7 million views.
I have a little bit of a weird video here right now. Quick story while the sun's coming up. I made a portal into hell. I don't know where I am. But the first thing I noticed when I popped out was this cliff over here between the trees.
The video begins with Dead Skin Mask exiting another portal, mentioning how they came out at an unknown location. He walks around finding a subscribe button, saying you should subscribe to the Mr. Epic. He's almost at 450k subs and wants to hit 500k by the end of the year. No pressure. Anyways, as he was exploring the odd terrain, he noticed something unusual in the distance.
Once I got over here, I saw in the distance, right where my cursor is, like a little walkway made out of dirt.
A little walkway, as he described it, made of dirt with torches on it. This is strange because he had never been to this part of the world before. He explores closer, finding a cave partially lit by torches, which he did not place, noticing the unusual water as well. As he continued to scale the mountain, getting closer to the anomaly, he finds a set of stairs leading to a small base, mentioning how far it is from the spawn point. Inside
cook fries. They cook it half the time.
into a small base, mentioning how far it is from the spawn point. Inside the base are a bunch of items and a very deep mine. Further in the base is a fenced-off mountainside and an old cobblestone structure. Dead Skin Mask continues to navigate the strange house, trying to discover what's happened, asking his audience if he should take over it as his own, loot the chest and run, or if they had experienced this unique phenomena themselves, before concluding the video.
I guess I'm just gonna leave it at that. Frankly, I don't really have anything else to say about this, so... thanks for watching, and have a nice day.
So, what exactly is going on here? Well, Dead Skin Mask posted the Minecraft forums seeking the answer to that very question, to which he was met with, well, mostly laughter. But amongst all the skeptics, there were a handful of users who were talking about chunk errors or bugs. You see, this video was uploaded on the 31st of October 2010, Halloween to be precise, and the exact same day that Minecraft Alpha 1.2.0 released the Halloween update, adding the Nether to the game for the very first time. Now let me show you something interesting. If I create a new Minecraft world in Alpha 1.1.2, the version before Alpha 1.2.0, then switch to Alpha 1.2.0 version 2, the very same version used in this video, well hey, what do you know? There are a bunch of chunk borders and errors present exactly like the ones in the video. When Minecraft updated to Alpha 1.2.0, something to do with terrain generation must have changed, leading to chunk borders where new chunks met older chunks. There even seems to be instances of naturally generated dirt bridges that almost look identical to the one in the video. So was the video faked, or was it some obscure bug? Well, smaller YouTuber EnderBoss25 got in contact with Dead Skin Mask 2 years ago now, managing to get the original world save, as well as asking him some questions on Discord. Dead Skin Mask did not say it was faked, rather mentioning that he thought it may be some weird bug where chunks from a multiplayer server overwrote his single-player world. Many comments on the original video also allude to this, with many players stating they experienced the exact same thing in their worlds themselves. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's simply not possible. It's just not how Minecraft works. The other theory is that because world saves could not be renamed at the time, and you only had 5 world saves total, if you downloaded somebody else's world save, then maybe he cancelled it or somehow bugged it when copying it into Minecraft. For some reason, potentially, some of the original world saves region files could have been overwritten with the different world saves files, but even then, that's highly unlikely. So, was it faked, or some obscure old glitch? Well, I guess we won't ever entirely know the truth unless Deadskin Mask admits if it's fake or not. I personally think he updated his world, saw the odd chunk borders and weird structures like I did, and decided to make a spooky Halloween video about it. Regardless, the video became legendary in the early Minecraft community, with many users commenting how they believed it to be true when younger, and even many of the newer commenters still adamant that it was some obscure world merging bug to this very day. If there's one Minecraft myth which has but a slither of the fame Herobrine does, it's Entity 303. The myth began in December of 2013 when a YouTuber by the name of TheSpeed179 would upload a video titled The New Herobrine, where he proclaimed to have found a new ghost-like entity in Minecraft, Entity 303. According to TheSpeed179, Entity 303 can only appear in creative mode and had only ever been experienced on Xbox 360 Minecraft at the time. The PowerPoint presentation he gave us documents a few images, and this skin specifically. So how did Entity 303 come to be? Well, prior to encountering him, Speed claimed to have received an email from an anonymous user by the name of Frankie, which detailed the very first time Entity 303 was seen. Hi Speed, my name is Frankie. I'm a huge fan of Minecraft and I've been playing for about 2 years now. The email goes on to mention how Frankie and his friend John were playing a private server with a few other friends in a Skype chat, working on building a huge city together. Then suddenly out of nowhere, John noticed something strange in the chat. Thanks to a plugin on their server called Social Spy, John was able to see that somebody named player.number303 used the command /stop. Supposedly John freaked out and thought it was a hacker, with Frankie trying to reassure him it was just a bug, and that nobody else could be on the server as it was whitelisted. The group seemed to forget about the very strange incident, but 20 minutes later, while Frankie was walking with another friend, Vincent, collecting wood at a nearby forest, they suddenly saw a white figure in the distance with a ghostly skin and blood-red eyes. Frankie, in a panic, took a screenshot and ran, but Vincent for some reason stood still, no longer speaking in the Skype call, seemingly lagging. Vincent would then disconnect from the server and the Skype call, with Frankie unable to reach his phone. Suddenly, Frankie's screen starts glitching and the game became corrupted, with the chat spamming objects successfully summoned by player.number303. Somebody else had joined the Skype call as well with no username. John and Frankie's other friend Brady both leave the call, leaving Frankie alone with the anonymous user who tells him make a wish in a faint voice. The Minecraft chat then begins being spammed with text file overload as well as make a wish. Frankie can no longer move in game, close Minecraft or turn off his computer. The unknown white entity then runs up to Frankie and a message appears in the chat reading make a wish and say goodbye to your friends before Frankie's computer shut itself down. 3 hours later, Frankie goes to turn his computer on again, realizing almost everything has been deleted. He tries to call his friends to no avail. At school the next day, only Brady is present, with both John and Vincent missing. Frankie ditches school to go to John's house, only to find that he had committed suicide with a note containing the familiar Make-A-Wish written in the bottom corner. Frankie leaves to go to Vincent's house and finds that Make-A-Wish is written with a red marker all over the bathroom. Frankie concludes the email by warning Speed, mentioning if he ever encounters Entity 303 again, to close his game immediately and never open it again. The Speed179 went on to upload a variety of videos related to Entity 303, many accumulating hundreds of thousands of views. Other players would also post creepy videos about their own encounters with Entity 303, further publicizing the strange creature. Entity 303 would gain such a reputation that even Notch would be forced to tweet about it, bombarded by players asking him about the ethereal being. To this day, there are still a myriad of old forum posts, videos and screenshots discussing Entity 303 and players' many sightings. The story has become slightly muddled as different individuals have contributed, but overall Entity 303 is believed to be the multiplayer equivalent of Herobrine, supposedly being in conflict with him, hacking players' computers and more. Spin-off creepypastas of Entity 303, such as Entity Zero, have even been created, gaining decent popularity themselves. So is the legend of Entity 303 real then? Well, it's clearly not.
From garden-inspired scents to garden-inspired communities, we believe one garden can grow a lot. Introducing Lots of Compassion, our national initiative to turn vacant lots into gardens for community growth. Learn more about our first garden in Chicago and find out how you can help grow communities, people, and most importantly, kindness. Let's grow a more compassionate world. Visit mrsmyers.com.
On August the 15th, 2014, a YouTuber by the name of Josh would upload a video titled IamNull.api. The video sits at only 66,000 views currently, but documented an unusual encounter. The video begins with a thunderstorm, which Josh claims is the worst he has ever seen in Minecraft before.
This thunder is seriously, look, there we go, it's a little.
As Josh stumbles around the dark, his screen occasionally glitches and finds a sign, which bluntly reads, "Null is coming." The glitchiness continues as Josh explores more, finding many signs titled Null until a random, completely black entity spawns in front of him, and the video cuts. And thus, the first sight of Null came to its abrupt conclusion. So what is Null? Well, according to Along Came Josh, Null is the new Herobrine who corrupts and glitches your game by luring you close to the signs. Null makes no sound at all and is simply a black entity who watches you from afar. The original creepypasta goes like so. Josh reminisces on his early Minecraft alpha days, mentioning how a friend brought up Herobrine around the time. Josh never saw Herobrine though, but remembers once seeing someone who acted like him, but looked very different. Josh looked for this mysterious figure for quite some time, but it seemingly vanished, and an update later, never to be seen again. When the new Minecraft launcher was released, Josh could now go back to older versions of the game, launching that same version he once saw the unknown creature in. As Josh began playing, he mentioned seeing redstone torches around the world, but chalked it up to some prank Mojang was playing. That was until he saw a sign he didn't place on his house, reading just the word Null. That same night, as he went to sleep in the game, he heard some odd noises in the distance that suddenly became corrupted, turning into a muttering glitch noise before his game froze and crashed. Spooked by his experience, he returned to modded Minecraft, which at the time was 1.7.2. After building a house, he logged off for a few days, occupied with school, but upon returning a few days later, he logged in deep underground at bedrock level, not where he last logged off. Continuing down the random path he had logged in at, he began finding redstone torches again before reaching a dead end with a sign. He heard the glitchy noises once more before the audio cut out and the text on the sign randomly changed. He exited the game, taking a screenshot of the sign before he went. "Help! Null is here. Tell everyone about me," the sign said. The story continued to go on, and it was revealed that Herobrine was the one placing the signs and redstone torches around the world, and Josh met and talked with him, to which Herobrine warned him that Null was the real evil ghost-like creature of Minecraft, not him. Josh would make a few sites and videos. Eventually, other players would have their own encounters, many racking up hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube. Comments on the videos are from many players intrigued by this newer, evolved form of Herobrine, so to say, with a large portion believing of its existence. Null seemed to be the modern version of Herobrine, with dangerous powers that could crash your Minecraft and computer. The story of Null would change slightly over time, as many individuals shared their own encounters. Players would even roleplay their own fake sightings, just like the good old days of Herobrine videos. As for whether Null is truly real, well, I'll let Josh give you that conclusion himself. Null and Entity 303 are what I call Herobrine-like beings, clearly inspired by Herobrine, gaining lots of popularity during 2014 when Herobrine began to fall out of fashion. There are dozens of Herobrine-like beings with their own lesser-known stories as well. Uranid, or Binary Backwoods, is another with similar behavior to Null. Many players wanted to create their own myths and creepypastas, hoping their creation would go viral, and other players would join in, realizing the potential for YouTube views. Check out the Minecraft Creepypasta Wiki if you are curious as to more of the lesser-known Herobrine-like beings. The final Minecraft episodes date back as early as June the 30th, 2010. You see, on June the 30th, 2010, Minecraft's Secret Friday Update 7 released, containing the first ever music discs, Cat and Mystical Music Disc 13, and it had just been created as the longest running Minecraft mystery in existence. While Cat was a nice tune, Disc 13 on the other hand was off-putting, uneasy and scary. Later in Minecraft 1.0.0, another 9 music discs were added to the game, one of which being the famous counterpart of 13, Disc 11. Interestingly, in earlier versions of Minecraft, all of the music discs could be obtained in survival except for Disc 11, which also featured the only broken record texture. About a year later, Disc 11 would be made obtainable in survival, still strange it remains the only one not obtainable for quite some time. Disc 11, unlike all the other discs, even 13, 13 wasn't really a song, or a collection of sound effects containing somebody breathing and coughing or running through a cave. It eventually ends with this horrifying build-up. Disc 11 was immensely unnerving, even compared to Disc 13, and players theorized that there may be more meaning behind both discs. For years, players would try to find a hidden message in the discs, playing them backwards, together, speeding them up, and even trying to identify objects or people in their visual frequencies. Dozens of videos and even animations of the discs were created attempting to solve the mystery. Disc 13 in particular would also become the background soundtrack of many Herobrine sightings and creepy Minecraft videos, further exercising its haunted reputation. Why was there Disc 11 and 13 but no Disc 12, many players asked, some theorizing that they were both recounting the same unknown story. So what is the story behind Disc 11 and 13? Well, let's first take a look at the confirmed facts. Disc 13 is called 13 as 13 cave ambient sounds existed when the disc was first added to the game. This is also why the sound effects present when you play the disc are the old sound effects. Furthermore, C418 originally wanted Disc 13 to be found deep in an underground cave, only able to be played using some specific device. This is likely why it sounds so eerie and unnerving, because it was designed to represent the game's ambience. Specifically, cave ambience, which as we all know, is very eerie in itself, and it was also meant to be found deep underground in some secluded cave. Disc 11 is the only visibly damaged music disc, and when turned to a spectrogram, which is a visual representation of audio frequencies, it seems to display Steve's face and the numbers 12418. 12 being hexadecimal for C, combined with 418, read C418. Interestingly, on the official Minecraft wiki, all the discs had their audio shortened to 30 seconds due to an agreement with the composer, C418, but Disc 11 is seemingly exempt from this. There is also a Minecraft Volume Beta soundtrack, 11, which is a playtime of 1 minute and 11 seconds, and begins with a similar scratch sound that Disc 11 has. Disc 11 causes jukeboxes to output a redstone signal strength of 11, and prior to Minecraft 1.13, the data value of Disc 11 was 11. As for the so-called monster present towards the end of the disc, C418 has said that the monster chasing the person is himself, who records songs from strangers, then dies. And finally, the warden is supposedly based on the monster we hear at the end of Disc 11. Alright, so we have a bunch of confirmed information and Easter eggs, but what can we make of Disc 11 and 13? Well, that's exactly what players have been trying to figure out for over 12 years now. There are hundreds of theories online, many players stating that the monster which can be heard in 11 is actually Herobrine, or even that this is Herobrine's origin story, with him being the one running away from the monster. Regardless, it's clearly an intentional Easter egg which C418 and Notch were in on, and unless one of them states what the meaning of the disc is, it will forever be open to interpretation. Disc 11 and 13 form the longest running Minecraft mystery to date and is still unsolved, with new theories being created to this very day. I love and miss dearly these old Minecraft myths, sightings, videos, and theories. They are a relic of a bygone era since it almost died out for the most part. It was an unavoidable outcome though, as Minecraft became inevitably less mysterious over time, but always feeling as eerie in the past. These days, with mods and the power of editing, skepticism is undoubtedly high, and while a simple blurry screenshot was enough to create a legend years ago, nowadays that's just not possible anymore. I truly miss the times when I was afraid to enter an abandoned mineshaft because I thought it was Herobrine's doing, or when me and my friends would discuss the latest Minecraft mystery we found in our single-player worlds at school. The nostalgia from these dated screenshots and videos is truly something I relish, and I hope many of you enjoyed this video as much as I did making it. Consider subscribing. Thank you all so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to the Complete Gaming Creepypasta Iceberg Explained. This iceberg is almost 3 hours long and has every gaming creepypasta we have covered and more. This has been an amazing journey getting to make this iceberg alongside this great community. So thank you all for your recommendations and contributions. Now, without further ado, let's start this iceberg off right by starting from the top. Sonic.exe is the story about a haunted copy of Sonic the Hedgehog. The story begins with a man receiving a game from a friend in the mail. The disc that he received came with a warning about the game. The note told him that he must destroy the game, that an evil entity was tied to it, and that he wasn't strong enough to defend himself from it. The man notices the disc has Sonic.exe written on it in black marker. He weighs his options, but ultimately decides to ignore his friend's wishes and puts the disc in his computer. After installing and booting the .exe file, the narrator sees the familiar Sonic the Hedgehog title screen appear. A split second after pressing the start button, the screen changed from the usual happy Sonic to a demonic version of the character. Sonic had black eyes with red pupils in the center, and they were bleeding. The water in the background was now blood red, and the sky had gone black. In the bottom right corner, he saw Sega 666. This screen flashed for a second before it loaded into the character select screen from Sonic 3. Tails, Knuckles, and Dr. Robotnik were all selectable, which the narrator noted as strange since Robotnik was typically the main villain of the game. It hadn't been playable at this point in time. The narrator selected Tails and loaded it into the first level. The level's title was wrong, and it was called Hill Act 1. The first 5 minutes of the game was just a barren level, almost like it was incomplete. The music was playing backwards and started to get lower as Tails traveled around. Eventually, Tails would come upon the corpses of the animals that he and Sonic were supposed to save. They were all mutilated in gruesome ways. The bodies continued to stack up as Tails kept moving to the right. Tails then found Sonic, who was just standing there with his eyes closed. Tails approached Sonic slowly as Sonic continued to ignore him. As soon as Tails was close enough to almost touch Sonic, static began to cover the screen. Sonic opened his eyes and revealed the same red dots from the opening screen. A message flashed across the screen reading, "Hello, you want to play with me?" The author talked about how creepy this all was, but continued to play anyway. What followed was the evil version of Sonic chasing Tails until he supposedly kills him as the screen turns to black. The next few levels are the same thing as the first. Knuckles runs from Sonic, but isn't fast enough to escape him. Dr. Robotnik is the last character to be killed by this evil Sonic. Once Sonic has finished killing off all the characters available in the game, an image would pop up on the screen with a demonic picture of him. Underneath the image were the words, "I am God." Creepypasta ends with the narrator finding a creepy Sonic plush sitting on his bed with bloodstains under his eyes. Sonic.exe would even go on to inspire fan art, a total recreation fan game, and even its own community, totally in love with this evil rendition of Sonic.
Core Power, a delicious way to fight post-workout fatigue.
Sonny the Tragic Clown is a creepypasta about a kid who loves to torture his Sims. He specifically creates Sims just to be killed. Some are based off of people he knew, and some based off famous evil individuals. In the original Sims, if you got your Sims moodlets down low enough, a clown named Sonny would eventually come to your Sims' lot and try to make them feel better. More often than not, he would just walk around sadly and not help out at all. Sonny kindled a lot, and the author immediately started to torture him as well. He was ruining his day and making him more and more sad. He was explaining how fun it was to mess with his Sims. Eventually, the narrator decides to kill off his Sims by starting a fire. He put a lit firework in the house and started the fire with his Sims inside, including Sonny. This leads to the familiar sound that plays when a fire starts in The Sims. A few of his Sims caught fire, and instead of their usual sounds of pain and flailing, they seemed more realistic. They moved more like a person would instead of how a Sim normally would when they were on fire. While the Sims were screaming in pain, they all looked up at the author. He was shocked by their pained expressions on their faces. They all looked at him like they knew that he was the one who set them on fire. When Sonny looked at the author, he had an evil grin on his face. He laughed in a way similar to the Joker and wailed while on fire. It was a horrifying image that scared the author. The PC that the author was playing on shut off. You shut the computer, and there were visual issues when he started up The Sims. The game looked different, and the sound was completely mute. More creepy stuff ensues. The creepy paintings in the game keep looking at the author. The TV keeps changing to the horror channel, and the author keeps receiving creepy messages from Sonny the Clown. Sonny the Clown would eventually steal a kid, like a burglar in the game. The kid's Sims would scream and cry in an overly realistic way. Sunny would return and continue until the family was entirely gone. Creepypasta ends with all the homes in the game being erased from the world, leaving just a graveyard where the author used to torture his Sims. He had since dropped the game forever and now has a deep-rooted fear of clowns. Ben Drowned is the story of a haunted Nintendo 64 cartridge. The game was purchased by the author of the story and follows his descent into madness. The author purchased the game while away at college. He wanted more games for his Nintendo 64 and figured he could find some at a yard sale. After searching for a few in his area, he decided to check out some over the weekend. The author found a few games for a good price, but not the game he specifically went out to find. That wasn't until he came upon a man standing in his lawn. The elder man wore a crooked grin and had a table with paintings on it, clearly trying to sell them at his yard sale. The author walked over and inquired about if he had any video games. The man paused for a moment before retreating into his home. While he was inside, the author looked through his paintings and noticed that one looked like Majora's Mask, the game he was really hoping to find him. The man returned with an old-looking gray N64 cartridge. The cartridge had Majora written on it in black permanent marker. It was the exact game that he had been looking for, and he was excited even if it wasn't in the best shape. The old man gave him the game for free, and he took it home, too excited to play it. Popping the game into his console, the first thing he noticed was that the old save file was still on the cartridge. The file was named Ben, and the author thought it must have been the old man's grandson or something. He ignored the file and started a new one named Link underneath it. Strange things began to happen in the game. The townies would all call him Link, but every once in a while they would call him Ben instead, which was odd, and it must have been a glitch, he thought. The author went back to the main menu and deleted the first file named Ben, thinking that would fix the weird glitch issue, but it didn't. Now the townies would call him nothing. There was a blank space where his name should be. After the author tried to do the fourth big glitch, a popular glitch in Majora's Mask, strange things began to happen. The main town was now in a Twilight Zone version of itself. The town was empty and the music was playing backwards. The occasional laugh of the masked salesman would play very low in the background, adding to the ominous feeling. Link grabbed his neck and the screen flashed for a moment with a picture of the happy masked salesman. A few seconds later, a creepy Link statue appeared and began to follow the author. Every time he would move, the statue would follow him. The screen faded and the author was now on top of the clock tower with the Skull Kid. The author fired a few arrows at the Skull Kid before he said, "That won't do you any good," before Link was lifted into the air and burst into flames. What follows is the author's descent into madness. He keeps seeing the happy masked salesman everywhere, and the famous line, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" and "You shouldn't have done that," are repeated over and over again in his head. The save select screen has changed to Ben Drowned and then would eventually change to Your Turn. The author couldn't sleep as his nightmares were filled with the face of the creepy Link statue. It followed him in the game and now followed him in his dreams. He accepted that this was the ghost of Ben haunting him. Ben was a young boy from the neighborhood where the author had bought the game. He had drowned, as the game has suggested, and now he was haunting the Majora's Mask game cartridge, as it was his favorite game. The author talks about how he'd used Cleverbot to ask if Ben had drowned. He would post the weird and cryptic conversations he had with the bot. Some of the conversations confirmed what he had already knew about Ben. And eventually Cleverbot would claim to be Ben, and that he now haunted his computer. The first arc of the story ends with the author explaining how he had sealed away the computer with Ben on it, and he hoped that the entity would never be able to haunt someone ever again. There are 2 more arcs for the full story, and I think I'll talk about those in a separate video all to itself. Herobrine tells of an encounter that a Minecraft player had while playing in his solo world. The author was playing Minecraft alone, but due to having a not very powerful PC, had to play the game on a very low draw distance. This meant that the further away anything was from the author would appear to be in a fog, essentially making the world a little more creepy. While the author was roaming around the world, he saw another character just outside of the fog. He tried to follow him, but every time he got close, the figure would move just outside of his draw distance. When he finally did see the other character, he looked just like the default character, Steve, but with white, pupilless eyes. The figure was gone as quickly as he saw it. As the author continued with the game, he began to notice tunnels were built in his world while he wasn't playing it. Strange structures kept popping up everywhere, and trees had all of their leaves removed. The entity would appear just out of the corner of the author's eye, but always just out of sight when he turned to look at it. He tried to turn up the draw distance, but nothing seemed to work. Finally, the author went to the forum to try and figure out if this was happening to anyone else. The post would get deleted time and time again. Eventually, they would receive a PM from an account called Herobrine that simply said, "Stop." Herobrine would become the boogeyman of Minecraft back at the beginning of the game's life. In the early days of Minecraft, everything seemed so mysterious, and it almost seemed possible that a character could exist just to haunt the player. Tails Doll is an evil entity that exists inside the Sonic R video game. He is an unlockable character that you can only get after completing the game to 100%. Once unlocked, you'll see a strange and eerie-looking doll version of Tails. It is said that the Tails doll from the game can curse anyone who plays the game. If you meet certain requirements, then the Tails doll will be able to leave the game and haunt you. Of course, the first requirement is to complete the game and unlock it. Once you've done that, you'll need to play the tag game. You must select the Tails doll and then start the mode. Once started, you'll need to tag Supersonic. Once all of these criteria have been met, Tails doll will appear on your screen. He will look menacing and possessed. The song "Can You Feel the Sunshine" will be playing in the background. The Tails doll is now haunting you. You will see him in your dreams, and you may hear him come knocking on your door. In the year of 1996, there was a strange surge in illnesses and suicides in children in Japan shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green. The deaths related to an area in the game known as Lavender Town. Due to this, the incident was labeled as Lavender Town Syndrome. Lavender Town is a town in Red and Green that has the only known Pokemon graveyard in the series. The town is far more creepy than any other area in the game. This has led to many asking about its inclusion in a kid's game at all. The Lavender Town Syndrome actually has to do with the music in the game. It's this eerie song that drives home the feeling that the town may have some dark secrets hiding beneath its surface. The song was said to be composed of binaural beats, or two tones that when combined can make an audio-optical illusion. The original Lavender Town music had these beats, but the later entries and re-releases removed them entirely. The reason listed was because it gave listeners headaches, nausea, and according to Lavender Town Syndrome, suicidal tendencies, especially in children. Later, someone ran the Lavender Town theme through a special software near the end of the song noticed that some unknown had spelled out something. Unknown are Pokemon that are shaped like letters. They wouldn't be introduced until the following game. The unknown spelled out "Leave Now." Lavender Town would become a very popular spot for Pokemon creepypastas and urban legends. Mario is a creepypasta about a Super Mario World hack the author downloads from a popular hacking website. The game is described as being a Mario hack that starts out pretty normally, except for the messages in the game being very different. One of them reads that Mario is the villain and he has kidnapped the princess instead of the usual Bowser. This whole story makes Mario out to be the bad guy. It even has Yoshi talking about how Mario has trapped him in the egg that he was currently in. The pointed advice block even says, "I hate you." The other advice blocks had different messages written in them as well. Some stated things like, "But is there anything I can do to change your mind?" Another says, "This is the selfish way out." A message later in the story would say, "Don't you think you've done enough?" The author completes the first boss level and gets a disturbing message afterwards. This leads the author to the final part of the hack, where he is on a long road where he can only walk to the right. The author ends up in a world with a black background and small doors that he can't enter. Going right, the author ends up in an area where he can only jump off of a ledge and into a pit. Jumping into the pit, the author finds a pipe. The game ends there with the idea that Mario had died as the game had crashed. The story then picks up when the author found a file in the game's folder he didn't know what to do with before. He changes the file from a text file into an image file, and this was shown on the screen with the caption of "Find me." Cursed copies of video games are a rather popular idea amongst creepypastas. Lost Silver is one such creepypasta. Around the time that Soul Silver came out, the author was feeling nostalgic for the original game, so he bought a copy from GameStop. When he booted it up, the Game Freak logo was glitched, and he was immediately loaded to the game's previous file, which he noted as weird, as he was expecting the card to be white. The file had 999.99 hours put into it, with all 16 badges. 999,900 Pokemon dollars, and all 254 Pokemon, including Mewtwo and Celebi. The author figured he probably used the Game Shark to get them. Deciding to check his Pokemon, he was surprised to find 5 unknowns that spelled out Lee, and a Cyndaquil named Hurry, that only knew Leer and Flash. Closing the menu, he found himself in a room at Bellsprout Tower. Walking around for a few minutes, he couldn't seem to find his way out. Eventually, he managed to find a ladder. Going up the ladder, he found himself in a pitch-black room. Remembering that his Cyndaquil had flashed, he used it to light up the room, which he immediately regretted, as the room was a chilling red, with a linear gray path heading south. Heading in that direction, the room got progressively darker. Hitting the end of the path, he found a sign that said, "Turn back now." The option "Just No" popped up on the screen. Not knowing what to do, the author hit yes. The text "Hurry as fainted" appeared on the screen, and his Cyndaquil was replaced with another unknown. The announced spelled out, "He died." Closing his Pokemon status menu, the pitch-black room was now revealed to him. It was a small room, only being 4 gray squares. Checking his trainer profile, Gold was not missing his arms. The expression was more sad and smug now. He also appeared to have 24 badges. After a few minutes, the rope escape sound played once again, and he was transported once again, this time to Sprout Tower. The sprite of Gold had also once more changed. He was not missing his legs, and his skin was pure white. Pokemon consisted of 5 level 15 unknowns that spelled out "Dying," and a Celebi that only knew one move called Perish Song. Heading north, he passed some generic NPCs that he was unable to talk to. They were also pure white, just like him. Eventually, he found a transparent red. Approaching him, he was pulled into a Pokemon battle. Gold's back sprite matched his front sprite, with the bloody eyes and white skin and missing arms. Red's sprite was basically the same as the original game, the only difference being he was transparent now, and appeared to be crying. Both of them only had one Pokemon. The author's unknown seemed to have disappeared. When the battle began, he was only given the option to attack. With only one move available to him, he used Perish Song, which gave them 3 turns before both Pokemon faded. But weirdly enough, after 3 turns, only Celebi faded, though the battle didn't count as a loss. On his turn, Pikachu used Destiny Bond. The text "Pikachu has died" appearing before he was awarded the victory. Red's sprite showed back up before he was beheaded. Back on the overworld map, Gold's sprite had yet again changed, taking the same transparency that Red had. Checking his profile yet again, all that remained of Gold was his head. With 40 badges now, and level 20 unknowns, now spelling "no more," transporting once more, it appeared that he was now back in his room in New Bark Town. Unable to interact with anything in the room, he decided to leave through the southern door, but to his surprise, he just passed right through it, straight into a black void. Going south, he eventually reached the white area, and Gold's sprite turned black and transparent. During his journey south, he finally encountered something. It was a regular Gold sprite. Talking to him, he said, "Goodbye forever." Text "?????" used Nightmare appeared, and for the final time, the rope escape sound went off, and he was pulled downward, back into the small room from before. His sprite was not completely gone, and he now had 0 badges. The unknown is now spelling "I'm dead." Going back to the overworld, the room was then covered by the same gray blocks on the walls, which spelled out "R.I.P." The room was a grave. Gold had been dead the entire time. Presumably, his death occurred a few years after his victory over Red. Gold was a young trainer, and despite his success, couldn't escape the inevitable fate of death, and was eventually forgotten by the next generation. The author was unable to get the game to work after that, trying a few times to reset it before giving up. Sally.exe is the unofficial sequel to Sonic.exe that follows a similar formula. The author finds a copy of Sonic.am on eBay and is upset that he never had the option to buy the show in his region, as they never released the DVDs where he lived, so he couldn't let this opportunity pass him up. He ordered the DVD and it showed up the next day. When he put it into his laptop, he noticed that the DVD didn't work, but instead just opened the files that were located on the disc. In the folder was a file called Sally.exe. This confused the author, but he clicked on the exe file anyway. It played 1 episode of the show, the episode where Sonic and Sally kissed. It was an odd episode choice, but he was surprised that the file contained only 1 episode when it claimed to be the whole series. Eventually the author gets bored and downloads a Sonic game from the internet. Starting it up, he notices that the usual Sega sound at the beginning has been slowed down to almost sound demonic. The game started with Amy Rose, a character that never appeared in the Sega Genesis Sonic games. The title screen appeared, and Tails and Knuckles were X'd out already. The game let the author play as either Amy, who had holes all over her body, or Cream. After Amy and Cream had gruesome deaths, next came Sally. Sally was the author's favorite character, and he couldn't imagine anything bad happening to her. He started the level anyway. Selecting her level, he was met with the demonic Sonic from Sonic ODXC. The corners of the screen began to close in on Sally before they crushed her to death. Sally later appeared on the screen with her eyes stitched shut. The author noticed something on the corner of his bed. It was a Sally plushie, but with her eyes also sewn shut. Misfortune is an obscure and lost Game Boy game. No physical copies of the game exist and no one has found a ROM. What people do know of the game come from personal accounts of the game and some screenshots. Of the people who have played it, they consider it to be one of the scariest games they've ever played. In the game, the player plays a young boy trapped inside of a gothic building. After searching the building for a while, the player will come upon an entity. He claims to be an all-knowing being that exists within every fabric of reality. The being then poses a question. Do you want to challenge me? Answering yes will start the maze portion of the game. The player must make their way through the many mazes in the game. One of the more popular ones is a maze where you must make your way through 4 cabinets. The text box before any of the trials in the game will say, choose wrong and misfortune will follow your loved ones. Choosing the wrong one, failing a riddle, or just making a mistake in the game will lead you to the game over screen. A more detailed model of the entity in the game will appear on the screen with the words in the text box saying, I am God here. The side effects of the game were reported heavily in the late 90s. Players reported feeling depressed and a feeling of dread after seeing the game over screen. The players that reported this in the forums would sometimes go inactive altogether after posting. If you were to look for the game, you would most likely not be able to find it. The game is actually said to be hidden inside other popular Game Boy games. You can find the game hidden in some games like Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, Pokemon Red, and Spud's Adventure. Finding the original game is almost impossible at this point. If you do find it, the game comes with a warning. You may experience the best horror game of your life, but you will also experience the misfortune that comes with it. NES Godzilla tells the story of a man who felt nostalgic for his old favorite video game from his childhood. He bought an NES, but couldn't find the game anywhere. That was until his friend found a copy for him. The author was so excited to finally get to relive that part of his childhood and finally finish the game he wasn't able to so many years ago. The author starts the game and feels a wave of nostalgia seeing the game again after so many years. After the author gets to the first boss in the game, it glitches with red blocks appearing everywhere. The author removed the cartridge, blew into it, and then put it back into the console. After completing the area where the game had glitched, he discovered a new boss was in the game. One that hadn't been in the game originally. The author thought the game might have been a prototype version of the original. He moved as fast as possible to encounter the new enemy type. Once he got there, he had to complete a different boss first. Upon defeating him again, instead of the usual defeat animation, he instead began to almost be devoured by the same glitches before. A similar glitch would happen with his next boss fight. He defeated the enemy and his sprite seemed to break off in fragments, almost like it was a piece of glass. This all happened before he made it to the newly implemented boss encounter. He beat that boss pretty quickly and took over the enemy base with no issues. The author started the second map and made it all the way through pretty easily. He noticed the new monsters on this map as well and made his way towards it for another fight. After fighting a different monster than the one he was expecting to, he saw a new icon on the map that he'd never seen before. The author started the level, and as soon as he did, he saw a hellish-looking world with no sky and flames burning in the background. The only background music was a low drum that almost sounded like a heartbeat. At the top of the screen was one word, run, which confused the author as he wasn't sure what he was supposed to be running from. After noticing Godzilla was taking damage, but not seeing from where, he restarted the game. The author went to the password screen and jumped back to where he was previously. Started the same level, and this time he saw it. There was this red creature that he's never seen in any Godzilla movie before, right behind him, chasing Godzilla. He began to run as he heard the creature's low bellow. This red creature had spider-like legs and long appendages. It was terrifying for the author, but he soon escaped, narrowly at that. He stared at the screen for a while, but decided he would still continue playing the game. The NES Godzilla creepypasta is a long one that is very much worth a read and deserves its own video. I couldn't do it justice in a short summary, so I will be making a full video covering the creepypasta. Until then, we await Red's return.
Jack the Ripper is a hidden item game where you solve the mystery of Jack the Ripper's murders by investigating his crime scenes. The author played this game as a teenager but couldn't ever get the secret ending, a game he would eventually forget about as he grew up and settled down. One day, the author found a copy of the game in a bargain bin. Purchasing the game, the author decided to play it on his next day off. Luckily for him, that day was the day after, and he was excited to relive a part of his high school years. Booting it up, he was greeted by the nostalgic text, "The Murders of Jack the Ripper." The author managed to run through the game rather quickly, only missing 2 of the secret items he finds scattered across the crime scenes. The author decided to Google where to find them. Weirdly, there weren't a lot of walkthroughs for the game. Eventually, he came across a suspicious forum, one that set off his Norton security alarm, which he ignored. Scrolling through the forum, he happened upon an interesting post stating, "Do not play this game. If you bought it, return it. If you pirated it, delete it. It doesn't look evil, but it is. I know how that sounds, I really do. But this game is evil. Don't play it." The author waved this off as some kind of internet rumor, like Ben drowned. He did eventually find the answers to his question. The last item was in the empty hand of the Blue Angel creature. Booting the game up once again, he went directly to the scene where the angel is hovering over Jack's body, holding a knife. Going to the other hand, he clicked it, and the normal hidden item sound played. The last item was Jack's heart, a very realistically rendered heart at that. Then, the screen changed over to a black and white photo of a mutilated lady for an uncomfortable amount of time, before again changing, this time, the angel bringing Jack's knife down on him. The image shook the author, so he took a break before steeling himself for another playthrough, to figure out what was going on. Booting up the game, he was greeted by a different name on the screen, "The Murder of Jack the Ripper." The game opened the same way, on the murder scene of Emma Smith, but this time it was much more graphic, more akin to the real murder scene, with organs strewn across the body. With each murder scene, the bodies got more and more mutilated, until he finally reached Jack's final victim, Mary Carey. His body was so torn apart it caused the author to throw up. When he reached the end of the game, it changed drastically, with Jack being long dead by the time they arrived, and the Blue Angel creature was nowhere to be seen. After the credits, he got a bonus level about Black Alice investigating the murder of a businessman who reportedly had paid Jack the Ripper to kill people. He was nailed to the wall by iron spikes. Collecting all the secret items in this twisted version of the game, including Black Alice's scalpel in Jack's room, he got a new scene depicting Black Alice murdering the businessman by nailing spikes into his hands and legs. At this moment, his wife came home, scaring him. Looking back at the screen, the murder was no longer there. Instead, just the scalpel. Turning the game off, he locked it away forever. The author is still haunted by the images of the final murder to this day.
Buried Alive, often referred to as its code, the Bury manuscript, was to be found in the final story of the Pokemon Tower, in what was now replaced with the Marowak ghost. According to the script assigned to it, the Buried Alive model was intended to be the boss of the tower. Once reaching the top floor, the following conversations would have taken place. "I'm buried alive. You're here. I'm trapped, and I'm lonely. So very lonely. Won't you join me?" After this, the battle would have been initiated. Once in battle view, the Buried Alive model appears to be a decaying human corpse attempting to crawl out of the ground. It's been programmed to have 2 white hands, Gengar, and a mouth. Strangely enough, the protocol for the Buried Alive's action after it was defeated was not written. In the case of the player defeating him, the game would freeze. However, a specific ending was written by an unknown programmer upon losing the battle. In this ending, the buried alive was to have stated, finally, fresh meat, followed by several lines of gibberish. He was to have then dragged the player character into the ground surrounding him. The scene would finish with a typical game over screen. However, the background and image of the buried alive character devouring the player was to have been shown. Especially strange are the protocols for after this scene. The cartridge was to download this image to the small internal memory contained in the Game Boy, overwriting the title screen that normally accompanied a Game Boy turning on. Instead, whenever it was started, the player would view this image as the sound file static mesh.wave was played. The intended purpose for this effect, unlike many of the other factors leading towards Lemon syndrome, is unknown. There was an old game called The Theater. It's pretty obscure. So obscure that many don't even believe it exists. The game was released around the same time as the original Doom, which meant it was easily overshadowed and forgotten. The cover of the game was mainly blank, but featured a single character known as the Ticket Taker. The Ticket Taker was a poorly drawn man with large red lips, wearing a red vest over a white shirt and black pants. He wore a blank expression, unless that is, he broke the game disc. Many reported that his face had changed on the game case, and he was now angry looking. These claims were never substantiated. Something else of note was that the case for the game didn't show who the developer was. If you looked on the back, you wouldn't see any images from the game or a synopsis either. The game case was essentially blank, just a Ticket Taker sprite on it. The game was initially known for its inability to install correctly. Whenever you tried to install it, your computer would lock up at the license agreement screen. The workaround for this was to reboot your computer with the game disc still on the tray. The computer would ask if you agree on startup. Upon starting the game, you'll be taken to a title screen that's just a sprite of the exterior of a theater on an empty city street. After that, the menu pops up with 3 options available to you. You can start a new game, load game, or click on the options. Clicking on the options crashes the game back to the desktop. The load button does nothing, even if you have a saved game already, leaving the only option to just start a new game. Once started, you are immediately playing the game in a first-person view. You are standing in an empty theater lobby. Standing across from you is the Ticket Taker, and past him is a dark hallway, presumably leading to the theaters beyond. On the walls, you can also see some distorted movie posters that are impossible to make out. Approaching the Ticket Taker, he will greet you with, "Thank you, please enjoy the movie." You are then free to walk down the hallway and towards the movie. Entering the theater will make the screen fade to black before you're back in the empty lobby. If you walk past the Ticket Taker, you say the same phrase, and you'll load back into the lobby again. At first glance, this game doesn't sound too great, but there's more to it. The more times you repeat this exact same sequence, the higher chance you have to trigger some odd and creepy occurrences. It's unknown how many times you need to repeat the sequence to trigger these occurrences, though. The first occurrence is when the player fades back in after walking into the hallway. This time they will notice the Ticket Taker is completely absent. The player then, without any other options, decides to walk into the dark hallway. The sound clip and the text box mentioned previously still play in the absence of the Ticket Taker. But when the player walks into the hallway, the screen does not fade out. It goes pitch black as they walk deeper into the hall. But the player's footsteps sound clip is still playing as they continue to push the up button on their keyboard. Those claiming to have played the original game report to have felt extreme levels of discomfort, like something horrible was about to happen to them. Well, eventually, the player is unable to move around. There's nothing for a few moments before a strange sprite that is described as the Ticket Taker but with a swirl for a face appears and stands before the player. The original players of the game say their bodies immediately froze up and their stomachs churned when they saw this sprite, named the Swirly Head Man by the community. Nothing happens as the Swirly Head Man stands before them. Then suddenly a piercing screech plays as the game glitches out. This lasts for a few minutes, with the screeching being continuous. Then the players abruptly return to the lobby with all the sounds and graphics being as they should be. The game continues normally for the next couple of cycles of entering the hallway, with a couple of original players claiming the Swirly Head Man would briefly appear and disappear in the corner of the screen as a brisk yelp sound effect plays. Then, at some point, after meeting the Swirly Head Man, the player sees the Ticket Taker pacing back and forth, though there's no walking animation. The sprite's limbs are completely static, and he just hops up and down slightly as a substitute, with his eyes being wide and his mouth open to simulate a worried facial expression. Some players in their movie posters have been replaced with images of the Swirly Head Man. Another, different, low-quality sound clip plays but the speech box contains nothing but corrupted characters that cause whatever text that would have been in the box to be completely legible. Due to the extremely low quality of the sound, it is debated by players what exactly Ticker says at this point, though it is widely agreed that he says, "Never reach the other level." Then the screen fades out once again and returns the player back to their starting point in the lobby. But the Ticker is gone and the hallway is blocked by a large brick wall sprite. Touching the brick wall will immediately crash the game, and that's all there is to it. No one knows what the other levels are or how to gain access to them, nor is it known why the swirly-head man causes so much acute fear in those who have seen him in the game. All the original copies of the theater have either been lost or destroyed, but the creepiest part is the fact that all the original players of the game claim to occasionally see a brief glimpse of the swirly-head man out of the corner of their eye. Catastrophe Crow was a game that was in development for the Nintendo 64. It was being developed by a company named Opus Interactive under the leadership of Manfred Lorenz. The game was scheduled to release during holiday of 1989, but didn't due to multiple delays. For unknown reasons, the game was cancelled and Opus Interactive shut its doors forever. Years later, a YouTuber by the name Adam Butcher discovered a long-lost copy of the game on eBay. In his video, he discusses its history and tragic development. Catastrophe Crow, or Crow 64 as fans call it, was a game scheduled to release for the N64, but due to a multitude of complications, never did. The company went under and the game's creator disappeared. Adam, after explaining the history and how he received the game, will test it on his channel. The game starts out with the title screen and some very Banjo-Kazooie-esque music. Pressing start, the game begins. In the game, you play as a crow who must save her dad's business. The game was a 3D platformer that pulled heavy inspiration from Banjo-Kazooie and Super Mario 64. The game used a similar system for characters talking using strange noises. The game quickly deteriorates. Strange glitches along with creepy entities that appear and then disappear make the game seem like it's hiding something. A dark story of a tragic loss. The full story of Crow 64 goes very deep, as it's one of the newest video game ARGs to take the internet by storm. There's certainly too much for me to cover in this section, so I'll be returning to this topic at a later date. Polybius was an arcade game that existed sometime in the 1980s. It was only available in a few arcades in Portland, Oregon in 1981. The arcade machine was very popular with arcade goers, so much so that lines would form behind any machines. Polybius was created by a company called Cineslotion. It was the only game that they would make. The game was so popular that it was borderline addicting for players. Even in 1981, the arcade machine seemed to be the one everyone wanted to play. There was some mystery behind the machine. The Polybius cabinets would receive weekly visits from men in black suits, likely extracting some sort of data from the machine. It was unknown what information they were pulling exactly. It was noted by many who played the cabinet that they would sometimes come away with headaches, minor forms of amnesia, night terrors, and hallucinations. These are a few of the psychoactive effects players reported. The game itself was said to play similarly to another arcade game, Tempest. The addictive properties of the game seem to have come from something other than the gameplay. It was believed that Polybius was being used for running some sort of government experiment on the people in Portland, Oregon. The game was testing psychoactive effects on the arcade goers in the area, and that information was being collected by the men in black suits for some unknown purpose. The purpose was thought to be similar to Project MKUltra, an experiment that tested the use of psychedelic drugs as a form of mind control, psychological torture, and interrogation tool. This was backed entirely by the CIA. Polybius was causing psychological damage to its players and was often compared to the project, though no actual connection has ever been established. The data being collected was also never released to the public. The arcade cabinet was gone a month later, seeming to vanish into thin air. The arcade owners had no records of the game, and many don't remember it even existing at all. The elusive Polybius was gone. There are many rumors about Polybius, but most of them are just that, rumors. 1990s, typing games were very common. There was a lesser-known typing game called Mr. Mix, which was released around the same time as Mario teaches typing. You start a character named Mr. Mix, who would mix ingredients into a bowl after you typed the words for it. The game was very similar to Mario teaches typing, which might be why it was lesser known. Another reason the game was lesser known is that it was a very hard typing game. The difficulty started out pretty low at level 1, but by level 5 the requirement became 500 words per minute, which was impossible to beat. The game was notable for having some strange background music as well. It started with low growls in the first level that would progressively get louder as the level went on. Eventually the music would get so loud that it caused permanent damage to the early computer speakers. The second level notably didn't have any music, but the third had what sounded like a low-quality recording of a hairdryer in the background. The third and fourth levels would just play a loud, high-pitched ringing sound that would persist throughout the level. Some people even reported ear pain from the ringing sound. The design of Mr. Mix was also considered to be creepy. He was a round-faced man with beady eyes and very red cheeks. He would stare at the player as they continued to type away. Most of the children who played the game would have horrible nightmares about Mr. Mix. He would talk to them in their nightmares with his raspy, quiet voice. Mr. Mix would tell them to keep quiet about something, but it wasn't anything they could remember. It caused a few kids to develop deep psychological issues. The game had terrified them to the extent that they needed to see a psychologist. The psychologist had noted that the kids had been deeply disturbed, but no connection was ever made to the game. The game didn't sell very well for a few reasons, and almost fell entirely into obscurity. That was until a ROM of the game was discovered, with hackers immediately trying to dig through the game's files. Everything seemed fine until the hackers used a memory hack to bypass the 5th level of the game. Whenever they would bypass the 5th level, the game would crash, writing a bunch of files to the home drive of their PC. The files contained pictures of people with horribly deformed faces. They appeared to be screaming in pain and agony. Their eyes had streams of blood coming from them, and their outer layer of skin was torn off in a few places. Attempting to delete these files would cause your computer to blue screen, possibly breaking it. The hackers did find a way around this issue and were able to finally get to the last 2 levels. The original hackers unfortunately all decided they couldn't talk about it, and refused to answer any questions about the game when asked. Within a month, every single hacker had gone missing. 2 years later, a man was arrested for trying to abduct a child from a supermarket. It was discovered that this man was one of the original hackers of the game. When interrogators tried to ask him any question, the only thing he would say was, "I'm Mr. Mix." I Hate You was a Super Mario World creepypasta the author described as not another haunted game creepypasta. The author explains how they played through Super Mario World so many times that they've seen just about everything the game had to offer. One day while exploring the sunken ship level in the game, the author noticed a blind Boo hovering over the exit pipe. The only escape option was a key and keyhole above the exit they had never seen before. Grabbing the key and ending the level brought them back to the overworld map. A new area next to the creepy Bowser Cave entrance opened up. It looked like a whirlpool, and the author thought it must be a newly undiscovered level in the game. The author moves towards the whirlpool, and as soon as Mario stands on it, the Bowser face starts to bleed from its eyes. The title of the level was Oh God No, which the author brushed off as being weird, but not that odd since it was similar to the special stage names. Starting the level, Mario is stuck in a very small cavern with no room to jump and can only continue to the right. The further down Mario ran, eventually he would run into more of the blind Boos that the author had seen before. They floated ominously above the chamber. A giant bullet bill with blood running down its face barreled towards the author, and the only way for Mario to survive was to use a star. Of course, that meant he had to cheat to get the star. It made him invulnerable, and Mario was able to pass safely. The author noticed something was written above Mario, and what looked to be blood. It said, "I hate you," in all caps. To the right of the message were a group of giant Boos. To the right of the giant Boos was another message. This one said, "Why won't you die?" The author was still invincible, so the Boos didn't scare them at all. They continued down to where it looked like a group of thwomps were. They all had blood on the bottom of them, as if they'd crushed hundreds of victims to death just below them. The next section the author found had spikes on the floor and ceiling, meaning you have to swim carefully between them. Of course, having invincibility helps as well. As the author swam through the area, he noticed the lifeless bodies of what looked like other Marios stuck to the spikes. This was by far the creepiest thing the author had seen up to this point. They looked to be the lives lost by Mario as he ventured through this area before. As the author made his way to the end, the lifeless Mario corpses started to float and follow him. They were terrifying to see moving around, but the author continued. At the end of the level, there was a doorway next to a weird-looking mushroom. The author decided better than to touch it and proceeded through the door. Once inside, the author realized he was in a boss chamber, but there was no one there but Mario. There were windows behind Mario, and in the third window was a mysterious shape. A second later, Luigi stepped out onto the platform. He stared down at Mario and told him how he truly felt about his brother. Luigi attacked Mario, who was too stunned to fight back. A second later, Mario, in a fit of rage, attacked back and sent Luigi flying into the lava below. Luigi shrieked out a last phrase, "Oh God, no," as Mario cried on the platform, having just killed his brother. The game comes to an ending screen, showing Mario sitting next to Peach, and on the far right was Luigi, horribly burned and disfigured. In the world of Fallout 3, there are radio stations that the player can listen to as they travel the wastelands. The most interesting of these stations is Galaxy News Radio, DJ'd by a very enthusiastic man by the name of 3 Dog. In Fallout 3, you can actually kill just about every character in the game. This doesn't include major plot-related NPCs, but 3 Dog isn't considered an important NPC and therefore can be killed. If you kill 3 Dog, then he'll be replaced by his assistant, who has none of the charm of her predecessor. She seems very reluctant to do the job, but will do it nonetheless. What most players don't know is that there's a way to turn Galaxy News Radio into a numbers station. It requires the death of 3 Dog, and a certain number of other events must be completed perfectly in order to be activated. First off, a numbers station is a shortwave radio broadcast that rattles off numbers, usually in Morse or some other code. They were very popular during the Cold War, as they were thought to be used to transfer messages to intelligence officers. With the Cold War type setting of Fallout 3, the number station being in the game kind of makes sense. There's a certain number of specific criteria that must be met in order for the trigger to happen. Some of these include skipping missions, completing certain missions, and destroying Ravenrock. These, along with other not yet discovered criteria, will trigger the number station, as long as 3 Dog has been killed. Once the requirements have been met and 3 Dog is dead, if you turn on the Galaxy News radio station, you won't hear 3 Dog or his assistant. Instead, you'll hear a very monotone-sounding voice. It's 3 Dog, but more like it's just the voice actor. He'll start to ramble off numbers in a very monotone voice. This is where the number station comes in, as users were quick to realize that the numbers were actually coded messages. The messages were in Morse code with dates attached. Some of the messages were pretty mundane, as one talked about his YouTube channel. Another message talked about how he's going to wash his car today. A lot of the messages were like this. Of course, there were some messages with darker undertones, such as one that listed the exact date and time of the death of Gary Coleman. Another message said, "The Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on days like this, we are all Brits." This one supposedly predicted the death of the Queen of England, which would be creepy if it wasn't for the fact that it predicted this would happen in 2014. There was one message that was rather vague. It said, "I can't believe they've actually done it. Not long left. The noise. Can't take the noise anymore. I have a pistol in the attic." The final coded message was timestamped for July 6, 2027. We'll have to see if there's any significance to that date, but only time will tell.
To learn more, visit Celebrity.com, call 1-800-CELEBRITY, or contact your travel advisor.
The Luna game was uploaded to Equestria Daily, a popular Brony website, as a simple flash game. The game wasn't malicious looking in any way, so many would go on to download it. The game starred Luna and had music from Super Pony Beat playing as you jumped around the simplistic world of the game. It was a very basic platformer. The only goal was to jump from platform to platform. After 20 seconds of playing the game, 1 or 2 very dark images of Pinkie Pie or Apple Bloom would pop up on the screen. These images scared many of the players who didn't expect a jump scare in their brony. A creepy remix of a song from the show would play along with the image. When the players tried to shut down the game, they found that the game couldn't be closed by clicking escape or by pressing Alt F4. The only way the game could be closed was by ending the process in the task. Once the game was closed, if you checked the folder where the game was downloaded, you'd see you had some new images and text files. The images were the same pictures you received at the end of your playthrough, repeated over and over again. The text files, on the other hand, all said that the end was 9. This was also repeated in multiple files across your folder. The game was completely anonymous and no one had come forward, which made the game just a bit more creepy. It scared many players who all thought it was a virus, but it just turned out to be a prank by the developer. The game would go on to inspire 4 more games, all with similar gameplay and slightly more creepy images being used. The Luna game would even get a bit of a story to follow up the creepy prank that scared so many in the brony community. In the spring of 1989, a game was released in very limited quantity. The game, which was very popular with college students, was called Kill Switch. It was created by the Carvina Corporation, and it would be their only game. Kill Switch was a precursor to Silent Hill and Myst in many ways. The game's graphics were very dark, using mostly gray and white shapes against a black background. The background music used was slow mini versions of Czech folk songs. The game lets you play as 2 different characters. Gast, an invisible demon character who could breathe fire and had a cold stream attack. It was noticeably harder to play as him, though, since he was entirely invisible. The other character you could play as was a human girl named Porto. Porto was significantly easier to play since she was visible. She lacked the strength of Porto, and her only real ability was random growth. She would get bigger and smaller randomly as players went through the game. The whole game takes place in the tunnels of a coal mine. The story is about a coal factory that started to falsify reports of malfunction and blame the workers to excuse the low coal productions. These reports led to an investigation into the company. Later, men in red coats were shown to be stabbing workers who slowed down production at all. Clearly, it was a commentary on Soviet-era working conditions. Demonic creatures would rise up and take control of the old mining equipment in order to get revenge for the workers. The story requires Porto to travel around these dark tunnels and evade the machines, as well as the remnants of the red-coated men, which led to a lot of confusion about how to actually complete the game, as many of the puzzles were incredibly complex. Upon Porto reaching the final tunnel that led to the surface, she would make it out and the screen would just turn white. The game was completed, and as soon as it was, it deleted itself from your computer. The game ceased to exist after that. You could not replay it at all, and it was meant to only be experienced once. A Japanese man bought the game in 2005 for over $500,000. The game was still shrink-wrapped. It was his intention to play the game for everyone and record his findings. However, he only ever uploaded one video of him playing it. It was a 1 minute and 45-second clip of him crying with the character selection screen visible over his right shoulder. In the 1980s, there existed a character so evil that he was able to kill 2 people after posting high scores on his game. The character in question is named Evil Otto, and he is the most unassuming antagonist in the history of video games. Evil Otto originates from an arcade game called Berserk. In the game, the player is tasked with fighting robots and traveling from room to room and clearing the rooms of those robots. Each room is a set of maze-like blue walls. Touching these walls would kill you as they were electrified. Getting hit by the enemy robots could also kill you. So your job was to avoid the robots and don't touch the walls. If you took too long to clear all the robots from any room, he would appear. A bouncing yellow smiley face starts to make its way straight at the player. That is Evil Otto, and he is the true face of evil. Evil Otto can go through walls, and if he touches the player, he will insta-kill them. In the case of Evil Otto, the character was claimed to have taken the life of 2 people who played this game. The first being a 19-year-old man. The 19-year-old, after posting his high score, suffered from a heart attack moments later and passed away. This was the first time that Evil Otto struck. A year later, an 18-year-old suffered the same fate. After posting 2 separate high scores in the span of 15 minutes, he also died. Evil Otto had struck again. This one has kind of become a video game urban legend, more so than a creepypasta. But the worst part is, it's true. In 1998, just about every kid had a Game Boy Color. The handheld was very popular, but there was a peripheral that not many knew about called the Game Boy camera. It was a tiny camera that was attached to the handheld. The camera took pictures in a very low resolution, making most of the photos look distorted and strange. You could doodle on the pictures you took, and you could also play some games that the camera came with. There was a JRPG game that you could access from the main menu if you clicked on the shoot action. The game was very simple and gave you a few more options, including shoot, items, magic, check, and run. If you were to click run from the options, then you'd be greeted with this picture. A doodled man's face with "Who are you running from?" written above a distorted and creepy photo. There were 2 other photos you could see in the US release, but even more were available in the Japan version. They also did the same thing. Who are you running from? From the face in the picture, that's where I'm running from. There was a belief that the pictures were taken of members of a cult, and that one of the images was one of their victims.
The Shadow Temple of Ocarina of Time is one of the most terrifying dungeons in a children's game. Just ask Mark, who one day decided for nostalgia's sake to buy another copy of Ocarina of Time from GameStop. He played it for hours, waves of nostalgia rushed through him as he got to relive parts of his childhood, from watching Darunia patting me on the head to easily beating Morpho. But then came the Shadow Temple. Mark had always hated the Shadow Temple, not because of the Redeads or Bongo Bongo. No, he hated it because of the mini-boss, Deadhands. I never understood it as a child. All I said was, it had infinite hands. After he drained the well in Kakariko Village, he discovered something strange at the bottom. A single dead hand. Something he didn't remember being there as a child, but it had been 30 years. Letting it grab him, he was instantly transported to Dead Hand's boss fight. During his fight, he remembered something his dead friend told him. Let all 4 hands grab you at the same time and something crazy happens. Which he did, but nothing happened. Well, until he grabbed the Lens of Truth, and the description said, "Come back here 30 years ago." Mark was confused by this. After all, he was already childlike. How could he go back farther? Unless, of course, he meant his old save file. Digging through his old stuff again, he found his old copy at the bottom. Selecting File 1, he was spawned at the Temple of Time as Adult Link. Heading into Hyrule Town, he noticed immediately that things were different. There were no Redeads, just dead hands. Heading to Kakariko Village, it was much the same. No NPCs, just dead hands. Well, there was one NPC, the Kuko lady, who was just grabbing her head shouting, "Why? Why did you leave us with him? How could you leave us like this for 30 long years?" Mark made his way over to the well, where just like last time, a single dead hand stood sticking out of it. Letting it grab him, he once again stood in the Dead Hand's boss room. Only this time, there were 20 hands. But that wasn't much of a problem, as Mark was an expert Zelda player. Soon enough, Dead Hands was defeated, or so he thought, as thousands of hands began to lift the visible part of him. Mark ran and ran, but he soon realized it was no use, as Dead Hands would always follow him. Deciding to stand and fight proved to be a mistake, as Link was torn asunder by hands. Turning off the game, Mark locked it away. Every night after that night, Mark was haunted by Dead Hands, seeing hands press up against his windows. Soon Mark stopped going out and eventually lost the will to do anything but cry. With each tear, his hands grew thinner, wider, hungrier. It was seen that Mark's fate was to become one of his nightmares, infinite hands.
Mario 64 Damned tells the story of a guy and his girlfriend who are both in love with classic video games and collect them. They were pondering over some of their favorite games from their childhoods and stopped on the N64 as their favorite console. They discussed which games were the best and also both decided that Super Mario 64 was the best title to release for the console. This led to the pair deciding they wanted to find a copy of the game. Luckily for them, the narrator's uncle owned a video game store, which meant they can go and find a copy for hopefully a little cheaper than anywhere else. It took a while of searching through bins filled with games before they found the one they were looking for, Super Mario 64. They would also need a Nintendo 64, which again, luckily for them, his uncle had one left in stock. As they were about to buy the game, the uncle warned him that the game and console had been returned on multiple occasions. They had always been returned together, and the reason why was a little creepy. A few of the customers had reported that the game was evil and made in hell. That was the reasoning for returning them. The uncle never quite bought into it, but the game and console were sold and returned on 15 separate occasions. Paying it no mind, the narrator and his girlfriend bought the game but received the console for free along with it. The two said their goodbyes to the uncle and went on their way home. As soon as they returned home, the narrator took out the console and began to hook it up to their living room TV. The narrator's girlfriend started up the game while he looked through a box of other N64 games. She played with Mario's face for a bit on the title screen before starting it up. When she got to the save file screen, there was already a game save on file 1. The save files were all started but empty, with not a single star obtained. Harry decided to delete the first file, and that's when the game froze on them, but not before a deafening screech could be heard coming from the TV. It was loud enough that they both had to cover their ears. They quickly shut the console off and the screeching stopped. They turned on the console again to find that the first file that they tried to delete now had 66 stars on it. They proceeded to try and delete it again. The screeching started, but was louder this time, and the narrator had to pull the plug from the wall. After clearing the game, which was pretty dusty, they started the game again, and all the files were empty this time, as a new game usually would be. The narrator chalked it all up to the game just being dirty. The game played normally until they reached the castle doors. Opening them started the screeching again, but only lasted 30 seconds before the game loaded into Big Boo's haunt. The level didn't quite look right. It looked way creepier than it had in previous playthroughs. The castle now loomed over Mario with blood and rust covering its walls. The sky was now a mix of black and red, and there were new parts on the castle where there hadn't been previously. The narrator started to move Mario, but as soon as he did, something fell from the sky. The pair stared in shock at the screen as they saw Mario hanging from a noose with cuts all over his body. There was blood all over his clothes, but the worst part was that Mario's mouth and eyes were both sewn shut. After the narrator unplugged the console again, the pair just sat on the couch for a while to process what they'd just seen. The narrator and his girlfriend decided they should call it a night. They decided they would return the game in the morning once the store had opened. The narrator, lying awake still, decided he would try the game again while his girlfriend slept. He crept into the living room and started up the console, selecting the second game file this time. The narrator got more gruesome scenes of Mario, Peach, and Toad strewn all about the castle. Mario was strapped to a table, and Peach, along with Toad, were both already dead. The sickening sight made the narrator nearly vomit. The game continued to show Mario pleading for his life to be ended. A dark figure, simply known as the Black Mass, floated over to Mario and began to torture him. Mario struggled, but ultimately could not survive his torment. The game ends with the player trying to ascend some stairs and finding a man hanging from the tower. It took him a second to realize that the man that was hanging was him. He had received the same treatment as Mario. His mouth and eyes were sewn shut, but before he could shut off the game, the body double began to scream. Mario turned and began to wail at the narrator as well. The narrator then fell unconscious, but not before he saw the black mass hovering over him.
We've all seen those anti-piracy videos that play before a movie. You know the ones. You wouldn't steal a car, would you? Well, what if one of those turned deadly? That's what happened to our dear author, who one day bought a copy of Mario Party DS from a thrift store. At first, nothing seemed amiss with the game. It played like normal. But then he went to the shop, and Monty Mole said he doesn't serve criminals. Before a weird minigame started to play, where Monty started chasing him. The screen started to glitch, and he got an anti-piracy screen. It turns out that the first store sold him an illegal copy. Turning the game off and on, it went straight to the same screen, except the characters seemed angry. He repeated this a few times, the image getting more and more creepy, until the characters were gone, and were instead in his room, attempting to kill him. Breaking the cartridge seemed to dispel whatever had happened. The author vowed to never play another pirated game again.
There were rumors in the early 90s of a video game console with extremely impressive graphics, gameplay, and very intelligent AI. The console was very rare, though, with only 50 being in circulation. The console had a short list of games, but everyone only seems to remember the first one on the list. The game was said to have the most realistic graphics for any video game, even by today's standards. The game had an endless supply of new content and solid gameplay. It was said that the game could almost predict how you were going to play, meaning no lag between the player and the game. The game was so perfect that literally no one wanted to stop playing. The author of the story notes that the people he talked to remembered that their parents forced them to stop playing and had even thrown out the consoles with the game. The author searched for a while after that, hoping to find someone who had more time with the game. After a month of searching, he found two individuals that had vague recollections of the game. They described the game as having a perfect interface. After he questioned further, they explained that the game seemed to have a direct effect on the player. Playing the game seemed to give the player exercise, and the player was able to go without food or water for days, as the game was providing them with sustenance. After playing the game for a week straight, they started to notice that when the character in game would get hurt, they would also feel that pain. It started out small at first, but got worse the longer they played. One of the players remembers a boss using a whip that was a one-hit kill. The pain was immense from every lashing he had received in the game. It was even worse because he had to replay the level over and over again. They would have kept playing if their parents also hadn't thrown out their consoles. For a while, there were no leads following these two accounts, until the author stumbled upon reports of people being found dead in front of bootleg video game consoles. They seemed to have a butchered appearance, with many of them being found in pieces. Autopsies later revealed that their internal organs had also been dissolved. Whenever they were found, all the responders would see were the bodies and the bootleg console plugged into a TV, playing nothing but static. The author was playing games on the Xbox Live Arcade when he got an invitation to an Xbox Live party chat. The invitation didn't have a gamer tag attached to it, it just said blank has invited you to an Xbox Live party. But when he entered, he was the only person in the party. The author didn't think much of it, as the person who invited him could have left before he joined, or it could have been a glitch in the system. Glitches happen often on Xbox Live, and happen just as often in the Xbox Live party chats. But as the author was about to leave, another name popped up in the party. It was his name again, so there was two of him in the party according to Xbox Live. He thought it was another glitch, but said hello anyway. A few seconds had passed before an echo of his voice said hello back. The author was annoyed, but kept talking to himself in the chat. Eventually he would say, "Why don't you come say that to my face?" "Maybe I might just do that," the voice said back, and startled him. It was his voice that had responded. The other version of him left the chat, and he was once again alone. The author would receive another message from the other account before his Xbox broke with the smell of smoke coming from it. He tried to turn it back on and got the red ring of death, a problem that a lot of early Xbox 360s had. The story would end with the narrator getting his Xbox fixed and finding dozens of voice messages from the account with his name. The final voice message said, "I'm done waiting, I'm coming to get you." The last thing the author saw was his avatar on screen waving, but it wasn't at him. Hypno is a psychic Pokemon that is known for the ability to hypnotize others. The creepypasta Hypno's Lullaby is a song written by Hypno using its power on children. The song details how Hypno will hypnotize kids in a very similar way to the Pied Piper legend. He takes the children from their homes with this song and leads them to his cave, then hypnotizes them all together according to the song. The children are then presumably killed. He never says exactly what Hypno does with the children. The song also mentions how he will feed on the nightmares of the families that are going to have to grieve for their children, which might have been Hypno's ultimate goal from the start. So anyone who's been on the V board on 4chan probably knows about Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. For those who don't, it was a ride someone made for Roller Coaster Tycoon. It was one of those really slow motor car rides, but with a twist. It had 30,696 feet of track and a ride time of 70 real-time minutes, around 4 years in game time. In addition, there were these props of a skeleton holding out his top hat scattered around here and there, as if to mock the customers. Needless to say, there were a lot of passengers screaming, "I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride." And here's where things get really good. Once the ride came to a stop, the passengers found themselves on a long path that took about 2 hours to traverse. Once they reached the end, they found themselves facing a sign that read, "Mr. Bones says, the ride never ends." The path led straight back to the entrance of Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. There was nowhere else to go. In other words, they were screwed. Needless to say, this gained a lot of popularity on the V, and people started making their own Mr. Bones Wild Ride. I was one of them and made a version with the Ghost Train ride. You know, the one that's usually a huge death trap? It didn't last as long as the original, but did have a twist. Near the end, it launched the cars into a small shed with a sign on the side that said, "Enjoy your stay." I killed about 20 people with that ride and couldn't stop laughing as each of them went one by one to their graves. Fast forward a few weeks and I was in Busch Gardens on vacation. I was wandering around trying to decide what to ride. That's when I noticed a ride that hadn't been there the last time I visited. It was weird because it had never been advertised and there was nothing on the map about it. I figured, what the hell, and got in line. Surprisingly, the line wasn't very long. I only waited about 10 minutes to get on. It was one of those motor car rides, which was kind of weird because they already had one elsewhere in the park. Why would they open up a second one? After buckling in, I looked up ahead and froze. There was a giant skeleton up ahead tipping a hat to me with a sign over his head that said, "Mr. Bones Wild Ride." "No," I whispered. I struggled with my restraints, but they wouldn't come off. I begged the employee controlling the ride to help, and I had changed my mind, but he ignored me. My car started moving, and I screamed in terror. Up ahead, the track stretched on for what seemed like forever. I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. Do you remember the stories you and your friends would tell each other on the playground? Your friend would say that they found a way to unlock Luigi in Super Mario 64. All you had to do was collect every single star in the game and do a few other menial tasks. Then Luigi would be available to play. So you went home that night and loaded up the game. You spent the rest of the week collecting every single star and finishing up every other requirement. The weekend hits just as you finish everything. You go to unlock Luigi and then nothing. Luigi never appears, at least not in your game. You go back to your friend on Monday and ask him how he did it, and that you didn't get it. Your friend swears up and down that he was able to do it though. What if Luigi wasn't in your copy of Super Mario 64, but was only in your friend's copy of the game? Super Mario 64 might be the first and only personalized video game. Every copy of Mario 64 is personalized to a different person. Every strange experience people have with the game comes from their own copies of the game. Some players may experience Luigi in their game, for L is real. Some players may unlock the cool medal from Big Boo's Haunt. Yet even more players might discover minor changes that hardly change the game from copy to copy. Every copy of the game is unique and has its own features. Most are harmless and interesting, but if you see a giant floating Wario head in the game, it is recommended that you turn off the game immediately. Zelda 64 Beta tells the story of a Zelda fan who gets his hands on a red Nintendo 64 cartridge with nothing but Zelda written on it. He gets the game from a friend who received it from a woman whose son had gone missing. The friend didn't see the value in it, and so he gave the game to the author of the story. He took the game home and immediately started playing it. The first thing he saw was the title screen, just had The Legend of Zelda written on it. Nothing really in the background, no music, and no animation. It was eerie for a Zelda game, which usually had this whimsical and fantasy-themed opening. He also noticed that the graphics were actually more detailed than Ocarina of Time, which didn't make sense since it was supposed to be the beta for that game. The graphics were better for the environment, but everything also looked more grotesque and realistic. The author would roam the world until finding a dungeon of sorts. It was well detailed, but the building looked gross, dingy, and rotten. There were blood splatters on certain walls of the dungeon to show where traps were located, something not common for the Zelda franchise. With the whole vibe being creepy and far darker than any previous Zelda game had been. Music began to play inside the dungeon the more he explored it. Moans were mixed with a discordant violin melody that played in the background. The moaning wouldn't loop, and it seemed to change based on the mood of what was happening in the game. The author goes on to detail a fleshy face built into a wall. He had to attack it until it died, and once it did, a door opened behind the face. Soon after, he realized he was in the tutorial of the game, and had yet to see what the game truly had to offer. The world seemed to expand the more he explored it. Each time he restarted the game, it would have a different layout. He would get lost exploring the areas he felt familiar with every time he loaded the game. There were monsters that were just arms that would come out of the wall and throw him straight into traps if he was caught. Other monsters in the game were similar to what they would be like in subsequent Zelda games. For weeks on end, the author would explore the world of Zelda 64 Beta and find something new every time he played. He discovered the gods of that world and the lore that it contained. He was unable to stop playing the game. The game seemed to know he was playing and was creating new things for him to do. The game was changing specifically for him, and it wasn't content with him to just stop playing. Bootleg Pokemon game collector is excited to receive a new Pokemon game that he found called Pokemon Black. It wasn't the Black version, but instead a hack of Pokemon Red. It followed the same opening, and the only major differences was the press start screen didn't have Pokemon cycling through. Also, under the Pokemon logo, it just said Black version. The game started as normal with the player getting to pick their first Pokemon. But no matter which Pokemon you picked, you also got a Pokemon called Ghost added to your party. You used the Ghost sprite from Lavender Town and was easily the most powerful Pokemon in the game. Ghost had one ability, Curse. When used, it would instantly defeat whatever Pokemon you were facing. What was weird was instead of the Pokeball being grayed out to show a defeated Pokemon, instead the Pokeball was just missing entirely. This was most likely to show that the Pokemon had died from the attack. Once Ghost had used Curse against the entire team of Pokemon, the trainer would show up next. The battle commands would come back up. You could run, and the fight would end normally. Or you could use Curse on the trainer as well. After the battle ended, the trainer's sprite would be missing. If you return to the same spot at a later time, then you'd see a gravestone where the trainer used to stand. Curse could not be used in all instances, though. It was useless against Ghost Pokemon, presumably because they are already considered dead. It also could not be used against trainers you'd have to fight again. That is, unless it's your final battle against them. Then you can use it. The game had a sudden shift after defeating the Elite Four. A box would appear with the words "many years later" written in it. The player character was now an old man standing and looking at tombstones. The game world was now as empty as your Pokemon party. Even Ghost was no longer in your party. As you traveled the world as the old man, Lavender Town's theme would play on loop. No other songs played, just Lavender Town. The player would then make their way back to Pallet Town where the game had started. Going into your house and standing in the exact spot where the game had started would start a cutscene. The game would show a Caterpie, then a Weedle. It took a moment for the author to realize that the game was showing all the Pokemon the player had used Curse on. After the Pokemon had gone by, next would be the trainers. Every trainer you had cursed would show up one by one. The Lavender Town theme in the background all the while had begun to drop in pitch until it was just a low rumble. Following this, a battle would start. The old man's sprite would appear and Ghost would be on the opposite side. The only option available to the player would be to fight. The option to run wasn't available. When the old man tried to fight, the only ability he could use was Struggle. Struggling would lower the old man's health, but didn't affect Ghost at all. Eventually, the old man would struggle down to his last bit of life, and Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen would cut to black for a final time. The player had one option, and that was to trust the game, or let it sit on the black screen forever. Returning the game, the author noticed that the file was gone. It had been erased like it never existed. Little Lamplight is an alternate story of how the Wanderer, the main character in Fallout 3, was able to access the vault into the Lamplight. Little Lamplight was a settlement run entirely by kids. It was also the only way into the final vault that you needed to access. After being turned away by the kids of Little Lamplight, the Wanderer would work with a group of slavers to overrun the settlement and sell the kids into slavery. The creepypasta recounts the story from the perspective of the leader of the settlement, as he tries in vain to stop everything from happening. He is powerless in the end, and they are all taken and sold off one by one. Eventually the story ends with the Wanderer making his way into the vault that previously he wasn't allowed entry.
Spirits can be tricky, as they can seemingly bond to anything, or anyone with no real reason. Just ask the author. Let's call him Percy for the sake of flow. Who, after saving up enough money to buy an Xbox 360 plus some games, soon finds some weird things happening. It starts off with some small things, like the game gets easier when you yell at them, like in Borderlands. Visual glitches in the title screen that plays blue. But then, Percy starts to hear voices. Freaked out, he rushes out of the lounge to wash his face, and reasoning with himself that it might just be his flat. Returning to the console, he started playing Blaze Blue once more, and while there was still visual glitches, the voice seemed to be gone for now. After a few matches, he once again heard the voice. Behind the microphone, and headset, in the box. Freaked out, he checked the box, and there lay a headset, which was weird since he had not purchased one, and the Xbox did not come with one. The voice introduced himself as Cass. "What are you doing in my console?" Percy asked Cass. Cass responded that she had been bound to it, and the Xbox was the first means she had to contact him. His other consoles had no microphone feature, save for his DS, but the microphone on it was broken. Tired, Percy stopped the console and passed on his Cass. The next morning, when he turned on his console, Cass was annoyed. "Why didn't you say goodbye?" she asked. A little freaked out. This time, when he turned off the console, he told her that he'd be in contact as soon as possible, which would be sooner than he expected. As the following morning, a headset seemed to appear out of nowhere, attached to his DS. Cass had found a way to fix the microphone on it. Freaked out, Percy asked, "Excuse me, but why are you wanting to remain in contact with me so often?" Her response sent chills down his spine. "You've had a hard time with your life, haven't you? You had nobody to talk to all your life, right?" How did she know? He never told anybody. Turns out, they could see each other's memories, something he'd experienced too. As he started to see her memory, specifically her death, where she was stabbed by her employer and left bleeding on the ground, before he stuck something into her head, leaving her an empty shell. The next thing she knows, she's being woken up by his next victim. Shortly after learning this, Percy collapses, then wakes up in what appears to be a hospital ward. Cass is there. It seems that he has gone to where she is, his body doomed to become an empty shell. Stepping into the white door, he embraces Cass as they enter oblivion together, waiting for the next victim. The monitor cuts off for a second, for the words "console subjects 4, beginning transition of fourth subject to target number 5 here. Who will be the next to be console? Perhaps it'll be you.
The author is a lonely child who was forced to attend a private school. They were shy and didn't have any friends, as most of their classmates were rude to them. This all led to the author finding video games as their only chance for socialization and joy. They received a GameCube with 3 games, one of these being Pokemon Channel. The author played the other 2, but Pokemon Channel quickly became their favorite game. The author would play it every day. She would run around with Pikachu, watch TV, and play minigames. The bond that she felt with Pikachu, who she named ERVR, her brother, was that of a real best friend. ERVR was her only friend. That wasn't until she switched to a public school and started to make real friends. The author even had a best friend that she made at school. The more and more she hung out with her friends, the less time she spent playing Pokemon Channel. After a while, the author completely stopped playing Pokemon Channel. She spent all of her time with her best friend until her family had to move. She fought with her parents about it, but ultimately they had to move anyway. She soon lost contact with her best friend. The author fell back into her old habits of playing video games and never leaving her room. She was perusing her old games and found her old dust-covered copy of Pokemon Channel. A wave of nostalgia rushed over her and she decided she had to play it again. She had to see Brother again. The game loaded up and she felt the wave of nostalgia even stronger. It almost brought a tear to her eye. The same loading screen, the same menu music, and now it was time to start the game. The author's room loaded, but she couldn't find Brother anywhere. Eventually, a low moan came from the bed. She looked over and saw Pikachu climbing out from under the bed. He looked sad and beat up. The author called out to Pikachu, but got a stern look. He was mad and she couldn't figure out why. He had this look of absolute disdain, something that the author wasn't sure was possible in the game. The game slowly devolved. The TV was replaced with a gory Pikachu-themed one that looked like its mouth was spread wide around the TV screen. A small stream of blood coming from the top of the mouth. It was frightening and definitely not part of the game originally. The wallpaper in the room has taken on a creepy design that made the walls look like they were covered in dried blood. A group of morbid-looking Pikachu dolls, called Pikachu Doll Z, were placed all around the room. Brother showed the author around the world that was now submerged in death. The dead body parts of Pokemon were strewn around their garden. Brother seemed to relish in ruining the world that the author used to love. The game ends with Brother telling the author that she left him alone for 2 days. The screen's face was black, with the face of brother staying on screen. When the author turns to look away, she sees a Pikachu doll Z sitting on her desk. The author was feeling nostalgic for Super Mario 64 when he happened upon a mint-condition copy online. He was watching some gameplay on YouTube when the pop-up showed up on his screen. He was of course wary of a random pop-up, but his nostalgia took over and he bought it. The buying process was also very strange. The message he'd received only asked him to send $10 to an address the seller had listed. Once he'd received that, the author would be sent his game. Once he turned off the money, the website seemed to go offline. He tried to be of course, the offer was too good to be true and it wasn't a mint copy of the game. In fact, the front cover had been entirely removed, and instead a piece of duct tape with Mario was written a bit crudely. The game luckily still worked, and the author was relieved. He booted it up and got to the opening screen where you could mess with Mario's face. He moved the hand around and started to morph his face in a funny way. Just as he did this, Mario's face began to distort in ways he never thought possible. Random sound effects played and a faint voice speaking Japanese played in the background. The person seemed to be stammering and on the verge of tears. The author restarted the game and skipped directly to starting a new game. After loading in, the game skipped a lot of the intro and just put Mario inside the castle. There was no music, just dead silence. There weren't even any toads around to talk to. The portrait entrance to Bob-omb's battlefield was just a stark white canvas for some reason. Once the author entered the portrait, the image suddenly went from a blank canvas to the lethal lava lamp painting. The mission select menu came up, and instead of Big Bob-omb on the summit, the mission was called Turn Back. Once the author entered the level, it all seemed normal until he saw Luigi. Luigi just stood there until Mario approached him. Luigi took off running at a crazy fast speed. The author chased and picked up coins along the way. As the author picked up the coins, the game seemed to change around him. The colors were more mute with each coin. Everything was just a little darker. As he picked up the fifth coin, all the enemies dropped to the floor, as if they'd all simultaneously died. Mario chased Luigi up to where King Bob-omb usually stood. At the top was a very out-of-place looking cottage. The walls were worn and old. It appeared so stark against the background of the Mario world. As soon as Mario entered the cottage, the door slammed behind him, and for a brief moment, an image of Luigi appeared on the screen. It was Luigi hanging from the ceiling, his lifeless body swaying slightly from side to side. Mario then fell to the floor and cried for 5 minutes straight as the screen went to black. The screen came back to Mario slumping out of the painting. The painting now showed the same image of Luigi. Across the hall from the Luigi painting was something that scared the author a lot more. It was a picture of him and his family, a very recent photo they had taken last weekend. The author tried in vain to turn the console off. He even unplugged it from the wall, but nothing seemed to work. The screen still showed his family, and it seemed his only option was to enter the new level. The author took control of Mario and jumped into the family photo. The mission named Run, Don't Walk came on screen. It was the only mission available to him. The author was plopped on some platforms and had to run from a giant blob that chased Mario. He kept running, always staying just slightly ahead of it. That couldn't last forever, so Mario was eventually absorbed by the blob. The picture ejected Mario and he lost one of his 3 lives. The picture had changed somehow. The author and his family looked like they were starting to decay, like they had all died and been posed as corpses. The author shrugged this off and jumped back in. Again, Mario died and he was sent back out of the picture. The picture had gotten worse. Everyone was looking like they'd been dead for a longer time now. One last time, the author thought as he jumped back into the picture. This time Mario was on a lonely island surrounded by nothing but water. A sign told him to dive and he jumped into the water and began to dive down. The waters were empty as he made his way down. It was quiet until out of nowhere Mario was eaten by the giant eel from the game. And just like that, he was out of extra lives. The game showed a grotesque picture of the family in the last photo the author had taken. He was so disgusted, but glad that he could actually shut the system down. When he tried to reload the game, all he got was the same picture and no option to do anything else. The author decided to open the only other file in the game. The grotesque picture came up again, only it looked a little different. They were posed differently. And that was when he realized that it was a different family.
How far are you willing to go to uncover the truth? Would you endanger yourself for your own curiosity? It would seem the author would. The author considered himself a fan of all things creepy in video games. One day, the author decided to find the secrets of the Hell Valley Skytrees from Super Mario Galaxy 2. The author had heard of a theory that the ghosts from Super Mario 3D World and the trees were linked, so he began his own research by playing through Super Mario Galaxy 2. He eventually came upon the Shiver Burn Galaxy, where the Hell Valley Skytrees were located. Entering first-person mode to see them, they weren't there, and confused, the author left first-person view, to find that they had surrounded Mario, and proceeded to grab him. The screen went black, and all he could hear was Mario's horrifying screams, before the figures turned to him, and the words, "Seek no further, thou foolish man," were spoken by an unknown voice. The author ignored the warning, began digging for more information on the trees, going to forums and even contacting Nintendo, but he found nothing. That night he had a nightmare of the shadowy figures surrounding him. Shooting up from his bed, clearly shook, the author stumbled into the living room. Booting up his Wii, he loaded up Super Mario Galaxy 2. Instead of being greeted by the menu, he was met with the face of his Mii, with no eyes and a frown. When he selected his file, he was spawned in the Shiverburn Galaxy, where the trees usually were, looking down on Mario, who was staring up. Then the screen flashed, and he was staring at the trees, standing around a dead Mario, before telling the author that he must pay for digging too deep. Then the power went off in his house. It ends with the author warning people not to look into the trees. Well, where it ends for him. On October 16, 2012, a homicide report states that this was found in the victim's pocket. It would seem the author's curiosity led to his death. There's actually another creepypasta that mentions seeing eyes above the trees, in the exact same spot the author had been looking down on Mario, and how they would send over this information to their cousin, who loved creepypastas. Let's hope his curiosity doesn't get the better of him.
The Princess is the story about a strange entity known as the Princess. This entity has the ability to appear in any video game that they please and interact with the player. The player is advised that if they ever see her, they need to turn off the game. The Princess can travel into any game she wishes. Once inside, she'll begin to change the game in different ways. Usually the things she'll change are pretty easy to recognize. They also corrupt the game in unforeseeable ways. The Princess may enter any video game she wants, and anyone can see her. Though she usually avoids online games and the newer stuff. She prefers older titles and N64 games, with an apparent fondness for Ocarina of Time. The story of the Princess starts with the author talking about an untextured and weird-looking NPC that he found in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. She had red hair and wore a white dress. Both of these would become staples of her character. The most striking thing about her, though, wasn't really something she had, but rather what she didn't. The Princess was faceless. When the author tried to interact with her, he was knocked back like Link had hit an enemy. This led the author to believe that she was an enemy of some type. She persisted in that same spot until he left the area. When he returned, she was gone. The author would run into her a few more times while playing through the game. The very last time he would run into her, he finally got some dialogue out of her. She said, "He's not moving anymore." What? Are you sad? Happy? I really can't tell. Looks like you're coming around. That's an unpleasant past. Along with the dialogue box was a high-pitched screeching sound. The princess's character model was also shaking in place. The author immediately left the area. Following this event, the game was becoming less and less stable. Finally, the author would make his way to the marketplace where all the NPCs were acting strange. After talking to all the NPCs, the screen would flash to show the princess entity along with the re-dead screen. The author finally reached over and shut off the console. He would then put away Ocarina of Time for a while. When he did get around to playing it again, the game seemed normal. This was one of the stories that revolved around the princess, the entity that haunted a multitude of video games. The story goes into length explaining her backstory and what she's capable of, and also introduces the Princess Society. But I'm going to hold off here as she really deserves a full video. So remember, friends, if you see her, turn off the game. The track mode tells the story of a kid whose friend named Nicholas goes missing while they're at the arcade. They were both playing a game called Skull and Crossbow. The game was very alluring to the author, as it was very loud with pulsating bass. The author starts the game and finds that he's actually kind of good at it. The game was essentially just like Centipede, another arcade game that he was already familiar with, though it was much darker in nature. The author was getting very into the game, and he was slowly beating the final boss. Just as this happened, Nicholas came up and pushed him out of the way so he could play the game too. He essentially stole the finale of the game from the author. Nicholas ended up losing and started reaching behind the machine to unplug it. His logic was that if you unplug the arcade, you can claim a free game from the arcade owners. The author didn't love the plan but was on board since he really wanted to finish the game. As the boys tried to jostle the machine away from the wall, they were shocked to find that the game had no back. It was just a black void that Nicholas started to fall into. The author tried to grab him, but it was too late. He was gone. When the author looked back at the front of the screen, he swore the main boss of the game, Oad, had another set of ribs on him. The track has 2 more sequels that expand upon that author character's slow descent into becoming a sociopath. I'll probably do a full video on this series as there's a lot of subject matter I want to cover. You know that eerie feeling you get when playing a multiplayer game alone on a server meant for multiplayer? Like you were meant to be surrounded by people, but it's just you and you alone. That's the hobby of the author of abandoned servers. You would explore those servers, but players didn't use them. He even got paid to do it. The author receives a call from his friend asking him to check out an indie game's abandoned server. He was told the server was pretty big and offered him $100 to go through and document what he found. The author created an account which was hosted on some very old website. He logged in and noticed the game was very similar to Second Life, a game where you play as yourself and build by a second online life. The server that the author was in turned out to be the only active server left in the game. He was loaded into a forest-like area where the trees looked very similar to the ones from WoW. The first thing that he really noticed was the graphics that looked pretty good, even for a game its age. After walking around in the forest for about 20 minutes, the author came to a big tree. The tree had a giant door on the front of it. The door looked similar to the doors on the trees in The Nightmare Before Christmas. Clicking on the door brought up a loading screen. The game played an 8-bit tune as it took its time loading. When the game finished loading, the only thing inside the tree was a big mirror. The mirror was big enough that it separated one part of the tree from the other. The shoots his friend a message. He asks if he already cut the servers, and the only reply he got was no. Later that night, he woke several times from dreams about the tree and the mirror. Every time he was about to touch it, he wakes up. The author decides to get up and browse Steam since he couldn't sleep. After looking through some trailers, he received an invite to play Counter-Strike Source. The name was someone on his friends list, but he couldn't recognize it. It just sort of resembled his name. The author loaded into the map and couldn't buy any guns for some reason. Every time he tried, it would freeze for a second, then return to normal. He gave up and just proceeded with his starting gun. The map was empty, save for him and the person who invited him. The author ran around the map for a while, but never saw the enemy player. He was about ready to quit when he saw the other player out of the corner of his eye. The author chased him under a bridge, but couldn't catch him. When he emerged on the other side of the tunnel, he found himself back inside the tree. Someone was reflecting in the mirror. It was him. Not his character in the game, but him at his desk wearing his headphones and everything. The reflection of the author starts to rip into its arm with its nails. The marks began to appear on the author's arm along with the pain. He screamed before shutting the computer off. As the screen faded to black, the doppelganger's face began to rot and distort. 4 days later, the author gathers the strength needed to turn his computer back on. He attempts to open Word, but it shuts down and starts to load Battlefield 3. An old friend has invited him, but he was suspicious. The author joined his group and tried to talk to his friend, but only got static in return. He attempted to shut the computer off, but as he looked back at the monitor, he saw all of the trees in the game now had the same door on them. Frantically jabbing the button with his thumb, he came to realize he couldn't turn it off. As he looked back at his monitor, he saw a familiar face looking back at him. It was his doppelganger again. His face was shriveled to where bone was visible, his eyes were sunken in, and he overall looked like death. The author Tools started to appear on the author's computer. The doppelganger screams as the computer shuts off. The author calls an ambulance as he has some serious injury. He was rushed to the hospital and overall required stitches for his wounds. As he's healing, he just has to sell his computer. The author's life starts a downhill trend. He loses his job for missing too many days. He can't stop thinking about the doppelganger in the tree. They continue to haunt his dreams. He has spent too many nights without proper sleep, and it was driving him insane. The author finally comes up with an idea to rid himself of his nightmare. He buys a cheap Dell computer and sets it up at his home. After 3 days of working, he finally gains access to the same server where his doppelganger resides and sets up a peer-to-peer connection. Once the author was online, he was greeted by a very different page of the game. It had news of him losing his job, as well as people being killed, cannibalism, and other heinous acts being shown. The author makes his way through the game, which is now covered in the corpses of people. He must make his way past all of them and get to the tree. It was his only chance to overcome this nightmare. Once inside the tree, he finds a very deformed and menacing-looking version of himself. The deformed, bloody creature begins to crawl towards him. The doppelganger breaks through the glass, and just as he was about to reach the author, he pulled out a pocket mirror. His doppelganger lets out a cry as a massive burst sound comes from the game. The author woke up on the floor, covered in blood, with the mirror laying beside him. It must be over, he thought. The author drove over to a bridge and threw the mirror into the waters below, hoping to finally be rid of the nightmare. He warns that you should be careful when exploring abandoned servers, to be wary of the laughs and cries you may hear, as you may also meet your very own doppelganger. JVK1166Z.ESP was a strange mod for the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. The mod was only passed around smaller Elder Scrolls message boards and communities. It was even sent to a few people via personal messages. The mod wasn't so widespread, and that was likely due to the fact that if you tried to load the mod on your computer, it would likely crash the game. It would sit on the loading screen for an hour before it crashed, taking all of your save files with it. This led to warnings being distributed into most areas of the community, meaning the game was mostly being treated like a virus that was being spread around the community like a real virus would. A year later, the author of the story was messaged by someone who got PM'd a copy of the mod. In the PM, he was told that the game could run in DOS files, which ended up working. The mod was now playable, even if it was laggy and it wouldn't allow you to save unless you used the quick save feature. JVK, as the board started to call it, started the game with every NPC that was important to the plot already being dead, essentially making the game unbeatable from the very start. Kind of like starting the game on a game over. It was noted that even though the NPCs were dead, you could still go and find their corpses, as they were never despawned. Another important change was that your character would lose health as you played the game. I don't mean from receiving damage, but just as time passed. It was a little bit at a time, but more so if you played the game too slow. If you actually ran out of health, your character, like in most games, would die. When your character died, you'd see what the cause was. A figure would crawl all over the character's dead body just before the game asked if you wanted to load a save. This figure would become known in the community as the Assassin. He could mainly be seen after your character has died, or on a very rare occasion, he could be seen just out of the corner of your eye. He would be gone before you could turn to look at him. The Assassin crawled like a spider on all four limbs and was very fast. He would crawl out of sight every time you thought you could catch a glimpse of him. He was even able to crawl up walls and trees, making the game a little hard to play at night. The only other noticeable difference was that at night, all of the NPCs would walk outside at random intervals and just stare upwards. If you try to talk to them, all they will say is, "Walk to the sky." They will randomly stop and go back to normal after a short time. A new NPC named Curious has appeared in the game. He was pretty standard except for his robe, which seemed to be a unique item. It was rendered with twinkling stars all across it, looking like a torn chunk of the night sky. Tyrese had one quest line, and it required you to go to the new dungeon added in the mod, the Citadel. The dungeon was by far the largest in the game, and the hardest as well. It required you to make your way toward an island where the dungeon was located. The Citadel was considered harder due to the lack of proper save feature. At this point, the author quit the mod. The author then recounts the stories of what they were told by the others who continued onward. The Citadel contained areas that looked like Dwemer ruins, but darker. The rooms were black instead of bronze, and that included the creatures in the area as well. The sounds of machinery could be heard all around the player. They grew louder the further in you went. There was even a thick fog which limited the player's vision to about 10 in-game feet. If you made it through all of that, you'd end up in an area the community has come to know as the Portrait Room. The Portrait Room was a room that pulled random pictures from your My Pictures folder on your computer. The room was filled with whatever picture files you had, which led to some very interesting situations. At the end of the hallway, past the Portrait Room, was a door. The door was locked, and none of the players could figure out how to get it open. Everyone returned to Tyrese to figure it out, but all he would say was, "Watch the sky." One player, a friend of the author, decided that it had something to do with the night sky. He figured that "watch the sky" was in reference to the way the sky now looked like a real sky. His friend had figured out that the sky seemed to correlate to real time that just moved at a faster pace. His friend had to keep the game on though, because if you restarted for any reason, then it would reset the time back to the starting date. The game had to be on, but he couldn't let it sit still for too long or the assassin would kill his character and he'd have to start over again. His friend decided that he needed to keep the game running for 3 in-game years, which was the equivalent of 3 real-life days. After a little bit of time goes by, his friend finds that the assassin has a new method of scaring the player. He now shrieks at them. The first time it happened, his friend wasn't paying attention and it nearly scared the life out of him. He persisted still until he got to day 3 and the assassin shrieked at him again. His friend looked around and saw that all the NPCs were outside now. The only thing they would say was "watch the sky." After that, his friend took some time away from the game. When he did get back in contact with the author, he talked about having suffered from sleep deprivation. His friend was once again trying to figure out the mod. His friend woke up from several nightmares. His first nightmare had the assassin looming over him in the real world. When he tried to push him away, his hands melted into him. After that, he woke to his character not being near where he'd left him. Instead, he was talking to an NPC, and he was telling him about how the door would open soon. His friend then awoke for a final time, actually being awake this time. He found his character swimming towards the Citadel Island. He heard this tapping noise on the window to the left of him, which was strange, since his laptop was on the table to the right of him. This was the last message that the author would receive from his friend. He has since considered re-downloading the mod and running through it again.
The author's best friend, Mike, had a Let's Play channel, where he played obscure games. It wasn't a big channel, but he seemed to enjoy it. One day, Mike started to play a game called LSD Dream Simulator. In this game, the player would explore various Japanese environments, with animals and people floating by who paid no heed to the player. Except for an NPC known as the Gray Man, who, as he sounds, is the gray man in a hat and coat. Each time he appeared, Mike would laugh nervously before moving on. After getting to day 12, Mike made a post on his YouTube channel about dreaming about the Gray Man, and how it was time to play a different game. The next day at school, Mike seemed anxious, so the author suggested he take a break from YouTube and study with him. That night, when the author arrived at Mike's house, he seemed distracted and shaken. Eventually, Mike opened up about the dream he had, about drowning for weeks while the Gray Man watched. Over the next couple weeks, Mike's health appeared to start deteriorating, and the dream seemed to have gotten worse. Eventually, Mike was switched to private learning after too many hours. As time passed, the author moved on and made new friends. It was around this time that a new graffiti appeared, tagging walls with Japanese words and phrases. One night, while coming home, the author saw Mike in an alleyway under a half-completed graffiti tag. The dreams had gotten even worse for Mike, not even being able to escape them when he was awake. The author woke up in the middle of the night to Mike standing in the corner of his room. Mike told him to delete everything that linked him to the Gray Man, which she did, except for the actual game. The author decided to play the game to see if there was anything wrong with it. Continuing from Mike's file, he noted strangely that the Gray Man had disappeared. That night, the author had a dream, not about the Gray Man though, but of his friend Mike. Mike disappeared after that night, and the author even started his own file in the game, where he encountered the Gray Man, but nothing happened. A few weeks later, the police found Mike's body, with forensics determining that he had bludgeoned himself to death with a rock. The author still dreams about him sometimes.
Do you remember the Happy Mask salesman from both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask? Happiness for Sale is a story that tells of an encounter that a young boy had with the salesman when he first moved to his town. The boy encountered him one day as he was walking through town. He noticed the large sack on his back, the thin frame of the man, and his thinning red hair. The most striking part of his appearance, though, was his almost inhumanly big smile. The man's smile extended from ear to ear, and that creeped the boy out. Even if he was put off by the man's demeanor, he still wanted to know more about him. The man approached him, and he was paralyzed with fear. A long moment passed before the man would turn and leave, and as he did, the boy noticed his large sack and masks all along it. The boy spent the night not being able to sleep. All he could think about was his encounter with the man with the mask. Every time he would close his eyes, all he would see was that man's smile. No, he wasn't a man, he was a demon in the skin of a man. The next day, the boy decided he needed to confront the man and find out what he really was. After eating breakfast, he ran to the square where he first encountered the man and found that the empty building in town now had a crowd around it. At the center of the crowd is where he stood, the man with a smile that sent shivers down the boy's spine. The Happy Mask salesman stood next to a sign and spoke of his new shop. The sign next to the demon said, "Happy Mask Shop. Happiness is just a mask away." The boy shuddered, but decided his curiosity must be sated. He went into the shop once the majority of the group had gone. Inside, he found the mask salesman giving his mask to two different people, a woman and a child. Both of them had glossy looks in their eyes, but took the mask before walking out of the shop. It was just the Happy Mask salesman and the boy now. He stood and asked him a question, but got no response. The man stood like he was waiting for something else to be said. A few moments later, another child walked into the shop. He walked right up to the Happy Mask salesman and put his hands out like he was waiting for a mask. The man looked down at the boy and then began to glare. There was a moment of fear from the boy before the Happy Mask salesman grabbed him by the throat. He lifted the boy into the air and then opened his mouth. A crackling sound could be heard as his jaws unhinged and his mouth grew wide enough to swallow the boy. The Happy Mask salesman began to put the boy in his mouth. The boy began kicking and screaming, but to no avail. The boy was entirely inside the mask salesman's mouth now. The man brought his hands to his mouth and started to form the flesh of the child. A moment later, he had turned the child into a mask. He pulled the mask from his mouth and outstretched his hand to the boy, who was now cowering in the corner. "Do you want a mask, my boy?" The boy was in tears, but he managed enough strength to run from the building. He ran and didn't stop until he got home. There he sat in his room, crying and rocking back and forth. The boy the next day went out into town and saw that the shop was now closed, like it had never existed in the first place. He then proceeds to warn everyone of this demon and to avoid him if you ever see him. The Happy Mask salesman has been a popular recurring character in a lot of creepypastas. It's easy to see why when you can see how terrifying he can be, especially in Majora's Mask. Two friends are talking about getting games for their 3DSs. The author asks his friend Owen if he picked up the new Smash game. He replies no, that he got Tamagotchi Life instead. He was a little upset with Owen, as he wanted them to play games together, but got over it as he saw how fun the game looked and figured Smash would still be a fun game by himself. Later, Owen was telling the author about how the game lets you make funny songs sung by the characters on the island. They let you change the lyrics and they can be whatever you want them to be. Owen was worried about one thing, though. When he started the game, instead of making his Mii the main character, the game already had someone as the main character. There was a Mii named Mr. Happy already on the island. Mr. Happy had his own song, one that Owen didn't make for him either. It was a morbid song about how everyone should die happy. The lyrics made them both laugh, even if it was a bit uncomfortable. A few days later, the author got a phone call from Jenny, Owen's wife. She was crying into the phone and he wasn't sure what was wrong. She told him how Owen had jumped off the bridge near their house. The author was shocked. His best friend was dead. Not only that, but he was at the best time of his life. He had beaten the drugs, the alcohol addiction, and came out a stronger person. To hear that, even in the happiest moments of his life, that he was now gone, it broke him. A strange email appeared in the author's inbox. It was from Owen, but that wouldn't be possible. The email included a video file. Playing it, he saw Mr. Happy dancing and singing his song, the one that Owen had told him about. The lyrics, which were funny when they first heard them together, now took on a creepy undertone. It made his whole body freeze up. The song trudged up all of the memories of Owen. Later, when the author was playing his own copy of Tomodachi Life, a new islander had moved in. It was Mr. Happy, just as he was in Owen's game. Same face, same voice, and same song available. Not long after, the author found himself playing the game to find out more about Mr. Happy. Some of his muse had started to die. When he would visit their apartment, all it said was that they had committed suicide. After a while, the author started to see all of his muse following the same fate, until it was his muse's turn. He wasn't sad then. He'd already accepted it. There was no reason for him to not die happy. The man sent a letter to his friend Nick. Nick had to move away, but before he did, Nick let him download his entire game library to his computer. The games were pirated and needed to be cracked before they could be played. Most of the games could be cracked pretty simply, but a few couldn't be broken so easily. After the author searched the internet for solutions for why, he stumbled across a program. The program was titled Shikami no Tengen.
I just woke the fuck up.
The program was perfect for cracking the games and making them playable. The program worked incredibly well.
Ugh, my eyes, I'm so tired. Like literally. Ugh.
She's clear.
See you at the
Tell me, what is that? Zero H3. Well, stop playing with it. You're making a mess.
Mario, say hi to the camera.
What are you doing?
Because I want to start making home videos so you can watch them when Jackie comes out.
Okay, but it's not going to record like that.
Sure, say hi, Mario. Say hi, Jackie. So, Mario, did you like it?
No, I did not like it. You don't have a show on me. Nobody would watch that.
But look, Mario, we already have 2 views.
President, I watched it.
Well, then who's the other viewer?
Okay, can I answer? I want to show him my big feet. What do you do? Just stay right here and play with me. Ass counters. You must be Mario. Yeah, and you must be Rosalina. Who are you? I'm Dewey. Dewey done did it. If you're thinking of doing it, I already done did it. Oh, yeah. I don't know. What are you doing here? Glad you asked. I saw your YouTube video, and I need to make you filthy rich. I'm talking filthy. Like a pig.
You saw my YouTube videos?
Oh, yeah. How are you going to make us filthy rich off a YouTube video? May I come in? Come in. Should we trust this guy?
I mean, look at his hair, Mario. It screams trustworthy.
Oh, yeah. He does have a bow tie. I guess you come on in. So can you tell us more about being filthy rich?
Because of my YouTube video?
Here's what happened. I saw your video and I was like, wow. Hilarious. And I want to give you a all reality TV show. I'm talking the lights, the cameras, the whole
what it sounds like. What, a contract? Oh yeah. What's it say?
No need to read it because I already done did it.
What? Okay.
The only part you need to read is this line right here.
What? Give you $15,000? You'll give us $50,000? What?
Mario, we have to do this!
Just sign it.
Just sign it. I don't know. It seems a little too good to be true.
Mario?
I guess I'll sign it.
Here, use my pen.
Okay. Are you sure about this?
Yes, Mario?
Okay, I'll sign it. And sign it.
Mario, is he okay?
I don't know. Sir, are you okay?
You actually signed it. I couldn't say it. I mean. Showtime.
Jimmy, guess what?
Guy, my PP is wearing this couch.
Jimmy, guess what? We got our own TV show.
What?
Yes, Jeffy, we have our very own TV show. It's so exciting!
What does that mean, Guy?
That means we're going to be on TV, Jimmy. It's going to be awesome.
Well, what do I do?
Nothing. You act exactly the way you act, Jimmy. Exactly the way you acted on that YouTube video.
Mario, when are they going to get here?
I don't know.
Showtime. General Guy, I want you over there. Sound Guy, I want you over there. And for me, I'm going to get Dave.
What? 3, 2, 1, action!
What? Action?
Yeah, go, come on!
Well, what are we supposed to do?
Be funny, come on!
Be funny. What is that?
That's the microphone, ignore it.
Stop that. Stop.
Don't stop him, this is gold right here!
Jimmy, stop it. So, what do we do? Jimmy, you saw that silly string?
Yeah, I'm over there.
Okay.
Clear the silly string, Jeffy.
Boring! Well, how's that for? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's really, really good. Okay, we're done, everybody. It's a wrap for today.
That's a wrap. Is everything okay, sir?
I saw the girl.
And?
Okay.
You did.
I've seen it before. It's just silly string.
We did exactly what we did in the YouTube video.
Exactly. I want you. Funny.
Well, I mean, were the ratings bad?
No. They love me.
Well, then...
I did it.
Oh, so what do you want us to do differently?
I want you to get Jimmy.
Give Jackie a gun.
Daddy?
What? Guy.
It's good for ratings, Jeffy.
All right, do it.
And action!
Jeffy, don't point guns at people.
Jeffy, don't point it out.
Oh, I got shot in the leg. I know. They didn't do the work. I couldn't ask for anything better. And Jeffy, they love him.
Well, at least the ratings are good.
Oh, the ratings are good. But they can be better.
Better how?
You.
What about me?
After Mario got shot, you screamed. They hurt my ears.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You need to be quiet.
Oh, how's this? How's this?
But you can't hear her. What? You don't want to hear her? Okay, is that it?
Oh, one last thing. You guys will be having scripts.
Scripts? We have scripts now?
My script is blank, Mario.
Well, my script is nothing but catchphrases. That's not my thing, John.
Yeah, you just try to work those catchphrases in whenever you can, okay?
Okay.
And action!
Hey, Daddy! Look at my camera.
Yeah, Use one of the catchphrases.
Wiggle, wiggle, goose, goose. What's that?
That's the laugh track. They had to add that in so people know when to laugh because you're not funny.
Wait, not funny. We aren't funny. We're trying our best here. Oops. Should've called Larry. Oh, check on Larry.
Yeah, it's good.
We gotta go. What? She didn't talk.
You're getting me a blank script.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want her talking now. You want her to talk. What's going on?
Mario, so in this scene, you just found out that Rosalina has been cheating on you with Jeffy.
What?
Yeah.
But that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I know it wouldn't happen. We wrote it.
But it's supposed to be a reality show. It's supposed to be based on reality.
Just shut up and do the scene, okay? And action.
Daddy, your girlfriend let me play with your hoo-hoo. Oh no. Rosalina, is this true? What? Oh no.
Cut. What was that? Where's the passion? You just found out she was cheating on you.
Well, she's not really my girlfriend. I can't, she doesn't look anything like Rosalina.
Okay, I can see you struggling. All right, we're going to try a catchphrase this time, all right?
A catchphrase?
And action.
Hey, Daddy, your girlfriend let me play with your hoo-hoo. Oh no. What? Rosalina, is this true?
Mm-hmm.
Give me that bacon. Hey, look, the new bacon, smoking hot. Jill Tom, Angela. Well, at least the bacons are good. Yeah, they're just one. What? The hats. What about my hat? It's hat. Why does my hat have to go? It's so distracting. There's a big L on it, and who wears their hat inside? Well, I mean, I've always worn my hat. I never take it off.
Okay, Mario, so in this scene, you're gonna find out that Jeffy has killed somebody, but he got a fee on his report card.
What?
Action!
Hey, Daddy, I cut someone's hair off with an axe. But I gotta feel my own work. What?
Cut. Mario, you're bald.
And?
It's really distracting. You get like a glare on your head. Can we cover his head? Hey, Mike, cover his head for me, okay? Yeah, it's perfect. I like that. Action!
Hey, Daddy, I cut someone's hair off with an axe. But I gotta feel my own work. What's on my life? I can't see. What's wrong? You're bald. I know that. I tried to tell you I was bald when you got rid of my hat. Here, have your hat back. Thank you. But your mustache? It's gotta go. My mustache? Why not to go? It's distracting. And I have a mustache. Well, it's distracting. I've never shaved it off. I'm nothing without my mustache.
Oh, God, you are a freak. You are an ugly freak.
Actually, you didn't tell me what to say.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, so the scenario is your mother was just in a really terrible car accident. Actually, you know what, we're changing it. You've been in a really terrible car accident. You invested your face. You know, you want to kiss your girlfriend one more time before you die. Action.
Daddy, please don't die. Oh no. I need one last kiss.
Yeah, cut. Oh, God, this is just awful. I don't think I can work under these conditions.
What? What? You look at it. I know, you made me shake it off. I know. I'm fine. I look really bad. What are we gonna do? You done? Done? Yeah. Cut. You gotta cut me from this show. It is my show. It's Jenny's show now. Jenny, no, it's my show. If you're gonna cut me, I want my $50,000. Yeah, I signed the contract. I said it was $50,000. We did. It's right here. Give you $15,000. It is right there. Wait. We will tell you we will give you $15,000, but we will actually not do that. No money will actually be given now. Hey, where's my daddy go?
And action.
Where did my dad go?
Okay, yeah, I like this much better.
The red house, it's gotta go. I see it too many times. It's boring. Well, I'm not even in it anymore. Give it.
Okay, I'm liking this one. The red cow's getting pretty old. Okay, Rosalina, so the scenario here is that Molly is going to propose to you, and you're going to say yes because you're pregnant, okay? And action.
Hey, Daddy, what are you doing down ring?
Yes.
Daddy, I'm married. Daddy, I'm
Jimmy, shut up. Jimmy, you're distracting from the scene. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. That's good. Get that mustache in business. Yeah.
That's it. Jimmy's gotta go. Jimmy, he's your best character. He's too predictable. I want something spontaneous, like a monkey.
Okay, I'm liking this. This is going to be really, really funny. Okay, action.
Hey, sexy.
So we're all talking on the show now? I can't believe it. I cannot believe we all got a place in our own TV show.
I know, Mario. This sucks.
I got replaced by a monkey, Daddy. I know, Jeffy. I just hope my mustache goes back.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, you guys shut up. We're trying to film a show over here. And action.
No, Jeffy, it's dark outside. We'll not throw it inside the house. No! Jeffy, I said you got clothes. Well, don't worry, Daddy. It's supposed to come back. Jeffy, blue lights never work. They never come back. Well, Daddy, I'm bored. Well, just watch TV with me, Jeffy.
Hey, you. Tired of wearing these clunky, old virtual reality headsets? Me too. That's why I switched to the virtual reality sunglasses. Yeah, now I can play video games anytime, anywhere, and look cool doing it. Before getting made fun of these babies. Check this out. Now I'm in my living room. Now I'm in space. Now I'm in my living room. Now I'm in space. And it has a camera on the front, so it can track your hand motions. You don't even need a controller. Check this out. I'm driving a car in space. Yeah, get your pair right now. $500 cash only, my garage. This Tuesday.
Oh, Daddy, give me that. I want that. Jeffy, that costs $500. I don't have $500. Well, Daddy, I got $500 right here. Jeffy, where'd you get $500? The guy across the street paid me $500 to eat chicken crackers from between his toes. Ew, Jeffy, you ate it? Not now, we're starving, Daddy. I was like, that was his toe coming out of my mouth. Jeffy, that's disgusting. Why would you do that? Who's paid, Daddy? Well, it's me. And whose toes are clean? His. And whose belly's full of cheese and crackers? Mine. And who doesn't have $500? You. And who needs to go get me the VR headset? You. So run along, peasant. Big fun. That's so disgusting, Jeffy. All right, Jeffy, here's your $500 VR glasses. Thanks, Daddy. I'm getting kind of hungry. I'm gonna go get me some more cheese and crackers. No, Jeffy, you're stay away from that guy. But Dad, look, it's stupid game. Look. All right, got it. There. Oh, this is a cool game, Daddy. Look, there's a cool car over there. Oh, go get in. Jimmy's not pretty bad, so come on. All right, Daddy. All right, Jimmy, your bath is ready, so get in. Look, Daddy, I'm already underwater. Daddy, get this shark! Get this shark! Daddy, you're gonna eat me! What the hell? Get away from my leg! Daddy, it's biting me! Get away! Daddy, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's go. All right, Jimmy, since you don't want to take a bath, you have to eat green beans for dinner. Well, Daddy, I don't like my green beans. I just want to play my game. Well, you can play your game after you eat your green beans. But I don't like green beans, Daddy. Well, you're gonna eat them. Don't you push me. Well, Jimmy, I didn't push you. It must be a stupid game. Why did you hit me, Daddy? I didn't hit you. Oh, well, take this, Daddy. Jimmy, you don't have to do anything. Oh, you like that, Daddy? My rocket launcher. Jimmy, you don't have a rocket launcher. Oh, you just got blown to smithereens, Daddy. Well, Jimmy, I'm gonna take away your stupid glasses and you learn to behave. Oh, no, Daddy. I don't want my green beans. Did you give me my glasses back right now? I'm not giving them back until you eat all your green beans. You better eat them. All right, Daddy, give me back my glasses. Did you eat all your green beans? Yeah. You promise? Yeah. You pinky promise? Well, all I got 4 fingers. Which finger am I missing? I think you're missing your middle finger. Good. Because if I had one, I'd be giving it to you every single day. Jimmy, did you eat your green beans or not? I did. Jimmy. Didn't know. It's not what it was, Don. Eugene. Jimmy! Whee! Jimmy! Not now, Dad. I'm on a roller coaster. Jimmy, give us glasses. Father? What the heck? Jimmy, you said you ate your green beans, but you lied. I didn't lie, Daddy. I said I did. But Jimmy, you cannot do that. You have to say not lying for did. Well, you didn't tell me how fast I needed to talk. I just said I did. All right, Jimmy, well, you get your glasses back after school. Okay? Not. Well, that doesn't even make any sense. Jimmy, go to bed and get your glasses after school. All right, Daddy, I'm going to bed. I'm not going to bed. The hide these for Jimmy. And hide the dishwasher. And do a chicken nugget. My daddy wants to take my glasses from me. Well, I'm going to teach him a lesson. I'm going to throw plates all night long. Woo! My glasses? My daddy probably put them in the dishwasher and keep me from getting them. I'm going to take these to school tomorrow. All right, class. Today, we're going to be reading the vowels. The vowels are A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. Why sometimes Y? I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows why sometimes Y. But I have a song that's going to help you remember your mouth. It's called Old MacDonald. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. With one foot here and one foot there. Here, one there, one everywhere. One foot. Old MacDonald had a farm. A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. You got it, Krause? But Jimmy, why are you standing on top of your desk? I'm standing on top of a building. Yeah, those are new virtual reality sunglasses? Yeah. What game are you playing? Grand Theft Auto. And what do you know? Standing on top of a building? About to jump off. Would you have a parachute? Nope. Not too bad. All right, Krause. I know what you're wondering. If these letters are vowels, what are the other letters called? Non-vowels. And I also have a song to help you remember these vowels. B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, and Z, and sometimes Y. Jeffy, are you okay? Jeffy, no creaming in crafts. You cream right in my ear. When you cream, I cream. There ain't no room for a cream in a craft. You can cream outside the craft, but no creaming in craft. When you cream, I cream. You don't cream, I cream. Okay? Have a good day, craft. I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, Jeffy, how's school? Great. Jeffy, where'd you get the glasses at? In the dishwasher, Daddy. Which is really weird, because glasses don't belong in a dishwasher. Or to be called a glasses washer. Jimmy, I took them away from you and I was trying to hide them from you. Well, you didn't do a good job, Daddy, because I found them. Who's that? Jimmy, stay right here. All right. Hello? Hey there. I heard that you bought some. The cops! Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of a delayed reaction there. Oh, sorry. That's fine. I'll just start off. Okay, so the reason I'm here is because I heard that you bought some virtual reality sunglasses. Oh, yeah, I did. I bought them from some guy in his garage.
secret virtual reality training glasses, and he stole them.
Well, my son actually bought them. He gave me the money, and I went and bought them.
How did your son get $500?
The guy across the street paid him $500.
Wow, what did he do?
He wanted him to use cheese and crackers between his toes.
Sorry, what?
He wanted him to use cheese and crackers between his toes off him.
From the clean. Okay, well, I'm gonna have a word with that guy after I leave here.
Yeah.
Because I might want some cheese and crackers and I need the money.
What?
Alright, I'm coming in.
Jeffy, the cops are here.
Now, Danny, I'm driving a tenant.
Take that car! He's driving a tank.
Yeah, I can see that. Looks like he's having fun.
So the drones are really illegal?
Oh, yeah. Gonna need those.
He's driving a tank. He's the guy that sold them to me. He's sold them to the CIA.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why I need him.
So then how do you make a commercial selling them?
Oh, see, that's how we found him. We saw his commercial, so we found out who he was, and we found him.
Jeffy, you have to get those glasses back.
But, Daddy, I bought these!
Well, Jeffy did buy them for $500, so you get back the $500?
No, that's evidence. I need those.
Well, you did spend $500, so he needs his $500 back.
Well, go talk to Cheese and Cracker Toes across the street. I don't care. He'll give you more money.
Well, you know what Jeffy did to get that money?
Yes, exactly what I'm going to do when I leave here after he gives me those glasses.
Well, I mean, it would be fair if Jeffy got a refund, you know?
No, we'll work that out later. Just give me the glasses.
Jeffy, give the glasses back to the cop.
I didn't have to. Yes, you do have to. You legally have to. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sure that'll hold up in court. Your Honor, he pleads. Yeah. So I guess he doesn't have to give them back. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Just let him go then.
Or Jeffy, just give the glasses back to the nice cop.
No, Daddy, I paid for these $500. I'm not getting them back. They're mine.
Just give them back to the dirty pig, okay?
I can hear you know.
Just open that. Jeffy, give me back the glasses.
No.
I don't know.
Okay, if you don't give me back the glasses, I'm going to tase you.
What? You don't have to tase him. That seems like excessive force.
Well, it's going to work, I promise.
Well, how about take my rocket launcher?
Alright. Okay. Give me those. Thank you. Now, excuse me. I'm going to take you some foods.
Calm down. I know you're sad the cop had taken the glasses, but I got you a new gift.
You did?
Yeah, I got you the new virtual reality glasses that are not illegal.
Daddy, you're so
Yes, I am, Jeffy. Yes, I am.
Oh, look, Daddy, we're moving. She did come back. Daddy, stupid 12-year-old, the rugby you kid. Jeffy, let's check it out.
All right, Jeffy, it's time for you to do your chores.
How can you do your chores?
Jeffy, I'm being serious. You have to do your chores.
I'm playing Rocket League right now, Daddy. Do not disturb me.
Jeffy, if you don't do your chores, I'm going to change the Wi-Fi password. All right, Jeffy, you okay? All right. So Jeffy doesn't want to do his chores. He just wants to play online games all day. Well, then I'll change the Wi-Fi password. And done.
Mario, what happened to the game?
Well, what happened to the game?
You just noted about the pool list has been disconnected.
Lucky says the Wi-Fi has been disconnected.
Why would you do that? Oh, man, fix it.
Lucky, I changed the Wi-Fi password.
Why would you do that, bro? I just memorized the last password. It was so hard to memorize, bro. It took me so long.
Lucky it was 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mario, you know I can't count for a reason. That's why I use the PlayStation 4 controller because it got shapes on it.
Lucky I had to change the Wi-Fi password because Jeffy wanted to listen to me.
Well, what's the new password then?
Don't tell Jeffy, but it's A, B, C.
Alright, pop up. Oh, stand up. Hold up. Guys, let's just take a nap. Let's continue taking a nap. I'm not about to lie. I'm gonna continue sleeping.
You ready to watch a live action movie? Cause I bet you can watch this whole entire video. Leave a comment down below if you made it to the end. Also, drop a like on this video and make sure you're subscribed. Now let the SML movie marathon begin. What is Jimmy doing? Stop clicking that pin. I'm practicing. For what? I'm trying to set the record for most pin clicks in 1 second. I don't know. I haven't set the record yet, but I think I can do 40. There's no way you can click a pin 40 times in 1 second. Jimmy. Yes, I can. Sure. It's easy. It's like work. Just show me. All right, mommy, time me.
Okay, and go. 1 Mississippi.
All right, how many we get?
I don't know. I was too busy saying 1 Mississippi.
There's at least 20. No, at least 20. Maybe like 25. All right, mommy, let's do it again.
Okay, and go. 1 Mississippi.
Jimmy, you kept clicking when she was done counting. 1, 2, my brain is shaking to tell my finger to stop clicking after I heard it. True. What? Yeah, I thought I counted at least 35. No, Jimmy, you only got like 6. Didn't take away the ones you counted. 8. All right, mommy, let's do it one more time, mommy. Everybody count.
And go. 1 Mississippi.
28. You stop clicking when she's done counting, Jimmy. Well, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Jimmy, there's no way you're gonna set the record for 40 pin clicks in 1 second. All right, well then I'll try to set the record for most pin clicks in an hour. Wait, Jimmy, no.
Counting.
We're not doing this. Give me the pin. Hey!
What? What's the news?
The news? Breaking news! A 21-year-old woman selling her used bathwater for $250 a jar. I have an exclusive interview with her now. So, Gamer Girl 69, tell me about your business.
Okay, so I eat a bunch of Taco Bell, right? And then I take a massive dump, and I don't like. I jump straight into the bathtub, and then I take a jar like this, and I fill it with my bathwater and sell it for $250 a jar.
Fascinating. And how many jars have you sold?
I don't know, like 10,000.
So you've made $2.5 million on selling your bathwater?
Yeah, and I just bought my second house in Miami.
Damn, she's rich. I'll actually take a jar. Well, you heard it here first, folks. Go ahead and get your jar of bathwater for $250.
Ew, that's disgusting. Marvin, who would buy someone else's bathwater?
What's he even supposed to do with it? What do you think it tastes like?
Ew, Jeffy.
It might taste like germs and poop. Well, so she was watch out. Yes. And she didn't wipe? No. You should buy some. And your brain.
No, Jeffy, that's degrading to women.
Yeah, we're never gonna spend money on something stupid like that, Jeffy.
Oh, can I save up my money and myself?
No, Jeffy, you don't. You don't even have a credit card.
It's Jeffy's money, so he can buy what he wants me to.
Jeffy's so weird sometimes. I bet I can nut faster than you, Joseph.
No way, you're not the best.
Let's raise our nuts.
Okay,
One, two, three. Go, go, go.
I want to. I got the best nut.
There's no way you cheated.
I want your pretty fast nuts. I got the fastest nut. Hey, guys, I'm mad.
What's wrong, Jeffy?
Well, there's this gamer girl selling a bathwater for $250 and my daddy says I can't buy it.
Well, that's disgusting. Why would you want to buy someone's bathwater?
Because she ate Taco Bell and pooped in it. Ew, that's gross.
Yep.
But she's hot.
Whoa, whoa,
Yep. Whoa, you didn't say she was hot now.
Yeah, she's hot. We want some.
She's super hot. Everybody wants the gamer girl bathwater. Yeah, and we get to take turns taking shit shots. It smells like shit.
Oh my god. That'd be so cool. We could buy some. And do you think we put our hand in the water, we technically touch the hot girl?
Oh, yeah. Definitely, technically. Yeah, but the only bad thing is she only accepts credit cards.
We don't have a credit card. We're only kids. Wait a minute. Why should we steal your dad's credit card?
That's a good idea, Gary. Genius.
Oh, Marvin, I'm getting hungry. What should we eat for dinner?
I don't know. What do you want?
Cheese pizza?
Ooh, cheese pizza sounds good. Can we order one?
Yes.
Yeah, we got my credit card.
Okay, I'll order it online, but I'm a really slow typer.
Here's Daddy's credit card. Let me go get the credit card.
No. No, Joseph. I can only
How
have
is it,
so many times in a day.
Dude, we gotta race one more time. I'm definitely gonna shoot it off the table. I'm aiming for the wall.
Okay, let's do it.
Hey guys, I got your credit card.
Yes, he did.
I'm ordering it right now. Go. Guess what? They got same night shipping. Oh, dude, you gotta get it. It's a surprise. Order. Oh, yeah, dude.
I can't believe you're gonna touch hot girl bathwater.
Smells gonna be shit.
You gotta return your dad's credit card.
Alright.
Don't get caught.
Yeah.
Okay, Marvin, it's time to pay. Wait, where's the credit card?
Well, you lost it.
I didn't lose it.
I put it right there. I said, there it is. You must have put it somewhere.
I didn't touch it.
Check the subscriptions.
Hey,
I can't believe you lost it.
Put it back.
I don't know where it is.
I don't know. How much of this is right? Hey, look, there it is.
Well, how did I get there?
Well, I just checked right there. You must have found it and put it right there so I wouldn't get mad at you.
That's definitely what happened, Daddy.
You ordered the stupid dumb pizza.
Alright, guys, I return the card back to my dad.
Okay, I just thought something. Whose name did you order the bathwater under?
Well, I had to put my daddy's name because that name had the matching name on the card. Smart. You can't trace back to us, dude.
Yeah, we don't want to get caught buying this stuff. Get it. Alright.
Ooh, Marvin, that must be pizza.
There's no way. You just ordered it like 30 seconds ago.
Well, maybe they cooked it really fast. I put in the notes that
I
we were
hope it's the
really
pizza,
hungry.
not the bathwater.
I'm answering the
He's
door.
gonna get in trouble. I'll get it, Daddy.
No, Jeffy, you stay in your room. It's just pizza and you don't get any.
Oh, no. This is not gonna end well. Special delivery.
Wait, that's not pizza.
Oh, it's way better than pizza. Plus, it's discreet shipping, so if you have a girlfriend, she'll never find out. But there's no way you have a girlfriend because only desperate guys order these. I ordered 20.
What is it?
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay.
Was that the pizza, Marvin?
No,
I
this
think that's the bathwater.
Why don't they deliver the drinks and not the pizza?
I don't know, Marvin.
I don't know what it could be.
Well, let's open it.
No.
What are you hiding something?
No.
Gamer Girl bathwater too, Marvin. You sick on your brain.
I did not order this.
Then why does it say to Marvin?
I don't know. Someone's throwing a prank on me.
That's an
Jeffy's
expensive
gonna be in a
crate, more
lot
than
of trouble.
$250.
Mommy's mad at Daddy.
Check my credit card statement.
Okay, fine, I will.
Yeah, it's not gonna be on there.
Look, it was shots to your credit card.
Well, someone's like doing fraud or something.
Oh, is that why you lost your card, Marvin? So you can order your Gamer Girl bathwater?
No, I swear I did not order this.
Okay, fine. Then I'm gonna pour it down the sink.
Well, I mean, that would be a waste of money just to pour down the sink.
So you did care about it.
No, I just think we should
Why
probably
would you
try
not
to
just
return
take
it
that?
until they know it back.
I'll go. I'm pouring it down the sink.
I did not order
No,
this.
man, watch out.
Marvin, save
Marvin,
my
don't do
body, your weird fetish water.
I did not order that.
Well, then you won't care when I pour it down the sink.
I'm not gonna care. I just think we should possibly try to return it.
No, because then you're just gonna try to keep it.
Don't do it, Mommy. No. Oh,
How does that make you feel? You're hurt.
I didn't order it, so I don't care.
Guys, my daddy answered the door and he got the package and my mommy made him pour it down the sink.
Yep.
Dude, I didn't taste that.
I want to brag to people and say we had it.
I know, but fortunately, I saved my daddy's credit card information so we can order some more.
No way.
Oh my god.
She's selling her dirty underwear and her dirty socks.
Oh, I hate it. Get the socks. I need the socks. I got a foot fetish. I said it.
Oh, and there's also another option where she'll send you a pizza that she stepped on with her feet.
That. We need that. We need that right now. Look. I'll wipe my mouth with the socks. Okay, I said that. I got a foot fetish.
Yeah, did you get the underwear? Order.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, Joey. Go look out the window when the delivery guy comes up. We'll run out there and meet him so that we can do it.
Don't mess it up this time.
You're sick, Marvin, sick.
I told you I didn't order it.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna take a bath now, and I want you to pay me $250 for my bath water.
But that's a good idea, Harvey.
It's gross because it's my bath water because I'm not some hot gamer chick.
I told you I did not order that water.
You know what? Fine, Marvin. Okay.
Whatever.
Guys, he's blown up.
Check it, go grab it. Order.
Hey.
Ooh, you scared me. I didn't even read the doorbell.
Yeah, there's a baby sleeping downstairs. I wake him up.
An issue?
Thank you. That's the pizza.
Alright. Oh my gosh, I'm gone.
Alright, give me the socks.
No. Joseph, calm down. All this shit.
I can't wait any longer.
Alright, who's ready?
Bam.
Oh.
Where are the panties? Where's the footprint? In the shops.
This is a normal pizza. We got ripped off.
This is stupid.
Oh no. Is that the wrong pizza?
Yeah.
Oh, that must be the pizza.
You sure it's not more gamer girl bath water?
No, it's not. It's just a pizza.
No.
Yeah, okay.
This isn't good.
Can't do answer that. Jeffy, stay in your room. Answering the door. It's just pizza. Well, you said that last time. Let me answer it. No, Jeffy, it's just pizza. Stay in your room.
No, I can't watch. You better be really sick.
When you live with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, your day can be full of reminders of your condition. Never knowing, always wondering. You weren't made for UC or Crohn's, but gut focus Entyvio is. Entyvio works at the site of the problem to block certain inflammation-causing cells from entering the gut. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, a risk of PNL, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems can occur with Entyvio. In clinical trials, Entyvio helped many people achieve long-term relief and remission. Ask your doctor about Entyvio.
You asked for it. You got it. 10 years later. Introducing Bell's Hazy Hearted IPA. Finally.
Stay right there. Go back in your room. Hello?
Hey, somebody order a pizza or pizza? I ordered each other's time.
Is that just regular Pizza Hut pizza? Listen, do not deliver any of those disgusting packages to my house ever again. You got me in trouble.
Oh, I get it. Of course, I'll never deliver anything disgusting to this house ever again. You're never gonna do it again, buddy.
Okay. Okay, baby, I got the pizza.
I'm surprised it wasn't more bath
I
water.
don't think that's actually
Pizza.
pizza.
Let's dig in.
I don't need a piece of this ass. I stepped on this for you too, Marvin, the gamer girl. The ass I stuffed with my underwear. You stick your gross in disgusting.
I did not order this. Actually, I really didn't order it.
You did really bad.
When I put it under your name and I use your credit card, you must get this all the time.
No, you know I
You did really bad.
In socks.
Why are there dirty socks on the
And he looks
pizza?
so bad right now.
Across the stuff with dirty underwear. I promise you, baby, I did not order this. I would never order this. Someone is screwing with me.
Marvin, I don't know who you are anymore. You changed. I'm leaving you.
I did not order this. I did not order it. Who is doing this to me? You sound like your parents are
upstairs. Just step right out of me.
Do you think you tell the truth?
Yeah, dude, I don't have parents, but if I could bring them back over an apology over a feet pizza, I totally would.
Yeah, guess I'll go do the right thing. Alright,
Marvin, my bags are packed and I'll send you the divorce papers in the mail.
You cannot leave me over this. I did not order this pizza or the bathwater.
Hey, Mommy. Hey, Dang. I got a confession to make.
Not right now, Jeffy.
I'm the one who ordered the gamer girl bath water and the feet pizza. There it is.
We might know that. See, that's what my credit card. That's why we couldn't find it. He moved it.
Marvin, are you sure you're not paying him to say this for you?
I'm not paying Jimmy. Don't tell me am I paying you? Nope. See, I'm not paying him. It was his fault. It was Jimmy's fault.
Marvin, I'm so sorry. I didn't believe you.
Yeah, Jimmy, you are great.
That's kind of messed up, Mommy. You know what? I'm gonna take this pizza straight to the trash. I'm going straight to my room.
Yes, you are for 2 weeks with no power.
Yep, I
2
will
weeks.
handle myself. Right in the trash is where this will be.
Yeah, you can go. You get out of here. Oh my God. I'm glad you finally knew the truth. Hey, wait a minute.
No, that's so disgusting. I knew it. I knew it.
What is going on with you kids?
I am ashamed.
Look, Jimmy, you're coming with me. Get the top right.
I knew it, guys.
All right, Jimmy, you're gonna sit on this couch for 2
Watch
weeks.
the video game.
No video game, no electricity, except for the lights that are on in this room, but you can't look at it. Don't ever look up. You're not allowed to. Okay? So no electricity, no fun. Just sit right there, ground.
Okay. But you want to know what doesn't use electricity? What? Breaking the world record for most pink clicks in an hour. Start now. Alright, watch it.
Hey, I'm gonna be reacting to Eczema movie Jeffy's Butler Part 2. So make sure to drop a like on this video and hit subscribe right now.
Hey, gang, I'm on this ball bet.
Sure, Jeffy. Oh, heck yeah. This is so sick.
He just hit Daddy in the face. Hey, you lost, Daddy. He never said throw it.
Oh, I'm gonna show you, Jeffy.
What is it? Damn, it's a Lambo. Help me. Answer the door. Answer the door. Screw this.
There's someone at the door, Marvin.
What? Hello?
Please, hide me. I can't do this anymore.
Hide you from who?
From Goodman. I don't want you to anymore. He treats me so badly. So I stole his car and ran away.
You stole his car?
Yeah,
That's
so
not
he
gonna end well.
hide me.
Come inside.
Who's at the door, Marvin?
This is the old man. I gotta hide him.
Yes, hide me, please.
Who is he?
Don't ask questions. Hide behind you.
Mr. Goodman's butler. Oh, clock green.
Yeah, that looks good.
What's going on?
Oh, no.
That must be Goodman.
He's not gonna end good. Where's his old ass?
What are you talking about?
Don't you bullshit me, Marvin. I'm talking about Chuck.
He's
He
really
stole my
angry.
Lamborghini and parked it out front.
Wait, your Lamborghini's here?
Marvin, don't you bullshit me. I swear to God, you better tell me where it is or I'm gonna give you a spanking.
I don't know what he's saying.
All right, Marvin, I'll give you $10,000 if you tell me where he is.
Cha-ching.
Goddamn 10 grand. I'm gonna go upstairs and give him a spanking with it. I wonder where Chuck goes. I think he knows. I remember you found me.
Give him a spanking.
You say all this, Marvin. This is between me and Chuck.
Can I get a spanking next week, Goodman?
It's spanking time.
No.
This is for running away. Oh. This is for stealing my Lamborghini. Oh. And this is for...
Dion, hand it over. Now, how does that make you feel?
Like a part of me's missing.
Gabby, how does that make you feel? Oh, I feel moisturized. This Old Spice Fiji hand and body lotion has me smoother than ever. So,
That's what it does.
Dion,
I'm gonna need a minute.
you take as much time as you need.
Alright.
Got for time. Beautiful work, Dion. Beautiful. Nice work.
And this is for being old. Stop spanking him. He likes it. I don't like it, sir, and I don't like you. You're just on your butler here. Men don't get periods, sir. It's 2023. Yes, they do. I don't like the way you treat me. You don't like the way I treat you? I gave you a room under the staircase like Harry Potter. Everyone likes Harry Potter. You know what? I quit Harry Potter. You can't quit. You're poor. Who else is gonna hire an 80-year-old man to wipe their ass? Only me. Plus, you get to shave my balls. That's disgusting.
Turn it on, you should know that.
Well, then I can't do this anymore. I can't have a butler that doesn't want to wipe my ass or shave my balls. You know what? Fine. If you want to quit, quit. But you'll never see money like this ever again. Smells like your ass, Chives. I'm gonna go spend it, so I never have to smell your ass ever again.
That was very brave of you to stand up to Mr. Goodman like that.
But now I have no job
because he paid my entire family $20 million each to never speak to me again. Whoa. Then I had nowhere else to go.
That's so sad.
Well, look, we can't really pay you right now, but we have a bed for you to sleep in.
A bed? What an upgrade! I used to have to sleep in a litter box underneath the stairs.
A litter box?
Take the job.
You're really his balls.
Shave that.
No, you don't have to shave my balls.
What? So, do you have to take a poop soon? Shall I wipe your bum with my bare hand?
No,
you
you
can
have
wipe
to do
my
that.
bum with your bare hand.
Well, go check out
take
the
a poop
things.
right now. Shall I mop the floor with my tongue, sir?
You can use a mop.
How generous! Shall I fill the bucket with my spit, or am I allowed to use water?
You can use water.
Wow!
Hey, gang, I got my ball back.
Oh, that's what you could do. You can go play with Jeffy.
I'm not sure I know what the word play means there.
We might have fun.
I don't think I know what that word means either.
Well, go smile and laugh.
I haven't smiled in years.
Jeffy, go tell him one time.
Alright, come on, old man.
Okay.
Go play with Jeffy's floppy.
Something saying Jeffy. Don't touch the sun.
Oh.
Hey, Junior, check out my pet old man.
I am not his pet. I am his butler.
Oh.
Hello, sir.
Jeffy, you want to play Operation with me?
That's
Operation? We can just operate on you.
But I don't believe you're to a qualified doctor. Shut up and lay right here. Very well, sir.
Damn, Jeffy's big. Jeffy's big as Peter Goodman.
How about you say something else?
All right, well, how about Bronco Burrito?
How do you say that, really?
We can eat burritos in Norman.
Hey, I like that game.
We can play.
We can play stare tag.
Ooh, is that real tag, but you can't blink?
No, come here, stare tag.
All right.
So it's stare tag. Now tag.
That was really mean, Junior. Hey, don't I broke my new old friend.
What'd you do? We were playing stare tag. What's stare tag? Come on, I'll show you.
Dude, he's going to push you down the stairs.
You pushed him down the stairs, Jimmy.
Jeffy, we told you not to do that to people anymore.
Guess what? I'm gonna keep fucking doing it.
What, Jeffy? No. No. Quit.
Well, I'm smacking his diaper.
He's smacking his
Let's
diaper.
make my diaper dirty.
Is he a diaper? Is he gross?
Yes, I put my pants.
But then won't your pants get dirty?
No, because I'm wearing a diaper. Obviously.
Your diaper's on the outside of your pants.
Yeah, so it doesn't get dirty.
He's not making any sense.
He never does. Jeffy, just go run around.
Okay.
Yay!
Okay, so listen, you don't have to play with him anymore.
Thank God.
How about you just go make us something to eat?
Ooh, shall I cook you some peppercorn filet mignon, medium rare, with a little bit
Yes! Yes!
How about you just make us a bologna sandwich?
What is bologna? That's heavy food. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Go make us
Apparently that's his fault. He beat my ass. He does not own the kitchen. Look, can you just go down to the fridge and grab me a Lunchable? No, that's his place. I don't care about that now. Okay, so
You can't cook. You can't play with Chippy. I'm trying to think of something you can do.
Hey, mommy. Hey, dad.
No.
I took a massive dump in the toilet and it clogged it. I still had to keep pooping, so I took the lid off the back of the toilet and pooped in there. And then every time I flushed it, it kept putting more poop back into the toilet. And then eventually overflowed onto the floor. And I thought I was going to be helpful and get a mop and clean it up. But every time I did that, I kept smearing it. And I still had to go poop, so I pooped more in the bathtub.
That's what you can do. You Great.
Yeah, go clean up Jeffy's poop.
Thank you.
Smear it all over your bathroom. Get this door. I'm hurting.
Hello?
Hello, Mr.
What's
Woman.
What's going on?
I'm Mr. Woman's maid, but me don't want to work for him no more. And I heard that you hired Mr. John, so I was wondering if maybe you could hire me too.
No more people.
I gave him a place to stay.
Please, I promise that you hire me. I'll pay you every single
Why
day.
is everyone moving into my
My
house?
jug is fired. And even if my jug is too fired, you can still use any of my other thank you home.
Oh, no, listen. Just come inside.
Oh, you can do that too in any of my thank you homes.
No, none of that. No saying thank you. Just come inside. Let's talk to my wife.
Okay. Who's at the door, Marvin? My name's Patricia. I'm Mr. Blooming in Iware, and then he made me
Hey, Patricia.
quesadilla, burrito, taco bell, esto mejor. Y esto going on.
This is Mr. Goodman's maid.
What is she doing?
She wants a job because she thinks you had a job.
We can't pay her.
Let me explain that to her. If we hire you, we won't be able to pay you money.
You know I speak English, right? You don't have to speak so slow.
Yeah, Daddy. You messed up.
Stay here.
That's okay. Mr. Blooming don't pay me either.
Then what do you work for?
Because I'm not citizen, and Mr. Blooming trying to have me the quarter unless I pay him.
What?
So, if you let me stay here, I'll thank you.
Mr. Goomey's a real a-hole guy.
If you're stressed out, let me thank you. If you're riding in your car, let me thank you. If your wife no thank you, let me thank you. What does thank you
don't
mean?
get it.
Oh, it means I like to stop.
Hey, it means you like to say thank you.
Hey, yo.
See, sometimes Mr. Blooming and he thank you so much, my throat is very sore. Oh, from saying it over and over again?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Listen, I feel really bad for her. Maybe we should let her stay here for a few days.
You're going to let me stay? Let me thank you.
No, don't do that.
Oh, what is going on?
I know exactly what's going on here, Mommy.
You're welcome because Mr. Blooming's like
This girl gotta go.
and he's working easy. What is he talking about?
I don't know. Talking about that bungo stick, Mommy.
Mr. Blooming, not in a fight. That's what you're saying.
Hold on.
Oh my God, Mr. Goomey. Let's keep the job. And don't you dare lie to me like you did last time. No. She didn't think you did, she. Because if she did, that would ruin her me.
No, but she's offered a lot.
Oh, no, Mr. Goomey.
No, look behind the couch, Christian. Jimmy John is not here right now. Oh no, you found me. Don't let me thank you.
Why did you run away, Taco Salad? I thought I
treated
you.
You made me thank you so much. My throat is well sore. Can't you call me the
Yeah,
thank
that
you?
was sorry, Dr. Spellcroft. It's just so hard for me to remember your name.
My name's Patricia.
All right, you good guy. I'll try harder next time. But not Patricia.
You respect your workers, they want to work for you.
I'm rich. I don't know how poor people think.
Well, maybe if you paid them, they'd want to work for you.
Yeah, pay them like money, but then I'd have lots of.
Listen. What if I asked you to make me a sandwich?
No.
Okay, now what if I said I'll give you $1,000 to make me a sandwich?
Yes.
Listen, you see how money made you want to do it?
Oh, yeah, money did make me want to make you a sandwich. So you're telling me that if I pay my employees, then they'll do it? Makes sense to me. All right. Well, I guess, Churro, I'll pay you $10 a month.
Oh my God!
$10 an hour?
Let me thank you.
John, man, you call. I'll be there in a minute, and then you can thank me as much as you want. Now, where's Charles?
He's clean.
Oh, no. Give him some money, too. Disgusting! I think Mr. Goomey's being a football. What are you doing here? I came to give you a signal. I've been thinking about it, Charles, and my balls need to be shaved because there's a little bit of peach fuzz on. I told you I wouldn't do that anymore, sir. Well, I'm willing to pay you $5 a month. $5 yes. How do you afford it? I don't know. I'll probably have to sell a couple cars or live on the side of the road, or maybe we'll even rent out your little Harry Potter club. Thank you so much, sir. Now let's go get those balls shaved. Good driver. The sour cream's got fake me, so come on, bear it up. Mr. Goomey's got all his workers back.
Back there, Charles.
daytime, so you wouldn't even be able to see it. And also, it's the dry season, so we could cause a forest fire. And the firework is banned, so one flies might hit somebody.
Cody, are you a fireworks expert?
No, but I have eyes, and I can see that it's banned.
Then I don't want to hear your opinion if you're not a fireworks expert.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Alright, fine.
Light it up. Light it up.
No, I'm not going.
Well, stay here, loser. Come on. Loser. Okay, Jimmy, light the fireworks.
Light it.
Yeah, dude.
Do it. You know, we're good. Oh, there it goes. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh.
It hit the tree.
Dude, no. We just started a forest fire. Look at it. No. What is going on?
Jesus Christ, since there's a forest fire and there are houses around.
Should we go in the houses and check for cats? This is insane.
The fire. You can go get some bottles of water and start throwing on there. I really wish we had a real fire truck with water. We don't really get any funding these days. I'm gonna call for backup. Hello, Chief? This is Station 4. Thank you. We need backup. Yeah, Chief, I got a forest fire here. Gave me a truck with water. Pretty bad. I don't know what to do. The Dalmatian you gave me is not a Dalmatian. He's just cute and all the other things. Fair, I don't know what the Dalmatian is supposed to do anyway.
Well, what I would do is ask everyone houses if you could use their water hose. Spit on it. What is he doing?
Chief, over now. Thank you.
I found this lighter.
A lighter? These kids might have been playing with fire. So let's take that back to
Yep,
the
they got it. Bingo.
We have a suspect to look for.
What are we gonna do? Oh no.
Based on your reaction, I would guess not great.
It went great. Yeah, perfectly fine, dude.
Shut up.
Next to your pile, Cody.
So how'd it go?
You're actually what we did.
We did it.
No. No, not the news. No. Oh my God. Stunning news, guys. Cause unknown. Please stay away from the area.
Wow, looks like somebody started a forest fire.
Yep.
I wonder who.
Oh, they told me onto us. What are we gonna do?
No one knows we call that forest fire.
Oh, yeah, we told you about that forest fire.
Technically, we get fireworks. What the fireworks for?
Yeah. So you started the forest fire.
No, Cody tells his fault. We took the fireworks into the room and we lit, and then it blew up, and then made the forest catch on fire.
This is dumb fireworks. What are you doing this?
And random, isn't it?
Well, we didn't want it to go. We wanted it to blow in the sky. It curved.
Sense to me.
It was bent. I told you that was gonna happen.
So everyone who buys a firework is supposed to bring you with them to tell them not to do it.
There are warnings about fireworks.
Well, no one's gonna read the warning that's excited about it. It's one of them light, and we're kids.
I think they have common sense.
Well, I don't have that.
I know.
We should sue the firework company for making fireworks.
Yes.
Jeez, I
This is a really smart idea.
Nobody knows you started the fire, but if you try to sue somebody, you'll find out.
Well, no, if we sue them first before we then they're in trouble.
Yeah, true.
We can sue them because don't make that's dangerous. And that's stupid. So we should sue them. We win, we get more money, then we buy more fireworks, more fire, then we sue again.
Yes.
Please. Oh, we gotta do it.
Oh, yeah. Do it.
Just do whatever you want.
Okay, I'm gonna call a lawyer.
Hey, oh, lawyer for some big ones? Well, I'll let you know that I charge $10,000 a minute.
We know your son Richard, and you be our lawyer for free. He sure did.
Richard, get your privileges! Yeah, Dad, you told me to wait in a Lamborghini.
Well, people know. Hey, Richard. What do we know him?
Here's what's going on. They started a forest fire, fireworks in the woods, and now they want to sue the fireworks company for fireworks. Ow!
That's what happened.
Someone else did. It was a friend of ours.
Started a forest fire.
could you just hand it the lighter? No.
Wait a second, are you gloves?
No, I'm not. Right! I was right! Stupid!
Can't sing.
Come on.
Bingo! AJT.
It's me! You got me done!
Great, Jimmy, you're under arrest for 1345. See, Cody, I told you that last. Nobody snitched except for his fingers, because we were on the lighter. Well, if I chew them off, you don't have any proof. Hey, you can't do that. Put your fingers on your fingers.
That's weird.
You have a hairy arm. And it's right up my ass.
That was that!
Junior, you and Joseph have dirty cracker. Yeah, you stupid honk. You want to we gotta stay together, bro. Yeah, brother, got protection. You're really just gonna let Jiffy go to jail? To save the body, Cody. Wait, hold on. You're saying these two also started the fire?
No.
Yeah.
Driving over, I've been able to do some really exciting things. I have my own small business on the side. Sometimes those coins just ain't quite like they need to be. I just hop on my Uber app. I like, come on, catch up.
Take the body, Cody. Wait, hold on. These two kids also started the fire?
No.
Yeah. Listen, it was my idea to shoot the firework on the moon, but I didn't like the firework. He
So
lit
I was really Jeffy's good!
Joseph.
It's true, he really did too much.
Yeah. Okay. Me and Jeffy are under arrest.
Oh no!
Jeffrey worked inventing fireworks. What? Go to jail or we'll let the judge sort it out. Yeah.
Oh no! I'm going to jail! Tell the judge!
Move back. These two boys are being starting a forest fire, killing chipmunks and squirrels. You boys, why did you start this fire? Did Smokey the Bear teach you nothing? It wasn't our fault, it was the fireworks. It was the fireworks' fault. Go on. See, Your Honor, what happened was the fireworks into the woods.
Yeah.
When we lit it, the wood caught on fire. So my argument is that if fireworks were never invented, they would have never gotten one, and then it would have
That
never
makes sense.
Yep. So we want to sue the creator of fireworks.
Please, so you boys are going with the insane defense, because, I mean, you must be stupid to think you can sue a firework for blowing up. That's like me going to a restaurant, ordering and choking on it, and then suing the restaurant for my food. That's like me hiring a prostitute and then giving me herpes, and me suing her because she gave me herpes. I mean, I knew the risk.
You thought you might get to me.
I'm burning urethra. You boys are going to have to live with the consequences of your actions. I live with my herpes. Now, you two are all what punishment?
Oh no! It might be lifetime!
Oh, there it is. Screw the forest agents. I sentence you to pay for tree, and I sentence you to 1 night of community police supervision.
No!
One
more tree!
Judge, the Heat game tonight. Find someone else.
Oh, you're going to supervise these kids, or you will spend the next month in jail. That's an order. Don't get
Next man, you bastard. Come on, kids. Ugh, I hate you kids for ruining my life. Cody left us a note. I know you guys are in jail. Tell me when we get out. Mom, Cody. Okay, kids.
Nope, nope, Cody?
Planted tree tonight, okay? But fuck that. I already planted like 20 million trees.
True.
I was gonna say one of those trees was yours. Now you guys are all supposed to do community service tonight, and I'm supposed to watch you. But see, here's the thing. Is the Heat. We're gonna go on to the Eastern Conference Finals. I get to wear this shirt. Jimmy stands for Himmy Butt Partnership. He whips out his ball sack on the court, and he rolls people's faces while he's dunking on them.
Hell yeah! I want the Heat.
You are doing community service. You're how police officer watch the Heat. Yeah. Thank you for your service. Tell the community that we're sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You can say that. The game's sorry. Well, the Heat beat this
That makes no
sorry
sense.
even on the Knicks. You really thought you could beat Jimmy? Your dreams, New York. But always trash on the interstate. But the only trash on the interstate is if the Knicks' bus broke down.
True.
No, because there's no TV outside. Game.
you want. Just don't count the jump. I want to eat it. Hey, you want night more fireworks? They're gone. No way! Freaking young! Spark that started, and this one is so good! The Miami New York Knicks game with around the clock. Sorry if you're trying to watch the game. No way! I know, I just saw it on the news, but that means I'm a Heat game. For anyone who doesn't know, there's a guy on the Miami Heat whose name is Io. Favorite of Io. We're good. We're good. I'm gonna be reacting to As You Will Be Babysitting the Hucker Dudes. If you leave a like on this video and hit subscribe right now. Hey, Daddy, you wanna sing a song with me? Yeah, I wanna sing a song. That's not a microphone, that's a razor.
I use that to shave, Jeffrey.
We don't want to hear a song, Jeffrey. Come home, yeah? Go. Daddy? Shave her hairy bush. Shave her hairy bush. Mommy needs to shave her hairy bush before it's gone. Dude! You're a clean. Daddy, I'm just speaking straight facts. What, Daddy? We know that the carpet matches the drapes. Shut the door. Why is there always someone at the door? Who is that? I want to date a little restaurant called Outback Steakhouse. Heard of it? All hard to get into. 5-minute wait with a reservation. 40 minutes. 11 yards in your mouth. I've been to Outback Steakhouse. Oh, Father, why can't we go? Now, what did you get on your report card? A B. Why? B. Positive, you're not at Steakhouse. I wish I got a B. Yeah, of course, the last babysitter got fired.
Now, hey, tell him where he's sleeping.
Yeah, that's with me. Yeah, that's what I'm taking her down. Gotta apologize. This guy's a douche. Oh, come on, honey. I told you you could get 2. Just as long as one of them's that boy.
Well, here we have a list of huckadoos and don'ts for you.
Yeah, it's like an instruction manual. Then don't. Just want to take the batteries out. Well, I'm really big.
Here you go.
See you later. So, yeah, you're forcing my dad to babysit this kid. It was the Hucker Dudes. They left
And you said yes?
They didn't give me a choice. Come on, Daddy. You want to spend some alone time with you? It's why you shave your bush. Hello, ma'am. My name is Timmy. Hey, Timmy. It's your acquaintance.
What do you two do for fun?
We follow a very strict schedule. We practice our instruments. I play the violin. Susie needs a few more lessons. We do that together to save up water. Then we go to bed at 8. I hate my life. Are you kids hungry? But our mother practices. Ew, what is it? Kill me. Okay, you kids are not eating. I'm gonna shit and be late for something else. I'm not gonna your mom's stupid list. Yeah, you do that one. I'm a shithead. Alright, Jeffy. When we cook dinner and show me stuff. Alright, guys. Room. We'll show you my shit. Let's go. Alright. This is my playroom. That's my shit. What? So many toys. Yeah. Let us have. Seriously, kill me. You want to see my mommy's favorite toy? Sure. I want to see it. It's a dildo. Dildo? You get to release it. Oh. That smells like dill pickle. Yeah. It's a dope deal. It's so squishy and slimy and a pickle. Okay. She's eating it. Wow. Me and my little sister flipped your mom's dildo. Wait to tell my parents. Yeah, for I wouldn't tell your parents that. What are you cooking up? It's a chicken sandwich. You showing me up.
Isn't that a little unhealthy? But it's Unhealthy Wednesday.
Yeah, Dad.
They eat bad food. My parents got a Wednesday. Two kids. Can you make 2 more of these donut double cheeseburgers? Got it. Let me get on it. Whoa, it's cheap. What are you doing? Whoa, hey, Mr. Martin. We're having a full time with your wife's dildo. What?
It takes
What are they talking about? This dad's dildo. Where'd you find this? I found it in Mommy's bedside table. It's a big little dick. Well, check it out. Play with this. I don't understand anything. All right, kids, come.
Rice pomade, medium hold. That's right.
All right, kids, come downstairs. Time for dinner.
We're doing
Here's your dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Really unhealthy.
Here's some ice cream and then.
Holy macaroni! Sugar in that drink. We're not allowed to have sugar.
Wait for that lady's dildo.
You're right. It smells like pickles. Ew. You know what? I don't even want to know. Come on. Food. Are you sure we shouldn't just munch on homemade lettuce? No. You're not allowed to eat it. Well, I guess you're right. Hey, where's Mark?
You got these green beans, Jeffy.
Oh, hey, this shaking the fun food, not getting you green beans. But you want to green beans? Oh. I'm so sorry about this.
Why do we always get green beans?
Now let's try this food.
What is wrong with them? Hey, what'd you do? Drinking that drink?
What's it with Jeffy?
God. Chill. Hey, chill.
What are you get going?
Oh, they're in trouble.
Marvin, what's all that noise?
The kids are running around the house.
I thought they were supposed to be. Well, what did you do?
About dinner.
What did you eat?
Cheeseburger, a monster energy drink. Them green beans if you tried to do me. Douche.
Marvin, where's that list they gave you?
This stupid list. It's just a bunch of dumb stuff.
Don't drink soda and don't eat candy. That's even worse.
Look, they're already rolls because they ran around.
Just break them all.
I want to eat.
No.
They're broken all the rules.
I don't know, Marvin.
I remember they left their number on the back of the paper. So you know my phone.
I would do that.
Hey, listen, Hank, it's an emergency. You need to come back. It's not going good. Your kids are running around the house and they're no, it's not fantastic. It's one of your upper rules.
Is that right?
Right now.
No.
Oh, I'm just kidding. It's not right. Play answering machine. Ain't like to do. Please.
There's a kid about to jump
No way!
Watch me. You're broken like in a paper towel.
You broke his leg?
Go to the doctor because we don't want your parents knowing you broke your leg. Gee, I can't believe I got that crazy.
Sure, kid.
That's why it's a hooker dump. That's gonna kill me. Your dad's not gonna kill you because he's not that
Marvin, how are we going to hide a broken leg?
Oh, no, Mommy.
He's gonna act like he falls on the stairs and that's how he well, that would be lying. And lying is a hooker. You already broke all the other hooker devils.
Yeah, true.
All the stuff you did. Yes, sir. So, this time is over. You're gonna take these kids to your room and you let them leave, okay? Yes, sir. Okay. Go to my room again. You stay in that room and leave. I'm telling your parents. Guys, you gotta stay in my room. My daddy said,
Can I play the piano?
sure.
Yeah, they've been breaking a lot of things today.
Video. What video are you watching? Doing? They're naked and
What?
wrestling? Yeah. Is there a video of 2 guys doing that too?
What?
Is that No. You bitch! Jeffy, chill, bro! Just get another one! Oh no, guys!
Jeffy, language! Because she broke my shit! Everyone calm down, stop yelling. When your parents get back, we're gonna put sunglasses on and we're gonna pretend she's still conscious, okay? You just went down. If you don't do that, I'm gonna tell your parents to broke all these rules. I still think we should tell the truth. Yeah, I agree, Morgan.
Oh, we're just how was it? The blooming onion was
And guess who was that contact? The babysitter!
yeah,
For the second time today! Again, for the second time today!
yeah, the Marvin, how upstairs reading a book. A math book.
Susie does need to work on her math.
Yeah, she does. But we'll just grab our you wanted to stay the night for like they can. Yeah, no kidding there. See, it's about to bedtime. And also, we family prayer, so we'll just grab the old tater family on our way. Okay. So your kids my wife Rose.
Oh, this girl must be too.
Oh, honey, stop it. Why don't you finish your thing? I think I got some blooming onions.
Why don't you have the waitress get it out with her tongue?
Yeah, what, Rose? Well, kids, it's time for you to go home, so go with your...
NJM has earned the JD Power Auto Clear certification. Great. No mascots required.
Well, kids, it's time for you to go home.
Why are you slouching?
Oh, she isn't slouching. She's, practicing for Olympics.
Oh, you know, your mother was a 10-time champion.
Yeah, why do you think we got 2 kids? She sure knows how to bend it over. Yeah! Oh, we had a lot of fun. Mr. Marvin's wife's dildo. Stinky and slimy. Oh no! Thing in her mouth, but she spit it out because it tastes like piss. Oh, mother, it's just a dildo. Don't you ever speak of it. You understand, it wasn't a real dildo. I don't care what that mistake about you. Keep away from me and my family. What you do? No. What? I'm gonna be reacting to action movie Get Stream Snipe.
It's so easy. All you can do is like, oh yeah, it's there's 62 people. 62 people left. Too easy. So easy. Creating on these.
Make
Make it up to Marvin.
Who could have stolen it? You said the $100 million, right? Yeah. So what's the robber the diamond? Sell it? Well, who can you sell stolen diamond to? No one ever. Right here. I'm finding somebody to sell it. Idea. We should open up a VI diamond. Yeah, then we can make a commercial that says we'll buy diamond in cash. Even if it's $100 million. I'll leave for asking questions. No, it's exactly what we'll be looking for. Come on. He's not gonna hide it. Alright, so we should come up with a name for a diamond store. Diamond store. So lame. Diamond. So I'm gonna be like, diamond, we buy diamonds, even store. Even towns on police. Diamond King. That's literally just for I just came up with that just now. We'll come up with a different one. Like, Arby's, Levi, diamonds. You literally just copied Arby's. How about this? That's trash. Trash. How do we just focus on the actual? Okay, I already wrote the script to go down this. Oh no. You want me to read it? Yeah, no. Right now? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Do you have a big stolen diamond worth $50 million? Well, we want that. Very niche. If we have this terrible. This is terrible. My daddy's so bad. So if you just come by, we'll find the diamond, and we won't even tell the police. No, we won't. I can dress up like a cop to show you who won't have to be. I'm showing you what we did. Yeah. I won't be here. This one. I won't. This is terrible commercial. Yes. Or any diamond worth a lot of money. Yeah, I think that was good. Put it on TV. Yeah. That was pretty bad. You were great. Terrible commercials airing, so now all we have to do is sit back, open a few brewskis, and wait for that diamond thief to come up.
You use monthly bundle with NJM.
Save us from headaches, too.
Yeah, of course I did. The thief can just come straight here, and we don't even have to do any work. Oh, God, Marvin, our first customer. Okay, so the holiday catalog, tell me it's 25% off on all the birthstones, and tell them that white gold is in this season. White gold is so which be great. Also tell them that we offer finance. What? Just do it. Just do it. When I show you the Pink Panther diamond, I'll pop out your register.
I think I'm about to end the live stream here. I slept pretty long. I can't stand up. Alright, guys.